sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 02/14.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Week 1, Day 2 of MPL SG Season 5. It is the second day of the regular season where our teams are duking it out for hashtag Our Pride, Our Passion. So with the games completed yesterday, the standings are as follows. As you see right here on your screens respectively, for the teams who won yesterday, the 4 teams are Bleed Esports, RSG Slate SG, Stellark SG, as well as SMG SG. Now for the teams who didn't, they are Alchemy SG, Evil, Revival, as well as Team Flash SG. Now very honestly, ladies and gentlemen, right there yesterday was just day 1. Anything can happen. It is still pretty much a free-for-all situation. Anything can change at this point, especially here during day 2. We shall be about to see some changes. And with that being said, here is the lineup for today's schedule. As you see here on the screen, the match that is about to kick off later on at 10 a.m. today would be Stellark going head-to-head against Alchemy SG. An upcoming match 2 happening at 1 p.m. today. It will be RSG Slate SG going against Evil. Thereafter, match 3 happening at 4 p.m. We do have Team Flash going head-to-head against Revival. And finally, ending off Week 1, Day 2, we have match 4 happening at 7 p.m. today. And that will be Team SMG, which will be duking it out with Bleed Esports. Wonderful stuff. So it is still a very exciting lineup today, and we might anticipate to see some changes in the overall standings. So stay tuned with us right here today. Now, for those of you who are joining us right here at MPL SG Season 5 venue, we do have a challenge for you, for those of you who are here with us today. So every match, the first 5 people who take a selfie at the regular season venue and post it on social media with hashtag Our Pride, Our Passion, as well as tag mpl.sg.official, will stand a chance to win some prizes. To collect your prize, all you have to do is just head on over to any one of our friendly crew members here at the venue and show them proof of your social media post to get your prizes. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we do have so much in store for you throughout this regular season. So stay tuned. Promo codes and more, I'll leave those to the casters to tell you. But we do have so many little tidbits here and there where you guys can get some lovely gifts. And before we start the games, we would like to take this opportunity to thank all of our amazing sponsors who made MPL SG Season 5 possible. MPL Singapore Season 5 is powered by Moontime and Zenray Productions. Our official partners, Frank Bio CBC and Ghanaian Men. And our partners in esports, Osin and Suntech City. So without further ado, we're going to kick off our first match of Week 1, Day 1, presenting to you Stellark SG against Alchemy SG. So ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, Stellark SG. Just looking over me right now, I can see the boys. They're really relaxed, calm and composed, cool as a cucumber, and ready to go. And without further ado, let's present our second team going head-to-head against Stellark. And that will be, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you, Alchemy SG. Yesterday was just day 1, and perhaps for most of our teams out there, they're just getting their engines started. But for a little bit of context, earlier on yesterday, Stellark went head-to-head against Evil, and they did a clean sweep of 2-0, winning against Team Evil. Whereas on the other hand, Team Alchemy SG went head-to-head against Team SMG SG, where Team SMG SG won 2-0. But once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is just day 2. It is still a free-for-all situation, so I'll let my time over to our 3 amazing casters to slice and dissect the situation. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL SG Season 5, day number 2. Day 1 was a little bit intense for some of these few teams. A few tests that we have to do. Some, I would say, not exactly very ideal if they were to continue this kind of performance all the way throughout the season. So hopefully they're able to, go back, do some tweaks in between the weeks. But I mean, day 2, I'm expecting to see, maybe a bit of quick, small little changes and adaptation that allow them to scale up in the regular season. Of course, you join me here, right here. Jace, Vertigo, and Churros will be your casters for this particular match between Alchemy going up against Stellar SG.
Ooh, Alchemy against Stellar. I mean, I do not know what is going to happen. It's day 2.
I like the fact that you're like, I know.
But I don't know.
This is exactly what I would do when I go into the exam. I think I know everything. When I see the question, like, I actually have no idea what's
it's like
going
going in confident. Like, confidence is the key. And then it's just like, hey, let's go. Actually, I don't know.
Oh, dear
Yeah,
Lord.
I mean, I understand where you're coming from, Vertigo, because these two teams have had a shaky start yesterday in day 1. Yes, Stellar won Evil 2-0, but they were struggling a little bit. Evil did not, at any point of time, give them an easy time at all. Both teams, remember, they were clawing their way up from the qualifiers. Stellar was in the Season 4 qualifiers. Alchemy was in the Season 5 qualifiers. So it's sort of like new blood, old blood yet again, the narrative that we always play. And to be honest, I kind of am a little bit torn between those two, because Will Experience prove that they are the better ones. Let's take a look at Stellar real quick and see their lineups. They have Smelly Cat, Chesty, Chu, Older, Bambi, and Fossa. Taking a look at the lineup real quick. Smelly Cat and Chesty, they were the impact players. They played around Smelly Cat. They played around the setups made by Chesty. Fossa and Chu especially gave them a little bit of the extra sort of like off-lane distraction.
And I feel like, Stellar's performance yesterday was actually quite well in terms of, holding down, hunkering down, even though Evil didn't really give them such a good time. But eventually, results, it's due a part of the fact that Stellar won in the end. Right now, let's take a look at the Evil's lineup, because Alchemy's lineup, mind you.
Yes.
Alchemy's lineup, in a sense, yesterday they didn't really, perform as well as I expected, because we hyped them up as the community stompers, right? But, Vertigo, can you run us through Alchemy's lineup?
I mean, we have Narcotics on the goal lane, Bitcoin, Puski, Icon, and Ashiro. Same lineup as yesterday. Do not think what was broken, but yesterday it was kind of broken. So I think they want to stick to their roots. After trying so hard, it may be a wake-up call yesterday, right?
Again, it's all about having a shaky start. Day 1, they're here as a sort of like a new team. They've been playing together for a long time, but in the big stage, they sort of have that micro management in the lanes. They gave Bleed a little bit of problems. Yes, Bleed won 2-0, but it wasn't an easy win.
And, I have to agree with you, right? It wasn't a really easy win for the side of Stellar as well, but I feel like there's a lot of things that Alchemy needs to work on before they can literally, face up, because they're upcoming, there's a lot more challenges for them, right? They will still have to face RSG Slate. Even SMG SG at this rate is actually quite a threat. But before we actually proceed on to the draft and matches, we do have a bit of predictions. If you guys follow us on Instagram as well, you probably already know which side that these casters on the desk, or even outside of desk, what they're both rooting for. But I mean, I think it's Vertigo that's the odd one out this time around. But let's take a look
Alchemy?
at the predictions. The predictions is...
Yeah, it's just like that.
It's always Vertigo the odd one out.
I just want to vote against you guys, because
all the time.
Because if we get a nice clean vote, it shows that, like, oh, the other team, hey, they're like, hey, there's no one there, it feels so empty.
I might be a little bit biased.
That feels like a bit of sympathy, right? Sympathy vote, right?
Yeah, hope him.
Yeah.
You gotta be high up on the hopium.
Yeah, I might be a little bit biased because like I've been playing with a couple of players in Stellar for a pretty long time. I know what they're capable of. I know what they bring to the table. But on the other hand, I mean, talking about Alchemy, they might have lost to Bleed yesterday, but they have won the hearts of so many people. If you join us at the studios, you see how much audience they've brought to the stage with them. Like all of them supporting the underdogs. Everyone loves a good underdog story. They are a group of people with nothing to lose, but everything to gain. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, now Vertigo, going into this particular draft, right? Stellar going up against Alchemy. I feel like Alchemy really need to work on a few things in order to face Stellar. What do you think they need to work on going up against them?
First time jitters. I really feel it's first time jitters. It's like, okay, I may have played with the qualifiers, through the qualifiers, yes, but this is a live audience sitting in front of you with the cheers, with the clapping, with the eyes, you know? It's like, yes, you may be focused on your phone, but you know you have like 20 pairs of eyes staring down at you, and them being young bloods, of course, is going to put an immense amount of pressure on them.
Yeah, but you know, Churros, you're saying that you're of course side Stellar.
Stellar all the way.
Side, right?
I'm gonna put the star symbol somewhere.
But okay, what do they have to do? Because yesterday against Evo, they're really shaky. But I feel like this should be okay for them going up against Evo. Sorry, going up against Alchemy.
Yeah.
But do you think they are able to adapt quick enough against Alchemy?
Well, I mean, what Stellar could potentially do is just do what they did yesterday. Play to Smelly Cat's power spikes, play to Chesty's power spikes, or play to Chesty's setups. Because what went well for them is that they trusted so much in Smelly Cat, which was not the case in Season 4. I mean, Smelly Cat was pretty much a new blood, much like Alchemy, in the big scenes in Season 4.
Now, right?
But right now, he's old blood, he's learned from his mistakes, and he's here to prove himself. He's here to prove why he's one of these top-tier GOAT laners in Singapore, or MPL Singapore. But on the other hand, though, it's always two sides of a coin, right? Alchemy SG, micro play, very strong. But the macro play, they need to learn how to set a tempo. That is where experienced teams beat them in. Setting the tempo. You know, you can pick them off in lanes, but you have to convert those into objectives. You have to convert those into setting the tempo of the game and keep applying the pressure.
Yep, of course. But, you know, before we hop into the games as well, of course, supporting our backs and our behinds is the comfortable OSIM U-Throne chair. Once again, thank you very much, OSIM, for supporting us all throughout MPL Singapore. And, of course, we're sitting on the Bumblebee variants, and of course not only just the fact that they're also inspired by Transformers MLB skins, we also have the Transformers, so you can see that branding applied all throughout. It's a perfect fit. But of course, let me tell you more about U-Throne V Gaming Massage Chair. It is built to energize and invigorate your mind and body. Level up your performance with the patented V-Hand massage technology and ergonomic features designed with the player's comfort in mind, of course, with you in mind. Gaming comfort and style with the U-Throne V Transformer Edition designs, the one that we're sitting on. And remember, OSIM is here to provide support for your well-being, and if no one else support your character in-game.
Well, definitely, I would need it because my back's always aching from carrying you guys in our.
Here we
go.
No.
It's always.
You never play with us. What are you talking about?
Wait, you carry us?
I can't
universe?
break my win streak. I've got like 40 win streak all the time.
You never play with us. What are you talking about?
Because every time I play with you guys, it's always breaking my win streak. That's why.
My heart hurts.
No trust.
Your heart hurts. But your back's fine.
Not friend enough. Not friend enough. No trust. No trust at all. We know your character right now, but of course, jokes aside, you know, in this particular meta that we've also noticed as well, because I know our sample size is not as big. Tell me more about like the ban picks of this current meta, what we're seeing in the Singaporean meta.
We're seeing a lot of Kaja, we're seeing a lot of Faramis, you know, and a lot of Fredrin. It's all the same. I mean, there's nothing fresh yet, apart from Alchemy's Fanny.
A Hanzo ban.
A Hanzo ban, yeah.
That's the only
makes
thing
sense.
that like, okay.
Yeah, because the Hanzo is, you know, it creates so much space. Because of your roster that you have locked in, there's no one there to hunt that Hanzo, that actual body of the Hanzo, rather than its ultimate, right? That's why they had to ban out the Hanzo.
Well, a lot of the times people think that the Singapore meta is a copy and paste. But then I am expecting a little bit of unpredictability. Yes, you can go back to your signature picks like maybe Smelly Cats, maybe Claude and Melissa, or we can see maybe Bitcoin's Yi even. But then there are some synergies between different heroes. Like Arlott has been picked a lot. Arlott actually works very well with Phoveus, if you think about it. Some unpredictable off-meta picks that your opponents won't be expecting, especially in a big stage like that.
I feel like it's really awkward to pick the Phoveus and the Arlott together because, well, unless
you
the
got
Arlott goes
Phoveus
into
mid.
the jungle,
Phoveus
unless
jungle?
you go
Phoveus
in
mid.
the
Phoveus
Phoveus
jungle?
mid
Or Phoveus
or
jungle.
I don't know. I think we're conspiring really far apart here. But I think the common denominator that we've realized is that most of Singaporean junglers, they still prefer the tanks, and in fact, their performance are so much better on tank junglers instead of assassin junglers.
I think basing on tank jungler because you just want to make up for the fact that you're sacrificing HP right there. That's why the jungler has to be the tank. If your jungler were to be an assassin, your EXP and your roamer is just your, that's where your pew comes from.
Yeah, but of course, looking down at the draft timer, we do have another 30 seconds going in between Stellark as well as Alchemy. I think the desk is kind of clear, like which one they are favoring for. We also are aware that what Alchemy needs to work on, and I hope they did, because there's definitely an after-action meeting, especially after the performance yesterday. It's also up to the leadership of Zookeeper to make sure they are kept in check, because in game number 2 you start to see some flashes of brilliance right there, right? They know who to target, they are very aggressive in taking the turrets, but then when all of a sudden the other enemy adapted very quicker than them, they broke the status quo, and then Alchemy, they just fall
crumble.
apart, and they don't really know what to do. So hopefully, Zookeeper has imparted enough knowledge and enough information for them to know what to do in these scenarios. But on the other hand, Stellark, I think there should be A-OK. Tenchi is a very, looks like he knows how to draft, very experienced, and I think he should be able to help out Stellark going in. But before that, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go into a short little break. Don't go away. We'll be right back with drops.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
I'm stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlott, the Lone Lancer. Arlott is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlott slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlott charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlott's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlott performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not gonna do that. Thank you very much. Not on my watch, especially when I'm incurring this much pressure. But of course, welcome back to MPL SG Season 5, Day 2, and Week number 1. This is only the second day. A lot of things can change, including, how fast each of these teams will adapt. High hopes on Alchemy SG to adapt to the MPL SG play style, and of course, high hopes on Stellar SG as well to be raking in points, especially early on, because going down the regular season, I'm afraid when they start to meet the likes of RSG Slate, when they meet the likes of Bleed, they need to be a little bit more careful, right, Vertigo?
Yeah, I mean, these are the powerhouses. They have always been powerhouses. It's just, can you break the cracks? Like, can you go at their cracks? We've seen some cracks yesterday. Hopefully, we get to see them clearer today, or did they patch it up very well?
I mean, it's going to be a lot of variables going into these two teams hitting face-to-face with each other. It's a battle of the underdogs, like I said before, and it's yet to be seen. There are a lot of potential bans and picks, which we'll be looking at very, very soon. But what do you think is going to be happening, Jace?
I think it's go about the bans, right? And the pick and bans especially, right? I think sometimes going into the game, you really want to make sure that you get the best of all worlds. Like, no, not say best of all worlds, best in slot, right? Based on your particular draw, particular roster, and of course your particular playstyle. I think there's also a bit of questions that when we ask, that we had to ask yesterday when we saw Stellar's performance as well. It's not about their performance, mind you. It's more like, where is Sync? Sync was nowhere to be seen in the roster yesterday. Maybe will he be playing later on? But the team lineup just now says otherwise. But let's go into the drafts.
Well, in the draft, there's a lot to talk about. There is the tier 1 bans, but it looks like
your
they're going to go for
team
the
is
comfort bans.
Wow,
for Chesty. Actually, they're all aiming Chesty for the side of Alchemy.
So
Valentina
yesterday was Anya, and then now it's Chesty.
Yeah, I think Alchemy knows what they're gonna. They set out to do. The animals are gonna be banning out all of, like, they're targeting a single player, taking him off the roster. I'm not surprised if they're gonna be banning out that Julian really, really soon. But Stellar, they know and prioritize that banning, which is pretty much a tier 1 ban along with Edith, Joy, Wan, and Kaja. So I'm not surprised if these heroes are off the pool.
I mean, we
Time
might
to
ban
drop the beat
Kaja,
of the
right?
clock.
Your team is banning.
Okay, so now this is where the game starts, right? Stella is targeting Alchemy's, potential jungle heroes, right?
Yes.
And then Alchemy is
Need some
targeting
stitches?
Chesty,
I
and
can
help.
right now
Your team is banning.
taking out Smelly's cat, Melissa. So I think they might want to go for the Beatrix for themselves.
No, they're actually baiting out Smelly Cat's Claude, or actually they want to deny Smelly Cat's Claude. That is my main perspective.
so-
But there is a lot of signature heroes that Smelly Cat can use. I mean, we looked at Season 4, he was phenomenal. And I say phenomenal is an understatement with that Beatrix. Whenever he gets online,
He gets online.
He gets online. And so I'm looking
me,
forward to him
fun
using
is all that
that
matters.
as well. And Wan, like I said, tier 1 ban. So now tier 2
Your team
picks,
is
priority
picking.
picks are like the Faramis, the Arlott, actually Arlott and Frederick. So I'm really looking
I am
forward
the
to see
power
all
of
the
light
heroes
and
getting picked up
carnage.
here.
See
it's
value in
basically
me?
banning of the
Your
resources.
team
Of course,
is
they want to do the
picking.
same. Frederick, Kaja taking off the picks from Stellar.
Exactly, and Alchemy right now, they have a lot on their minds. They're like, okay, this is what we set out to do. This was expected. How do we play around this? What do we do? Or what heroes do we pick to counter this Kaja and Fredrin, right? It's a very good balance for the Kaja and Fredrin, right? So they might be
I'm the
hovering over
priestess
that
of
Martin, and
Primal
yes, it is
Lightning.
going to be a
The
long
hunter
lane
of
along
all
with
the evil
Edith.
gods.
So the
you
Edith,
my next
that's the
conquest?
versatility of it. It could also go to EXP or the roam. Martis, we all know because of the second skill, the Martis can negate all sorts of CCs, gain a little bit of, close the gaps as well, and tankiness, because you do not even need to build attack speed because it's already inbuilt in you.
Yeah, I like that they ban out the Melissa because it's sort of like a soft counter to the cult altar that Faramis uses.
Yeah.
Once all of them are situated together, that is where Melissa really pops up, especially when she has her Inspire. But right now, Alchemy looks like they kind of want to go for a soft sponge as a first tier or phase 1
This
pick.
time,
This means
Your
that
team is
they
banning.
might be going for maybe a Brody, maybe a Moskov, maybe even a Claude, someone that deals a lot of damage, and then just Edith clearing all of that up. Sillard is going to be solidifying their first phase with that Xavier, which I like. It sort of like repositions a lot of the heroes that that Alchemy so sorely needs within their team fights.
I mean, look at Chesty right now picking up that Xavier. Hopefully we get to see some Gojo plays, you know, with that nice, crispy ultimate with the Jujutsu Kaisen skin. I'm so excited for it. But, ooh.
Okay, that's hot news, ladies and gentlemen. Producer just told us that there's no
Pain
coach for
is the
Stellar
proof
this
that I'm
time
still
round.
alive.
Coach difference may play a huge impact, and that's why if you notice, Smellycat is giving a lot of communication all throughout the team.
Yeah.
And is this
Your
a
team
big
is
problem,
banning.
Churros?
Well, I don't think that it should be a major problem because Smellycat, I mean, understand that he's been playing with these guys for a pretty long time. They know their hero, he knows their hero pool, he knows how they operate, and he knows what's best for him. And whether or not Stellar wants to make Smellycat the main objective, the main damage dealer, is up to them.
Yeah, but on the other hand, Alchemy, they still have, I keep calling him impassive.
Zookeeper.
Right?
Yeah,
Zookeeper, the big brain behind Revival in Season 4 is now with Alchemy. The
I will
rookie
protect
team,
you.
These boys,
Your team is banning.
their drafts is actually looking, makes kind of sense because, you know, you got a combo of the Pharaohs and the Edith as well. I think this could be a bit of problem for Stellar.
Okay, so looking on that, Stellar might have a problem, but the band seems otherwise. They are very suggestive towards this Beatrix, honestly, that I can see, or even a Claude, right? We have a Lolita and a Brody band, right? So it looks a lot like Beatrix and a Claude because, you know, the Brody kind of wins against the Beatrix in lane, depending on your skill set. It's just a 50-50 burger flip.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Taking Brody off the table gives Beatrix an easier time, or even Claude an easier time, getting him to scale up a little bit more, a little bit faster. But
Your
Stellar
team
now
is
has the
soon
first
be a
pick in
burial
phase
ground.
2. Whether or not they pick that marksman, that crucial marksman role is entirely up to them. Right now, it's up
Your
to
team is picking.
Alchemy needs to be able to react to the situation. Stellar or Smellycat actually picks up that Claude. They want to play the late game, which Chesty
Glue.
actually is. And Glue
Slips through.
slips through.
Yeah,
and
nicely
tide wait
skipped
for
through.
no man.
And
Your
Narcotics
team
will be
is
picking up
picking.
that Beatrix for himself, and Puski on that Glue. Wow, wow, wow.
Well, I like what I said. I mean, Alchemy, they do have a huge range of sponges going all throughout, a huge range of initiates, a huge range of let's engage front to back and let's get Narcotics all farmed up, ready to fight. Front to back.
Front to back, and the last EXP laner, last EXP hero potentially shall be
I mean,
picked.
Arlott is still on the tables. I don't know if Chu is comfortable with that.
It's,
Arlott, it
no,
does not
doesn't
look
glue
like
well.
the composition around Stellar
No, yeah.
points towards Arlott, but he might go back to Paquito. I mean, I want to see that. He's one of his significant
for the
after all.
I feel like it's going to be either
awesomeness.
Yuzhong's, they need something tanky, and there you go. Archive fits that bill as well,
Wow.
but hold on a second.
But it
Don't
might look
count
like a
it.
flex,
That's
yeah.
correct. A
Yeah.
Frederick can always go to
The
EXP
EXP.
and Archive on the jungle.
Yep, and Arkai on the jungle and Fredrin on the EXP. So do you think there's going to be a big difference right there?
Well, honestly, I think it might be. It might be because of the utility that Akai brings, especially once he hits his level 4. That power spike on that heavy spin, enabling him to secure objectives, which is what Stellar is playing for. Let's go for the objective game. Let's go for the tempo game, and let's try to push this to that late game.
Exactly, and Estella up against Alchemy. Black against black. They're icons, they're icons.
Yeah, you know, when I was doing my Excel sheet, my custom
Yeah.
homework, I was like, okay, I need to give a color to both these
Yeah,
teams.
both of
And
them
like,
are black.
Both of them are black,
Black and
both
white.
of them are gray. But ladies and gentlemen, the battle of the grays. Let's go into game number 1 or day number 2. Alchemy SG going up against Stellar SG.
That's right. Tas, 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 tas. Let's go. Yeah, no, look at that. Icon is doing tas, tas, tas.
Okay.
You got a tas, tas. Alright, and it does seem like Alchemy has a very nice start up against a Archive jungle though. I think, you know, this is what Alchemy needs. They need that hate start, you know, they need that nice aggression. And take a look at the top lane right there. Puski, oh, with the nice little invade.
That's Forza invading, hard invading
Yeah.
Alchemy side, and Odebeb is taking a lot of damage right here.
Wow.
In fact, Alchemy, no, turn that around. It's-
Wow, first blood off the bat.
It's just right off the bat, and it was Audio Bambi that got punished. And don't forget, Bitcoin on the other hand, he is a Icon on the other hand, he is a Martyrs on the Demon Slayer as well. He's gonna out farm and outclass. Look, he's already cleared most of the crucial commands right now, and he's debating once again. Audio Bambi not looking so good right now.
Audio Bambi not looking so good. He does have his retribution up though, but it's gonna be a two-man stun. Ashiro walking back into very dangerous territory here. Pulls back.
Ooh, this is a different alchemy that we see compared to day number 1.
Whoa!
Forward. That first skill by Black Glue will help secure the stun and the kill. Chesty will go down.
Wow, Alchemy with a 1.5k goal lead in 1 minute and 30 seconds of the game. This is a whole different Alchemy because most of the teams, you know, they can just go with their own strengths, but this is just completely unrelated. But let's take a look at the emblem right there. Nothing out of the ordinary Weapon Master. You know, we got the extra gold for the group, you know, but look at the Edith though. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Edith on the tenacity, that's normal, but before I can talk more, it's gonna be Bitcoin chasing, bringing True all the way back. Here's a proc once again, just Puski just have to keep pressing forward, and True heavily punished at the AXP lane.
Oh, look at Alchemy. They are on a roll right now. They are going
spinning.
Yeah, they're spinning. Just like how Akai does with the heavy spin.
Audio Bambi is only level 3 and the turtle is already up. Audio Bambi needs more time. It spells a lot of danger for Stellark, and remember when we go into this, during the drop, we pointed out there's no coaches on the side of Stellark. Feels like they don't really have game plan going. Alchemy on the other hand, I heart invade, I make Audio Bambi, but it's going to be Chesky to try to use the Dawning Light to try to steal the turtle away. But Puski tried to jump. Audio Bambi forced to use the heavy spin, will be able to get all the way just for a while, but Alchemy walks away with the turtle.
Yeah, first turtle towards Alchemy right there with 2,000 goal lead now in 2 minutes. Every minute, 1,000 up. 5 minutes, 5,000.
This is a different breed of Alchemy, but
different.
I can also say this is also a different breed of Stellark.
Exactly.
Characteristics as of yet, they have a very weak early. They need to make sure that Smelly Cat gets his farm. You saw in the fight between Stellark and Evo, when Smelly Cat, as long as he stays alive, as long as he keeps farming, he has the average. Right? Once he gets his items, he should be able to, you know, spread the damage all across the board. But Alchemy, super thick in terms of their roster.
Exactly. When he comes online, he comes online. And there's nothing you can do to stop Smelly Cat because he will find every sort of cracks to just come in. And it does seem like there's a little bit of an illegal gathering at the bottom lane right there. Only about 60 seconds, you know, they're so kiasu already, you know, they're literally right there. They're like,
what's illegal?
Hey, we gotta go, we gotta go.
It's a 5v5. I mean, it's all about, you know, numbers advantage, right? I don't think it's illegal. I think it's about making use of the manpower advantage.
Yes.
You want to find a 3v1 in the favor of your odds, right? Whenever you want to fight a war. But of course, Audio Bambi back. No engage as of now. Stellark not in the driver's seat. They need to wrestle some control back.
Yes, they need to wrestle it hard out of Alchemy's hand. And it does seem like Alchemy is enjoying the time, farming away and hard invading. But it does seem like Stellark is very desperate for a fight right now.
Knock up coming out. Obuski goes into the split. The Audio Bambi all the way in the back line looking for some heavy spin. Will not be able to connect anyone. Buski activated the flicker at the same time. Praise Rav will not be able to connect. It is a disaster for Stellark in the early game.
This is a disaster, but a big snap down onto Bambi though, but Icon will just get away just fine with that.
Icon is already almost level 8. Audio Bambi's still struggling at 5. That heavy spin was supposed to convert something or anything. Stellark returns to an almost half-empty jungle, and now Alchemy has a temple. Icon is on the turtle.
Yep, Alchemy, all they have to do now is capitalize on this snowball and do not let anything go wrong with the macro. And it does seem like Bambi is going to be able to secure onto that purple buff and the second turtle into Alchemy's back pocket, just like that.
I think Stellark right here, I think Vertigo, they need to play around Smelly Cat's lane. Make sure that Narcotics is not comfortable. Make sure that Smelly Cat gets all the proc Governor Avarice and then scale. This is, if you notice, what Forza is also doing right here. Just safeguarding Smelly Cat. I think Audio Bambi is kind of reduced into a slightly roam role right now, giving up most of the farm over to Alchemy, but that's not what you want to do. The Martyrs will snowball even harder, even though he is going on the tank. Martyrs and Alchemy is going to make a play right here at the bottom lane. Try to limit Smelly Cat right now. I think they smell what Stellark wants to do.
Yep, they do smell what Stellark is trying to do. We are just waiting for Narcotics to push up just a little bit past that half line, right? The moment you pass that half line, it's a GG. I mean, Stellark will just come hunting at you. So, Alchemy, they were very smart with it. They pushed out Icon. Icon took the initiative to go and open up the map.
Actually,
Yeah.
activated. Audio Bambi is heading in the brush right here. Alchemy wants to shove, but they did not check the bushes. And Audio Bambi, the heavy spin, will be able to push Narcotics right into the snapping jaws. But before that, Alchemy will be able to take out Smelly Cat. No damage from the side of Stellark, and the Call Altar from Bitcoin allows Alchemy's members to stay alive and walk out. No punishment coming out from Stellark.
Oh no, that was a little bit of a misplay coming from Bambi. That was so well done.
Oh.
Oh no, the snap down. The
Audio
sniper
Bambi
shot goes down.
Audio Bambi caught in a very bad position. The deer will get snapped down right at the bottom lane. A lot of early game aggression in Alchemy. This is the momentum they're looking for. This is the momentum they were trying to get and hold on against SMG, but now they're using it against Stellark.
Yep, look at them just hard invading Stellark non-stop. And look, 6 minutes, 4.6 thousand gold. But oh, the taunt comes down.
Tongue guns down. It's nothing. You
5 seconds to turtle though.
You can't convert into anything as well, right? And Audio Bambi level 7. And if you look at Icon
Level 10.
that retribution is gonna allow you to
hurt.
secure the turtle even faster.
Exactly, but I have to say that Icon 5 seconds up until the retribution, but Audio Bambi does have the retribution up, but that's the problem right there. They're supposed to wrestle for the turtle right here, right now, but because of that level disparity,
No way.
Icon
Blue
is just
team
going to
has
easily
slain the
secure that,
turtle.
and just like that, 3 turtles into your pockets.
Okay, at
of
least
Alchemy.
Yep, Vertigo. At least Smelly Cat is free farming bottom lane.
That's true.
Alchemy, don't count them.
Blue
don't
team
count
turret
them
has
in
been
just yet
destroyed.
because they sometimes threw away the lead. It's questionable, but here we go. It's going to be a hard turret dive right at the bottom
Red
top
team
side.
turret has
Not
been
going to see
destroyed.
that.
Red team
Still on the
hero
turret
has
from
been
now,
slain.
allowing Alchemy to press on a little bit further. Stellark will lose too. Unfortunately, right at the top side, Alchemy looking very strong in the first 7 minutes of the game.
Exactly, Alchemy. They are snowballing out of control right here. Stellark, they need a stop to this. They need to put a stop to this, or at least, you know, lower that difference.
How do you lower that difference?
You gotta just go for the fight.
I don't think you really want to fight.
But if you keep on playing passive like this, right, look at how slowly an Alchemy is just
Correct.
chipping away at you.
But Stellark, they don't really have any damage at all. Your
Exactly.
Audio Bambi doesn't really have, the Frederick doesn't really have the reposition. But okay,
Wow,
looking for the heavy spin, will not be able to
melted.
connect. The Alchemy melts the jungler of Stellark SG, and they're going to burst forward. Icon and Puski securing such a strong beachhead against Stellark SG, and now Smelly Cat has to run for the heals. He's running over to the other side. Alchemy trying to catch. Luckily, Chesney will be able to set out that field and preventing Alchemy from moving forward.
Yep, along with the sprint coming out from Smelly Cat, had to burn the sprint for that, because look at how Alchemy body language is. I wouldn't say body language.
Body language?
Hero body language, right? They were signaling
The
a lot.
pathing.
Yes, the pathing, the way they were moving, they looked like they were trying to cut down. And I feel like yesterday's game towards Alchemy. Oh,
Okay, Divine Judgment is going to be it. It's going to be Ashiru, the call to allow him to stay alive just a little bit longer. Chesney will be able to pick up that kill. At the same time, Stellark, the Pulski jumps all the way to the back line. Will be able to connect on top of Smelly Cat with a split. And now he gets caught in an awkward position right here. Audio Bambi, they try to catch one. Flickers out into safety. Chu comes in for the flank. Split activates once again. And Chu will get slowed down to bits and pieces right here. Taunt doesn't connect. Stellark will lose one. And Alchemy will trade for it. And is still in the favor of Alchemy.
wow, you trade Ashiru for Smelly Cat. What? That's so good. And then Puski just jukes the rest of Alchemy just like that with a glue. I mean, of course, using the split, you're going to get a nice little reset. But let's take a look at the in-game items right now. What are these people building? Let's take a look. On that Martis, we have a Sky Guarded helmet and a fully built first helm. Very, very nice.
Looking at the front, that's 2 items that he needs.
Yes.
If you notice, that's why Stellark was able to win that fight with 1 kill, but he was past the
Blue
limit.
team has
Aggressive
slain
is
the
not
Lord.
easy from the side of Stellark, because Alchemy right here, Narcotics hurts like a truck right now.
He hurts like a truck. Level 11 on narcotics though. But take a look at this. Icon level 13 and Audio Bambi still at level 10. So there's still that 10 level disparity right there. Icon finally picking up his Hunter Strike. So he looks very, very strong.
Vertigo, I don't really want to I don't like to point this out, but look at Audio Bambi, level 10.
Yeah.
And the lowest level on the side of Alchemy is Shiro at level 10.
Exactly. It's not nice to always see that, but it's nice that you point it out, because I do like level disparity a lot.
Level disparity is kind of like a telltale sign.
Yes.
Alchemy does have a signal for now.
Oh,
Stellark
okay.
needs to be a bit careful. Alchemy can force an issue right here. It's up to Stellark to try to defend.
No, they have to
Good
gas
choice
it.
to pull it all the way back. Dawning Light will be used to try to peels the damage just a little bit against Alchemy, slowly peeling the onions apart, slowly peeling the damage, but HP. But look at how Alchemy is setting it up.
Wow.
4-1, and there's another
Red
Lord
team
marching up
turret has
top. It's a
been
3-prong
destroyed.
attack that Stellark needs to defend without any high ground.
Exactly, try prong attack. And what is Stellark answer to this? They're going to be pushing up 3-4 men up onto the top lane. And take a look at the goal lead here. 10,000 in goal lead right here, Jace.
Daunting Light comes in, only
Red
trying to
team
wave
turret
them,
has
but they
been
barely pick
destroyed.
off Alchemy.
Yep.
Stellark SG on the other hand, just fighting for dear life in their own base.
Yep, and I mean, it makes sense, like you said, you know, they have to go passive because of that level disparity. They cannot take that fight. They cannot take any fight whatsoever. So Alchemy, they're just going to keep on depriving them, Stellark non-stop and just keep them at bay with their back against the wall in their base.
Alchemy is an element. This is exactly what they want to do. Stomp in the early game, keep fighting in the micro. They're the youngsters, they're the rookies, and they're showing how Stellark, you know, they came in last season and their roster is actually based off, you know, known names in MPL SG, even though they came from other teams. And Alchemy here to prove themselves worthy.
Exactly, Alchemy here to prove themselves worthy of the throne that might be the champions. But Alchemy, this is what they set out to do. This was their aggression. This is what they are meant to do.
Yep.
Right? This is, like you said, in the element, this is what they feel like home. Because during all the community games, there's no strats, there's no nothing. It's just pure aggression, aggression, aggression.
Yeah, Alchemy literally pulled Stellark all the way down to their level and beat them up. Stellark, on the other hand, I feel like they need to try to find some way or somehow to manage some split pushing using Forza, but okay.
Wow.
Take a look at the player goal by Frank by OCBC. Icon still leading, and Narcotics as well, leading as well.
Yep, top 4 right there, all to the side of Alchemy, Icon, Narcotic, Pooski, and Bitcoin. And I mean, Smelly Cat just barely above Ashiro as well, but that shows a lot already. You have 4 members of the team on the top of the net worth right there, and it's starting to snowball soon. We're hitting about the 30-minute mark, and I mean, this is where it starts to get a little bit more dicey. That's where Stellark, you know, maybe has a little bit more of a fighting chance against Alchemy.
10k goalie, I don't think Stellark really wants to challenge the Lord for now. The only thing that Stellark can try to do is to make a 50-50 play using Odia Bambi to have his spin push everything away with the retro. Stellark needs to make some plays elsewhere. But look at the position of Smelly Cat. If Smelly Cat is not around, Alchemy go in for this strike. Stellark, I don't think you really want to try to fight this. Odia Lord given over to Alchemy. Now looking for a punish. Pooski will be able to stun out Odia Bambi, and the spin coming in. Mystic Field landing down, just slowing down Alchemy's aggression. But Alchemy has gotten what they want, and look at Smelly Cat split pushing on the lane. That's the only thing that Stellark can do right now.
Yep, I mean, this is the only way they can get their resources, push up the lanes, and, you know, slow down Alchemy from their tempo from doing a nice little 3-prong push. Because just when the Lord is just, you know, the Lord was just secured. So Alchemy, they are trying to go for their tri-prong attack again. They have to sync up the waves. Look at how patient Icon is.
I think my casters this season is damn strong.
The what?
I think my casters in this season is really strong.
Come on, there's no such thing as that.
I was just like,
it's taboo. It's taboo. No, we don't say that here, Jace. It's taboo.
Oh dear, I can feel like Wolf's like, yeah, I'm proud of you, son.
Wolf is the actual caster.
Wolf is the actual caster curse. But okay, enough of that segue right here. Stellark just has to brace for impact, right? Alchemy with a strong front line, but I don't really like how they're leaving the lane wave really over. Stellark just sneeze on it, and that one just falls.
I think Alchemy just wants to take this slow. They just want to go for one more tempo, but the Q play, Pooski. Oh, the Mystic Field though.
Yeah, nice setup by HSP right here. Don't like
Red team base turret has been destroyed.
Top side as well. It's going to be Stellark, all 5 men on board, trying to take down the Lord at the top side. In the meantime, it's going to be
Red team base
Icon
turret has been destroyed.
damage. Cracks open the bottom lane. Stellark has 2 lanes open.
Yep, Stellark has 2 lanes open. Alchemy, they have came to set out what they want to do, and they were patient. They pulled out of it, and Dawning Light takes a chunk out of Narcotics. But Alchemy, back to my point, Alchemy, they were here. They was here to set out what they wanted to do. They did it well, and they did it good. Yep. They took the turret, backed off, no over prolonging their stay.
This is wonderful adaptation. This is like evolution for
yes.
Alchemy. Yesterday there were these tadpoles, right now they have legs. And they're starting to swim
I
around.
think they're close to frogs already.
Yeah, they're probably the two stubby front legs. And
Yes.
they really start to swim and start to climb onto land. And this is the leadership that we're hoping coming out from Zookeeper, right? So
Yes.
congratulations over that. I think he must be proud. But Stellark, on the other hand, one turret left in the mid lane. 44 seconds left on the clock right here. Stellark needs to find some pickoffs right here. 12k gold lead. Oh, that's nothing. That's way too much for Stellark to handle.
Exactly, 12,000 gold lead. You know the money you can buy with, the amount of things you can buy with 12,000 gold?
That's around like 2k. Sorry, is it 2k? Yeah, around 2.5k
Yeah.
per player. That's almost like a 3/4 of an item. And of course, you know, Alchemy is like, I would say, one item lead or half an item lead ahead of each player from the rest. Of course, Icon right here, you know, already has immortality, can even duke out the fight even more. Stellark is a little bit busy, has to send members back to defend Alchemy. I feel like this Lord will be uncontested, but take a look what Smelly Cat is doing.
And he's trying to go for that split push, but oh, look at Puski being able to spot him out right there and just deny that split push. And because they know that, you know, at least Narcotics there, that's where your main damage comes from. That's your DPS. Your DPS is right there. And notice, Narcotics does not have the immortality. He's just probably going to go for just a Wind of Nature. So Narcotics is just going to be pain on pain on pain.
This is good for Alchemy, right? They know what to do. They know this Manicats all the way. They do have tankiness for members. Pio is got to be up to Puski to get to the front line as quickly as possible because he's also part of the front line. Alchemy slowing it down. Icon is just playing around with the lore. Audio Bambi is just putting some pressure around Alchemy. They cannot falter right now. They cannot let their rookie nerves get the better of them. And Puski will pull the trigger. It comes in. Will be able to knock out Drew as well. The Bureau Pass is spreading out damage. The downing line doesn't do anything. They caught on the coming in just in time. Audio Baby tried to spin, but the damage coming up Narcotics is just a little bit too enough. He tries to do something, but Bitcoin will be there to take out the first kill, and the members of Stellark will be shouting all across the board. Icon will be trying to dash in all the way to the back line. Spanicat will be no more decimated by the members of Alchemy, and they forgot about the Lord. They want to go in for the killing blow.
Wow, Ashiru with one slither of hair on that HP, and what an amazing game from Alchemy. 13,000 gold.
GG, well played over the side of
Wow.
Alchemy. They hunker down right. These tadpoles, they start to grow legs, and sooner or later, you have a swarm of frogs all over your roster, all over your table. Ugh, that's disgusting.
Wow, look at Alchemy. Look at smiles, big smiles all across. They're like,
First win.
they're like, oh, we won? Yeah, we can see their legs start to grow right there, just below the table. You know, you can't see it, but we can envision their legs finally growing out, their stubby legs. And look at how happy they are.
Yeah, like we listen to Zookeeper, the Shifu of Alchemy SG, just like stroking his long white beard. Is like, yep, you boys done well.
I predicted this from the future.
I mean, I have a lot to say about this game, but let's
go.
break it down. The name of the game right here, what we just witnessed was tempo. Was tempo, which was what Alchemy was lacking yesterday against the game against Bleed.
There was no
But
tempo.
they understand what they were lacking,
Yes.
and they played it to the T.
Yes.
I think
It's very, very crisp. what
correct.
They did.
It feels like, you know, if someone beat you with this one strategy, you're in your rank game and looking at that. Maybe I'm just gonna copy and paste how they play, and they receive the blow coming out from, if I'm not mistaken, it was SMG, and they use it to the T. They did well. The adaptation was there.
Yeah, what didn't help for Stellar was the fact that from the side of Alchemy, they picked up 3 very, very comfortable heroes. Edith, Glue, as well as Beatrix for Narcotics as well. I mean, Glue and Edith in the early game, the uber aggression that they provided in the jungle sort of like disrupted Odir Bambi right from the get-go. In 2 minutes, they were up in 2k gold lead. That is a significant amount. And in 6 minutes, they were up in 5k gold. And the snowball didn't stop there.
It just
they
kept
went
going.
all the way. And what I liked about Alchemy was the fact that they were so disciplined. Disciplined in taking down the turrets and backing off at the right time. They didn't stay for too long. They weren't hungry for kills as they were in the game against Bleed. Which is what I like. I think Zookeeper really kept these animals in check. And what
Come on,
he did
can we
right
stop
there-
calling them animals?
But
really?
they were in this game. They were so hyper aggressive. They were rabid. They were like rabid dogs, just wanting to go for the win.
I don't think it's fair to call them beasts or animals? Because I feel like they've proven themselves in terms of the strategy as well, right? They're not just going up like
They were
flare,
tamed.
flare.
They were tamed.
They were tamed.
beasts.
The controlled chaos.
Control chaos.
That's
there
what it
we
is.
go.
That's what it is.
That's why
Ordered
Jace is
chaos.
doing the anchoring, right?
That's why he's anchoring, man. But to be honest, I think everything fell short in the draft.
Okay.
Right? Because Alchemy, they picked up a very, very early game centric, very early game team fight centric draft that they used to their full advantage. So right from the get-go, they went to the jungle, they went to disrupt Odir Bambi, but on the other hand, Stellar, what they did was they picked up that Xavier, they picked up that Claude, very, very late game centric heroes. They didn't go to the late game at all. Where they stuck was in maybe almost the mid game. Remember, Icon was 3-4 levels ahead of Odir Bambi. They were literally stuck in the early game. And what didn't help was the fact that Alchemy, they understood how Chesty rotates and how Chesty plays. Right from the get-go, the bans were Farsa, Valentina, and even the Melissa, understanding that all of them can break the composition that Alchemy has built up.
Yeah, and I also feel like because, you know, Stellar SG has lost the jungle pressure, all the objectives from the turtle, all the lords, I don't think there's any neutral objectives were even secured. No, let me just put it this way: contested by Stellar SG. Right? Literally, Alchemy has full reign of the map. They can do anything, and Chesty unable to rotate. Looking at the items, Vertigo. Let's break that down.
Looking at the item, there's nothing out of the ordinary, apart from Icon's Hunter Strike, right? I thought he was going to go for full tank, but yeah, don't forget, you need that Hunter Strike, you need that extra movement speed. And look at Narcotics right here. I thought Narcotics would have finished his build by now, but yeah, it wasn't complete.
I mean, he was going
with the Fury
going for a Heptasis because of the sniper.
Allow me, the Marksman, to come in here.
Oh, let's go.
That is a BOD, that's a Malefic Roar, that's a Wind of Nature, that's enough damage.
That's enough
that's
damage.
enough damage.
It is.
Play a Heptasis?
Way
just
too
a little
much
bit
damage.
of Heptasis.
The Furry Hammer itself is like a cheap, it's like an attack version of a Steel Leggings as well. It's a very effective item
and
for attack damage, right? The armor penetration and the damage is nutty, and you use that, couple that with Weapon Master as well.
Actually, what I want to point out was Avarice on Glue. We are going to be looking at the post-game stats in just a little while, but see how effective Avarice was on heroes with regen skills or shield skills. That is why, as a marksman, even Claude uses Avarice. Whenever you hit your skills, when you're activating your Blazing Duet, you get a small shield. And this Avarice enables your shield to scale all the way up. I mean, one kill over the side of Stellar. Chu is 0-2-0 in his KDA. It's not very impactful within this game. They have a very, very slow start, but I don't know. This is just a warm-up game for Stellar. Like we all see, like we all know, I'm really, really thinking maybe a game 3 is imminent.
Actually, before we go back into the casters, right, just take a look at the damage dealt. It's a respectable amount of damage that's dealt by Stellar, even though they're like 10k behind, so that's something that they're good. They can output the damage. They can actually handshake these team fights, but Alchemy was the one that triumphed all the way in the end, and the way that Alchemy was able to balance out all the damage, spread it all across the board. And don't forget, Alchemy SG was a very tanky draft, on the couple that with the Cult Altar as well. That's a lot of things that Stellar SG needs to look out for.
Exactly. I mean, that's where the tankiness comes in, right? It does seem like, you know, although they both deal equal damage, but because of that level disparity, you know, Stellar trying to make up for it. That's why the damage is very, very equal, right? But that's where the level disparity come in with their tankiness. But enough of that said, we have the MVP.
Alright, let's take a look at the MVP. It goes over to Bitcoin. The Fermi's Cult Altar has been critical in keeping Alchemy SG alive, because you can see the amount of damage output coming out from Stellar SG without the Cult Altar, without the innate tankiness of Alchemy SG. I don't think, you know, Alchemy SG will be able to handle it, and Stellar SG might have taken this round.
Well, I mean, Bitcoin was in his element, 100% kill participation. Every single time there was a kill, Faramis was there. But not only Faramis alone, there was a roaming quartet. There was 4 people literally roaming around. Glue, very effective in clearing his lane, and immediately goes over to the jungle. So these 4, especially the Martis, the Faramis, the Edith, and the Glue, giving so much impact to the rest of the game. This impact created space and created time for Narcotics to scale up.
Yeah, and not only just that, Faramis is kind of like a small, it's a pseudo-scaling mage, right? As long as you collect those orbs along the way by killing the members, but we'll see more of that in the highlights as we take a look, and I'm gonna get Vertigo to help us break down this different fights.
I mean, looking at the fight right here, look at how Alchemy are shaped up, right? So look at that, the zoning all the way at the front, instantly take out Smelly Cat, and oh dear Bambi is just on a tempo of his own. He's like, oh, hello. And then Ashiru just gets with a knock-up, easy meltdown onto Bambi.
Take a look at all the team fights. They happened in the jungle first. There wasn't much happening in the lanes. They went in, took a fight, and took over the objective. Very, very different from what I saw with the game against B. Take a look at this. They wanted to contest for the orange buff, but with that, Bitcoin and Puski, they had a mission. The mission was to destroy the main damage dealer from the side of Stellar, which was Smelly Cat. They took down Smelly Cat. Chesty was way too far behind because of the range that he's able to dish out. But take a look at this. Every single time there's an objective, they bait out the objective and go for those team fights.
Oh, the Bitcoin double man pull all the way in the front lines though. That just grants and closes up the gap, but we're just gonna ignore Narcotics sniper miss shot. We do not talk about that. But I'm just just pure banter. But props to Alchemy SG. They did so well. They surprised everybody. But
game number 1.
Yeah.
Don't jump the gun right here.
Oh,
Let's
no,
do
no.
game number 2 and
Oh,
the
no.
potential game number 3 going in. We're 1 minute left towards the draw pick. Churros, Stellar SG, how are they going to have to adapt to this?
Well, without a coach, it will be very, very difficult to analyze the game on the macro sense because everyone's just focused on their own micro gameplay, which is what they do very, very well. The only thing I can say as of now for the draft phase is to spread out your win conditions. Don't go too heavy into late games.
Yep. With that said, of course, MPL is nothing without our supporters as well. Frank by OCBC is back with a new season of MLBB card designs for the Frank debit cards. If you notice in front of our desks, it is Skin Heroes. And this time we'll be featuring, hey, put it back. Alright, it will feature heroes with skins for Fanny, Gushin and Leslie, Cho, Esmeralda, and Florin. It's the hero skin version of Esmeralda, mind you. So what are you guys waiting for? Sign up for a Frank X MLBB debit card at go.ocbc.com/MPLSG from now till 7 May 2023. And on top of that, join Frank by OCBC Coin Quest and spend with your Frank card to earn coins and redeem prizes at OCBC. With OCBC, Wisma Atria, or at any Frank stores. Get 1 coin for each $10 spent, and you could possibly walk away with grand prizes such as the Samsung Galaxy S23 256GB, OSIM Youth gaming chair that we're sitting on, Scoot vouchers, and various random MLBB in-game items like the Lightborn and Saber skins. What are you guys waiting for? Go check out the link.
Yeah, I mean, Lightborn skin, they cost like 1,000 gems, along with Saber skins as well.
Yeah, I mean,
says the person that don't buy skins.
I don't own any
would you
Lightborn or okay, I own one Saber, but I got it in a free draw, so
yeah. I mean, the Esmeralda skin is just impeccable.
It's your favorite one.
It's my favorite one. For a period of time, I actually set it as my wallpaper.
Wow, dedication.
Clip that, and we're gonna send it to his girlfriend.
No, I actually photoshopped the face on top of Esmeralda. What? No, that was just
Mixed
a little
feelings,
bit of
feelings.
fun banter all around with that. But let's get back to the game, right? Like, what do you think is gonna be happening, Jace?
I think it's up to Stellar SG to really adapt quicker than this, right? Because I feel like with the lack of a in-game analyst, someone that has a third-person point of view, because when you're playing your role, there's a lot of concentration on exactly what you're gonna do. You don't really know what's going on all across the map, don't really know the pathing of the enemy as well. I think they need to just break it down, slowly digest, and see are there any chinks in the armor for Alchemy SG. So far, what I'm seeing, Alchemy SG is playing to their strengths. They like to fight early, they play at the micro game, and they want it early. And it's snowball out of control. And with that said, game number 2 is on the way.
Let's go, game number 2, and just the same bans again, but this time Sellout bans away that Faramis. They do not want that Faramis in anybody's hands at all, and still targeting that Fanny. Because why do they ban the Fanny? Why do you think that is? Because they do not have an answer to that. And Alchemy as well, banning away the Kaja because they know how crucial a Kaja is. So banning away that Joy as well, because we know how big Bambi's hero pool is.
there is a little bit of understanding
Your
how
team
Stellar
is
thinks.
banning.
Fanny is a known marksman killer, always going straight to that back line and understanding how Stellar plays. They want to put all the eggs in Smelly Cat. I mean, that sounds a little bit weird, but like that is
Your
pretty
team
much
is
how they
banning.
want
Anybody.
evil in day one. So if my hunch is correct, what they want to do is just push Smelly Cat over to his power spikes and then play
See
around
value in
Smelly
me?
Cat. Just
Your
buy
team
enough
is
time,
picking.
create that space for him to farm up, soak up all that damage, eat all those ultimates, which is why they picked up that Fredrin first. But let's take a look at Alchemy. Their bans are Joy, Kaja, and that Wan. They don't want to deal with dashy heroes that annoy you within the jungle, which is basically what they play, the aggression.
Yep, I mean, the Fredrin pick is good, but what would Alchemy do? They could just go for a Martis, right? But they do not need to be scared because they need to secure down on the mage. And as we say, the Farsa is getting locked in. I was just about to say an Eve would be great, but a Farsa has a far higher burst. Honestly,
am the
Farsa
priestess
has a
of primal
far higher
light,
burst and
the
a larger
hunter of
AoE.
all the evil
But look at
gods.
this again, and Edith is a very good flex pick.
Well, I actually like the Edith and Farsa right here. The Farsa, Wings by Wings, enables her to rotate very, very quickly, which is the key factor in solidifying their win against Stellar in game number 1.
Yeah, that's what they
quick
did.
rotations, quick burst damage, quick pokes over to the side of Stellar is going to be very, very hard for them to deal with. Stellar needs to find an answer to that Farsa, at least for now, in phase 1. The Eve is a very good sort of like artillery counter. Every time you see, I mean, this goes way back in M3 where like every time Farsa's picked up, Eve is picked up as a
Your team
and
is
Eve
picking.
is going to be picked up. Chew on his very, very comfort hero, the Lapu Lapu.
Lapu Lapu. Honestly, Sanford make it look great, but then
No, Lapu
is
Lapu is
banning.
broken, so is Sanford, but so is Lapu Lapu.
yeah,
right?
he's just a
The
broken
reason why the
hero.
Lapu
Need some
Lapu is
stitches?
works
I
really
can
well
help. Your
with
team is
Sanford is
banning.
because, there is a Farsa, there is a Bravest Warrior that you can go in to basically push the Predators right
Oh,
away.
that's true.
Then you have the artillery advantage in that Eve to set up a chest.
Your
Chesty
team
played
is
really
banning.
well in day
Thousand
number 1 on that
worlds.
Eve, expecting to
And
see
not
great
a
results
single
coming in.
worthy foe.
Well, I actually like what Alchemy is doing.
Pain
They are just
is the
denying
proof that I'm
is
still
banning.
picking
alive.
up that claw, banning out that Melissa, banning out the Brody, Stellar. They know that Martis is a
They're not
threat.
banning
They want to
marksmen,
take
huh?
that out.
Yeah.
Alchemy, they picked up that Claude. I was gonna think they want to open the,
Now a
they
cat
want to
enters the
bring the
scene.
Beatrix
Your
over
team
the side
is
of Stellar
picking.
because they want to force Smelly Cat to play that Beatrix. Narcotics now, he is a Beatrix main. He knows Beatrix in and out. He knows that Beatrix takes a little bit of time to get at least his Blade of Despair, and that's where his power spike is. So forcing over the Beatrix to Smelly Cat is going to be what maybe it's sort of like a mind game that they want to play.
I feel like I was
Your
about to say
team
the
is
queue is
taking.
open again, but
Wow.
the Grok being instantly picked up here by Alchemy. Really good pick though. You need that AoE, you need that CCs coming out with the Wild Charge and the Guardian Bearer along with Edith.
Now, Stellar, that kind of draft, it smells like an Estes coming out. I'm not too sure whether that's something that Forza plays, but this draft relies on making sure that the Eve remains in the real world manipulation. It's that Fortress kind of playstyle that we've been using in day number 1.
Yeah.
Alchemy has that same thing as well. If you take a look, Zookeeper drafted the Grok all the way in already because they know that he's going to fight everybody in that box, in that fortress. I'm going to send a rock against that wall.
I'm throwing a rock at you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a
actually,
big
I
one.
kind of want to see Fossa with
Okay,
a-
so-
either a Cho or a
There
Jaw
you go.
hit, but
Oh,
he does pick
let's
up that
go.
Cho. And I was going to say, Smelly Cat has been good playing that Moskov.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Moskov needs a little bit of time. He is a glass cannon. I think he hasn't played it yet. This is Moskov
yet.
debut on Smelly Cat, but Moskov has been known as a turret, sort of like a
Turret
turret
hunter.
melter, like a turret hunter. So like, best be sure they're going to be playing a split push kind of composition. Get Fossa to set up plays for Bambi and Chu, get them to soak up the damage, and with Chesty and Smelly Cat being on the back lines, they are able to just slowly poke and melt anybody that comes their way. And this is going to be a front-to-back Stellar play. For the side of Alchemy, though, what they're missing is a backline diver kind of hero. They have a lot of
Blue jungle?
This is interesting because who is going to be the jungle? Maybe Rock Jungle? Blue
Rock jungle. Rock jungle.
Grok jungle,
It's gonna be a
no
Grok
way.
jungle. Bluesky will go onto that glue.
And Ashiro on the
And
road.
Ashiro
Wow.
on the Edith. It's comfort pick. It's like different styles, different strokes,
Mhm.
different. I can't rhyme with that anymore. But like, you get the point. Slightly changed from game number 1, but the essence of game number 1 is still there.
It is still there, but I mean, the snowball is definitely more different right now, right? The snowball is definitely different because we are not that early game. This time, Alchemy has drafted for the late game instead of the early game.
That said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be loading into the Land of Dawn very, very soon. A very interesting draft coming out from Alchemy SG, something that could potentially counter the Estes pick coming out from Forza, but Stellar SG didn't go for it. Instead, it's still a heavy Cho. Yeah, of course, he went for the Cho instead. But of course, this is a very strong front-to-back style coming out from Stellar SG, and of course, it's going to be Alchemy SG that will try to crack it apart.
It will be Alchemy in a game pause. That's a very nice build up to a pause, though. But it's like a pause. Oh man,
I tried.
But it's good. It's good. It was good.
It's a nice what do we call cliffhanger.
Oh yes, it's a good cliffhanger. Oh, we'll bring you guys back on the hype train yet again later when the game resumes. But thank you so much, so much for having so much patience, right? Thank you so much to whoever has stayed, whoever's been commenting on the YouTube, on the Twitch, and everywhere, especially during Rit's watch party as well. Big shout out to him. I love the community now. My love for the community just grows more and more every single day.
And
every single tournament.
Actually, there's also a different community happening outside of Twitch as well. So, I'm really glad that Singapore MLBC is really growing to this extent. And of course, if you guys are on site live in the studio as well, thank you very much for making your time to come all the way down to watch it live. Of course, you'll be able to interact with the players and of course each other to get to know each other face to face. Now we're going to go into a slightly of a troubleshooting, making sure everything is in order, making sure that everything is up to standard, because we need to make sure that this match is fair and square.
Oh man, I have a lot of things to say about this match, and basically, this is the kind of unpredictability that I was sort of looking for when it comes to the drafting phase, especially for Alchemy. The Edith, the Grok, and the Glue. Edith, Grok, and Glue.
They are very good gap closers, right?
They are very good gap closers, very good damage soakers, very good initiators. And the entirety of Alchemy, it kind of seems like Zookeeper has let the floodgates open, and these rabid hunters, they're ready to go. They're ready to run.
They're so aggressive on this, right?
The
Yeah.
pack.
The wolf pack. Yeah, the whole pack coming in, chasing you down to the depths, ripping your flesh off your bones, and leaving that bone.
Do you really have to paint that picture this early in the morning?
No, you have to.
This is way too early for every gamers out there. It's only 11:23. I should be asleep in bed, but of course, you guys are joining us. Thank you very much for waking up early and watching this, but Vertigo too early to paint that Animal Planet picture.
I mean, who doesn't love Animal Planet, right? Especially when you have a Zookeeper. No, that was good. Come on, that was good.
Oh man, this is I apologize, Chase. I shouldn't have gone with the Zookeeper kind of pun I was going for. Metaphor.
It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor, right?
Yeah, but to be honest though, I do favor Alchemy's draft a little bit more. I am a sucker for unpredictability. I'm a huge fan of those off-meta kind of picks. I do like a Grok jungle, although it kind of jungle clears a little bit slower than I am used to, but I kind of like the aggression they bring to the table and the kind of like pathing block that Grok provides as well.
I think the most important thing about that Grok jungle is not to do a full clear on your side. It's to take at least your two main buffs, right? Your purple and your orange, and then just hard invade. Alright, you do have a lot of early game damage. You also have the early game survivability, your NTCC when you're charging it up. And you also got a wall to block, so you can get in and get out easily, but it's also based on the tempo that Alchemy SG sets. Don't forget, the reason I feel like they pick a Farsa this early on as well is to help in the early game skirmishes, because Farsa in the early game does a lot of that.
A lot of damage.
More than the Eve.
And she's very, very fast too. I mean, on the speed rating, once she has her wings by wings, she's able to reposition herself very, very effectively.
Yeah, by default.
Yeah, by default. With her wings by wings.
She start with two skills.
Yeah. Yeah, and like from level 1 from of that matter. But let's take a look over at Stellar's side. I think what they're trying to do, is not to put all their eggs in one basket. What they want to do is go for the objectives, and currently it seems like they want to want to have that zone potential going out, give Moskov that time to farm up. And I think that Moskov is going for the Holy Trinity, the Corrosion Side Demon Hunter Sword, as well as the Golden Staff build. So he's able to just dash continuously once he chains his combos.
Might go for a hard scroll, you know, just to keep him in the game, you know, just in case he's kind of low on HP and you have that attack speed and that life steal. He's just going to keep going and going and going.
I feel like, you know, at this rate, right, I start to see hard scrolls more like a defensive item.
Yeah, it's more of a passive item, right? It's not an offensive item at all.
Yeah,
like, it gives you a little bit of physical.
Sometimes I forgot immortality and just pick up the hard scrolls because it's just, I feel like I just want to stay in the fight longer. And not only just the fact that the passive just provides you so much bonus life steal when you're low, and it could easily turn the tide even better as compared to immortality.
Yeah, immortality and winter truncheon, those are kind of the items that are used situationally. We've seen players who are able to just use their fast, item swap, fast fingers, like Kyrie. But it's really hard to do. I know, like Diablo plays with like 4 fingers. Yesterday I was like down in the ping test area, and then Diablo was just testing out the Benedetta. And I was like, hey, tutor me Benedetta, and he was doing like 4 fingers, and I was like, okay, I'm out.
The moment he puts on his hands on 4 fingers, just like
Okay. And each one of those fingers has a mind of their own. They're all doing different things all at once. It's like, if I want to emote, if I want to buy an item, and if I want to move, as a Benedetta uses 3. So the emote finger is the index finger. He just scrolls it up.
A dedicated finger for emotes.
Yes.
Always have a dedicated emote and recall finger.
Oh yeah. Maybe like you want to recall maybe 4 fingers to get the and then you have like that basic attack item, the recall finger.
I'm a thumb player, right?
Same.
I'm just a thumb player.
This is because we're old.
Hey, don't reveal my age on stream. Don't reveal my age.
I realized Diablo has a very unique grip, right? Like with the folds.
No, the most unique
he holds
grip.
it like this.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, he holds it with his left hand. He plays like this,
I didn't know that.
and then he plays 4 finger like this. Right, so he holds his hand over. People usually is under, right? His is over.
I gotta pay attention. I gotta pay more attention to Diablo already. But of course, I still feel like the most interesting grip is too powerful. Plays on the table, you know.
Oh,
he doesn't even grip.
he
doesn't even
does.
grip the phone. He just uses he lays the phone down and then he just uses his finger to move on top.
Interesting. Actually, I like this kind of like discussions where like you have like different players having different styles of holding, different grips as well. I know like Kyrie, I was watching one of his hand cams. The way he warms up is during the
during the team selection.
The team selection was just warming up his fingers, just like
whoa.
even his fingers need to be warmed up.
In the meantime, for me in team selection, sometimes I can't find that.
And
he's like,
Ben Carey, where's Carey? Ben Carey, where's Carey? Where is he? Oh,
and then you panic.
And then you miss
bit.
the band.
Yeah. Fair.
And then you miss the band. You're like, hey. Sorry guys, I missed the band. I didn't know where Harry was. I don't know how the icon looks like.
Is it under the tank?
Is it under the tank, the support? Oh, it's a mage! Oh wait, no.
Oh dear lord. But of course, you know, we're still making sure that the game are, you know, properly set up, optimized.
You have
for
to
the
have
play.
optimize your graphics, optimize your sound. Jace, you know what I'm talking about.
Oh dear. Yeah, I know what you're trying to talk about, because when we're doing the sound check, I think we should actually pull some parts out, because whatever we say on mic is hilarious. So it was the sound check, right? And Abstract, me and Churros were on the desk, and we're just like doing sound check and just making sure that all the sounds are well and everything, the balance is okay.
And then, the funniest thing was the
I've
screen
watched it.
just turned into that settings page, and then Abstract, there was a moment of silence, that 3 seconds of silence, and Abstract just blurted out, and we started casting what the producers were doing, just trying to adjust the sounds and adjust the graphics, because all of that really do change and really affects the quality of the game. So like, we do want both of these teams to have like a really neutral ground when they're playing with each other. But
Seconds
I
till
mean,
the
we don't have
enemy
to wait any
reaches the
longer.
battlefield.
Let's get back to the game.
Smash
Jace,
them.
Thank you
what do
very
have
much,
for us?
Churros. We're on to back into game as well. It is going to
Welcome
be
to
game number 2
Mobile
between Dark
Legends.
SG going up against Alchemy SG. A very aggressive draft, early game draft coming out from Alchemy SG. They need to execute it to the T, and they're doing it right now.
Yeah, I mean, Stella, they finally discerned the pattern already. They saw that hard invade coming, but
Early
Forza
flickers, though.
forced to go all the way back, and he is so low. But check this out, Joe forces the flicker yet again. Look at this early game aggression from Alchemy and Bitcoin, already at level 2. They are looking for first blood though.
Pretty cool. The graphics not even up. We've already burned 2 flickers. The 2 already super low. It's just only 1 done. Bitcoin just need to go in and sneeze. But it's so funny that Stellark is just trying to stay alive.
There we
going
go.
over to the side of Alchemy. Bitcoin takes a little bit of punishment, but here comes the 3 Musketeers of Stellark. They're looking to try to punish. And oh my god, this time around, it's going to be a turnaround for Stellark SG. Stellark SG will be able to catch Brewski, and Bitcoin at the same time will be catching 2 members for the prize of 1. Stellark is kind of smiling, I would say.
Yeah, Stellark is smiling. There was a little bit of too much over-aggression on Alchemy, so they need to know when to put a handle on it. Although, you know, it was just pure, you know, like I couldn't even get out. Like there's nothing I could even do.
I can't believe the fact that we burned 2 flickers, we have 3 casualties.
And the graphics not even.
The graphics not almost, is just barely up, of course. But then thank you very much, our producers as well. But, you know, looking at the broader picture right here, not really happy the fact that, you know, Icon was passing around. He didn't actually join in the team fight as well. He's already hit level 4 though. But take a look at the emblem that he selected, Vertigo.
Yep. Oh, look at I don't know how to feel about this, man.
What do you feel about this?
It's giving me hopes.
What hope?
I love it. Like I'm very high on
False
the
hope?
Good hopes. I'm literally on top of the mountain of hopium. I'm on Mount Hopium right now, and we'll flip back.
That's something that Stella just
Wow.
going into. That's a lot of damage in the early game. This is exactly what Alchemy is looking out for. That's a jungler from the side of Stella already down. Alchemy SG will be able to secure the turtle, and Puski splitting off.
Oh.
He's going for back for the re-engage, putting Forza all the way back to the front line.
Oh,
Nightfall coming
no.
up with Icon as well.
Hero has been
Forza
slain.
should hold, but to no avail. Once again, Alchemy SG gets the efficient trade.
Wow. Puski, what was that? The way he just locked onto Forza with the split and pull him over, and then look at how Icon uses the wall to his advantage as well, and even use it for the Lord Dance. And with that wall charge, it just looks so painful. I couldn't even like blink. Like the moment that wall charge came in from Icon, I was like, yeah, nope, that wall charge just totally messed up them.
Yeah, but let's take a look at let's take a step back already. I know there's a lot of action packed for the first 3 minutes, but I want to talk about more about the items and the emblems as well. Okay, that's a wild charge going in this early on.
Yeah, this is very early.
A bit of a skirmish happening. Stellar SG is just returning the meta as well. That's the damage. That's a kick from Forza right back into safety. Chesty coming in with the real world
Red team
manipulation.
hero
Will be
has
finally
been
raining
slain.
down damage on top of that rock. That is a little bit personal.
That is a little bit of a personal move right there, but taking a look at the emblem. Ooh, with a Brave Smite as well. Oh, Tenacity, sorry.
Yeah, but Mage, Demon Slayer for the side of Icon as well. But hold on a second, Blazing Duet happening for Narcotics as well. 3 members on the bottom side. They need to make sure that Medicat gets as much gold plating as possible. But take a look on the other side of the map. Alchemy SG returning the favor.
Yep, returning the favor in return. They're trying to hunt down Onsu and his warrior though. But Alchemy, what is their main purpose here? To gain map control of the next turtle coming up. They are macro focused now.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? Like Alchemy SG. Yes, it's a little bit awkward they're not providing cover for the main damage dealer, but technically Eden does a lot of damage. But thinking about Eden, actually coming on the back lane as well. Odin Vega gets knocked down a little bit low. True coming in from the flank, but will not be able to stun as well. And now Shiru will be trying to go back into the human form, spreading out damage. But Odin Bambi lost his life in while trying to take the purple buff, but the fight is not over yet. Chesty coming in with world manipulation. Forza is riding them slow and heal. No wing by wing for Bitcoin to fly away. But Alchemy SG still gets the turtle secured.
Yep, and I just noticed something though. Double Purify coming out for
Red
Alchemy,
team has
and just
slain
like
the
that.
turtle.
That's why the Demon Hunter was there. He just wanted to secure Ashiru flickering.
Oh, this is a little bit personal. True and Forza, they're hunting.
team
Ashiru
hero
has
has
finally go
been
down this
slain.
time round. 3 Musketeers. This is the tempo that Stellark desperately needs in game number 1. They were caught off guard, and I feel like they're like, okay, you know what? We gotta calm down, and we gotta go even for more. Forza coming in. Oh, the catch is going in, but still kicks Bitcoin all the way to the other side. Right into
Red
Odin
team
Babby,
hero
though.
has
I thought
been
that was a
slain.
wrong kick by Forza.
That was an excellent kick just to get it out of the way, but Medicat runs a little bit low. Oh, he gets him with a split, and just like that. Killing spree coming out Oh my god. Pooski 4-1-0 right now on the side of Alchemy, but Stellar, they do have a very, very nice lead.
Red
But
team
it's just a
turret
very
has been
small lead though, but
destroyed.
it could be converted. There we go. We hit our first 4 digits. Okay, just as I said, it just drops back down.
Okay, you know what? It's all about trading for both
Yeah.
trading easy for now, but once again, the kicks coming up from
Red
Farsa, and
team
Bitcoin
hero
goes down
has
once
been
again.
slain.
It's a 4 death Farsa,
Wow.
and it's not looking well, especially if you want this Farsa scale all the way to mid-phase. Take a look at his counter pipe bounce. Before that, it's going to be true with the stun, flicker forward aggressively. Narcotics and Ashiro needs to run for the hills. Farsa and Audio Baby. Oh no, Audio Baby, he's still looking for the chase though, but with the BMI, Narcotics gets away.
Very well done there by Ashiro as well. Knocking up Bambi just to keep him out of his hair and keep him out of Narcotics' hair. And Alchemy is looking a little shaky right now.
Looking a little bit shaky, no doubt, but I mean, Pooski, on the other hand, has done tremendous job using that glue lane bullying, but unfortunately lost the top side turret for now. So even though Alchemy was super aggressive, I think their hyper aggression has costed them too much infrastructure.
Too much infrastructure, and honestly, take a look at the bottom lane as well. The bottom lane has been taken down as well. The tail one bottom turret has been taken down, and look, Stellar has more macro than Alchemy.
Yeah, and that's where, you know, the experience, that's where the veterancy comes into play, right? Alchemy, they were in the driver's seat in the early game. I thought they had, well, they burned so much resources from the side of Stellar, but Stellar is like, okay, I got my composure, and I finally
Blue team
take
turret has
first
been
neutral,
destroyed.
Objective off.
Blue team has slain the
Finally.
turtle.
So Alchemy, what is going on in their head right now? They're like, okay, we can let this turret go. Let's just start pushing because we have not touched a single turret at all.
They need to trade neutral objective for turrets as of now, but look at how Alchemy SG is pathing a little bit of confusion. And Stellar is just hard invading with these 3, right? Look at how they're pathing 4 by 1 through off the other side of the map, creating pressure on the strong side. Because Stellar is focusing on the bottom, that's 4 men, seeing everything around the side.
Yep, Chesty 3-0-4 right now, especially with Mystery Shop as well. Oh, that's not gonna look good. It's gonna look amazing. It's just a walk in the park for Chesty right now.
Chesty should have the better scaling in this particular part right now.
Yeah.
Bitcoin needs more farm, and of course a little bit more damage. I think the Purify was a little bit overkill coming out from Alchemy. I feel like the Flicker should be better because there's so many people from the side of Stellar will chase you down, especially Forza. As the kicks though has been, well, not say the kicks, I would say the knockups are actually quite on point. And it's sometimes a little bit awkward, but sometimes it's also luck that Audio Bambi was just in that area and Forza lands that kick.
Exactly, and there was a very precise kick coming out from Forza as well. The way of the dragon, the knockups, amazing. But let's just take a look at the items right now. Coming up for both of them.
Wait, look at the item build coming out from Icon, right? That's the Molten Core and the Blade of Happy.
Wow,
It feels like a little bit all over the place, but speaking about all over the place, Ashiro, nice knockup right there, but it's going to be 4 members. Bitcoin providing the covering fire. Icon looking for the weird wall on top of that wall. Icon spins, but Forza will be able to dash over live.
That was a...
Why do you build a wall on the wall?
It's a double wall. It's an extra wall. Oh, yet again, they love to play around this area, and a good knockup there onto Forza looks like Icon.
But that's happening on the park though, so Forza should be able to pull out away. Holding it back for the perfect providing that. But while all this is happening, take a look at the real thing.
Red
that
team
Stellar is
turret
trying
has
to do.
been
Smelly Cat
destroyed.
breaks through the mid lane.
Yep, Smelly Cat breaks through the mid lane, and this is the whole purpose of that Moskov, right? Just like Churro said, constantly melt down their turrets, turret hunter, and, you know, just pure focus on the macro.
Yep.
Going to go into a loud mode.
Oh, Stellar is ahead in terms of the building this round. Up this particular sequence. Forza and Chesty providing the wall icon, using the wall to scout instead. But the rest of our
Blue team has slain the Lord.
letting Stellar take the lore right now, and Forza jumping all the way. Concussive Blast will not be able to land down. Chesty coming in with a real world manipulation. Look at the members of True, and of course Audio Bambi coming all the way, and he forms a reinforcement. Alchemy as this is not the place for them to fight. Pooski burns some flicker to try, and with the split just to try to get away. The spear will not be able to connect as Pooski goes back into safety, but the damage has been done. Bottom lane's taken down.
Yep, bottom lane being
Blue
taken
team
down
turret
right
has
now, but
been
Alchemy,
destroyed.
they're trying to do a little bit of a damage control here, taking down the tier 1 top turret, and they're forced to go all the way back into the base. And it does look like the tier 2 turret is in a lot of danger. And yes,
Red team
down
turret
it
has been
goes.
destroyed.
And then tier 2 mid turret finally going down into Smelly Cat here. He might be trying to go for that nice little pressure onto the bottom turret here, bottom tier 3.
So with the pressure finally built, independent on Bitcoin, this could be big damage as well as long as he lands down the better airstrike. But look at Chu, he's already got the Antina shield ready to go. But here we go, here's the real fighter as well. Odin maybe charging in, and Chu will be dead. Pookie trying to split and trying to be kicking off by Fossa right off the bat. But now Chesney has provided so much space for Stellar to pull the real man, which is to take down one member and of course to break apart at least 2 turrets from the side of Alchemy SG.
Turrets being taken out of the map right there. Alchemy has their back against the wall. 6k goal lead for Stellar right now, but all they are doing all they can to do to defend that last tier 3 turret.
Single turret is the single bastion of Alchemy, right? Like, right now, they've completely lost every jungle pressure, and then we start to question, is this rock jungle actually effective from Alchemy?
I think they're envisioning the Grok coming up that first kill, spinning, and then going down with their retribution because they want to go for Maxwell, but it does not seem like
Narcotics and of course Pooski, I think those are big items going in. Icon going straight for the BOD. That's a damage build from the side of the Rock. And of course that damage because armor and Alchemy G. They can't do anything. They have to stay in base.
Yeah, they have to stay in base. This is
it's
their
house
only
arrest.
chance. This is house arrest. They have to stay at home. There's nowhere they can go but wait for the minions to come in, and that's their only form of resources because Stella is doing it very, very well. They are depriving all of those resources and, just not allowing Alchemy to, balance out that goal lead that they have. So Stella, a very good job and props to them. Holding the lead very well.
Nothing to be done on the map from both these two teams. Stellar just, starving it out. They have to try to freeze. I don't really like how Stellar is allowing to crash into Alchemy. They want to try to pull the members of Alchemy out of the comfort of their base, and then after that, shove very quickly, go straight in for the Lord, spawning in less than 5 seconds.
And they will be coming out for the Lord. They're just playing it very Alchemy, they can only wait for the Lord to come in and then take the fight in their base.
Yeah, well, Alchemy is defending. Stellar will be working on that. But take a look. Remember, it's not the main damage dealer from the side of Stellar, and Smelly Cat can always pounce on anyone, stun him up.
Blue team has slain the Lord.
Now, Alchemy has to forfeit that Lord over to Stellar.
They have to, right? And especially with a Moskov right now, he is online. Level 15 max level on Smelly Cat on that Moskov is gonna start to hurt. It's already hurting. He can melt down anybody at all, just literally anybody. Unless you get blade armor, so it kind of some sort of negates blade armor and an anti-curious. Maybe somewhat helps to negate that.
Yeah, it's a slow burn for the side of Alchemy SG as well. Right now, both these 2 turrets are already gone. They also have to defend against a Lord that's marching all the way down. Yep, you can build a wall, but there's just the slow coming out from Chu. It's going to slow and delay the Lord coming in as well. Focusing on the top side turret.
Red team base turret has been destroyed.
Set it up, and here comes the airstrike. Will not be able to connect anything as well. Fossa will be there to cancel it off. Audio maybe all the way to the back line. Now Narcotics going to have to EMI all the way. Fossa and still looking a little bit healthy as well, but Pooski jumps all the way in on top of Smelly Cat. Tries to drag it back to the team. Burst the flicker for the side of the Smelly Cat as well, but Pooski is sending out damage. Chu is trying to cleave, but Smelly Cat will be able to outplay Pooski all the way to the back line. But look at the front line for the side of Alchemy SG. The members of Alchemy SG has already started to fall, and now Stella will turn this process all the way on top of Pooski. Instead, it is going to be a slow death for Pooski. As Narcotics, what can you do? You don't really have to be blazing duet as well. Have to be MI all the way back, but look at Fossa flickers forward, and Narcotics will fall. And now Stella has nothing left but to take down the core and take game number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, first game of number 3 in Season 5.
Yes, first game 3 in Season 5.
Victory!
Very well done to Stella.
That's what you said for the past 2 games.
Red team hero has been slain.
they were a little bit too overconfident because they think they knew how to break Stellar in game number 1, but game number 2, they executed it a little bit too harshly. They tried to focus fire on EXP lane, which wasn't much of an impact in game number 2. But on the other side, though, they do want Glue to scale up as much as he can, and Glue, he was very, very hard to handle, and this was, Puski was a player that you don't want to give him a Glue. He was so in his element, he was so in his zone, he was taking on 5 members, he had a split twice within maybe 20 seconds within that last team fight to defend their base, but ultimately Stellar overcame this, and they basically won the game. So yeah, a lot of very, very good plays, a lot of focused, objective plays coming in from Stellar.
Yep. I mean, let's take a look at the items, right? Vertigo, I think it's not about the items anymore.
No.
I think it's all about down to the execution. But regardless, anything that jumps out, yes, my Heart's Claws.
Yeah, the Heart's Claw. I told you, it's a must for a Moskov to have a Heart's Claw. You don't see a Moskov without a Heart's Claw, right? Because how else would he be able to stay in a fight like that? Right? How else would he be able to stay in the fight?
I think Smelly Cat really played out of his mind this game. He knows that he is one of the main objective takers, and he needs to get to level 15, and he needs to get all his core items as fast as he can. What he did was that when Glue, Edith, and Farsa, Bitcoin, Ashiru, and Puski went up to that EXP lane, he farmed on 2 lanes. So when you guys were casting, I was observing how Smelly Cat rotated. Once he finished up with that gold lane, he moved over to the mid lane, and then once that mid lane was cleared, he went down. Take a look at the damage dealt. Smelly damage dealt was 172,000 by the side of Stellar, which was quite a bit. Chesty again, 100% kill participation along with Fossa, and Chesty was so phenomenal with this game with a utility Yi. Rich Guy, Smelly Cat with 771 gold, and this was what he was doing all throughout this game. Alchemy, though, having trouble converting all those kills, all those 8 kills into objectives. The damage to tower, a little bit lacking for the side of Alchemy. They did want to set the tempo, they had the idea, but Stellar, ultimately, they adapted to the situation and they understood what they needed to do.
Yeah, and this reminds me about, you know, back in the good old days when I was still studying, right? Like, in order to master a skill, you need to master multiple facets of it. You cannot just master one part of that skill and then try to do it, you'll fail. You need to master, like, for example, if this skill takes 10 points, right? You need to know all these 10 points properly before trying it. You can't be, you know, only mastering 5 and then try to go for the exam and you will fail. But with that said, let's take a look at the MVP of this particular game.
I'm saying it's Chesty.
I would say it's either Chesty or Fossa because Fossa set up really well, but of course Chesty once again will take the spotlight.
Oh man, this was like the 3rd game in a row that, not in a row, but like 3rd game he has 100% kill participation. Remember yesterday?
Exactly.
Yesterday, the game against Evo, Chesty on the Eve was just so impactful, just changing the pace of the game. The utility that he provides with this Eve is just so comfortable with this hero.
Yeah, it's like what I said, this is a bit too early for some of the players to be online and playing as well, especially in competitive. Game number 1 felt like a warm-up for Stellar SG, cracking the backs just a little bit. They need to sit on that, you throw chairs. And then Alchemy SG on the other hand, you know, in 2nd game, I just feel like they need to try to just hold on a little bit. I feel like they can do it. They just need to make sure they use the different things they've learned in the same game.
It's just a lot of different adaptations coming in from Stellar, but let's take a look at the highlights real quick. I'm going to break it down what Stellar did right from that get-go. This was the first turtle fight, if I'm not mistaken. What Bitcoin did was just to try to zone out Chesty, but Chesty was way ahead. The roll manipulation lasts longer than the Feather Airstrike in any sense at all. And Chesty, Chu, what they did was they came in, got what they needed, and get out. They didn't want to overstay their welcome. This was another fight within the the purple buff. But take a look at how Fossa and Chu are. They try to go for Bitcoin because they know that Bitcoin will be the main sort of like game changer. Yeah, one of the game changers. Secondary carry. What Bitcoin will do as this Farsa is use that Feather Airstrike to a utility type of potential, zone everyone out of their buffs. But then again, they neglected one core player, which is Smelly Cat.
Yeah, and Smelly Cat just went to town. He just kept going and going and going. And look at that. By the time Smelly Cat is dead, the rest of the team on the side of Stellar is still nice, well, and alive. And just like that, it's gone. The game just goes away.
Oh, this was the play by Foster, just wanting to send a statement to Alchemy. This is, you know, the first game was a warm-up. I'm not here to play with you guys. I'm here to win. And Foster, he wanted to take Narcotics out. He didn't have to because the turret was going down.
But he still wanted to take
but
out
he still
Narcotics.
wanted to send this statement. And the statement was sent. Alchemy will feel the pressure right now. All both teams need to do is reset.
Yep, but of course, you know, taking a look at the push and pull between these two teams, you see growth in Alchemy SG, and you see in Stellar SG waking up. In game number 3, which team shall be taking the points? Which team will need to go back and reflect as well? With that said, let's take a 5-minute break. Don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back for more. Oh boy, welcome back. This is a game number 3, ladies and gentlemen, between Alchemy SG going up against Stellar SG. Alchemy SG took game number 1, and Stellar SG took game number 2. Stellar SG, they're a sleeping dragon, and they woke up.
They're like, "Rawr." They're like,
A bunch of dragons versus a pack.
oh, wolf pack. Oh, wolf versus
man.
dragon. I don't know who will win.
I mean, it's all about pacing, and I feel like personally it is Stellar SG experience in the game and in these kind of matches that kind of allow them to basically turn it around. Don't forget, even Alchemy SG in game number 2, it was promising in the first 3 minutes.
It was
100%.
very promising.
Burnt 2 flickers, punished the top side, burnt also in hard invade audio Bambi, but their aggression got heavily punished for those.
Yeah, 100%. I definitely agree with you about the aggression, the adaptability with Stellar, and their experience even from playing 1 season ago. The chemistry being bonded together, they know what they needed to do, and they sort of like enabled them to recreate another scenario in their head. So, you know, like Doctor Strange reading thousands of possibilities, they knew what was going to happen. They knew that they were going to be hard invaded either on both lanes or even in the jungle, but they read Alchemy SG's mind. Now, what Alchemy SG needs to do, they won the first game. They're a little bit overconfident. They think they cracked Stellar's armor, but they got punished for it, for lack of a better term.
So now it's just a small little bump in the road for Alchemy SG, right? It's just like a pop-up. And maybe, they just not say maybe, but I feel like they cannot get phased by it. They need to make sure that they maintain that momentum. They did really well in game number 1. They just need to find that mojo right back again. But of course, this time around, Stellar SG knows what's going on, and they'll be hyper cautious going into game number 3 as well. You probably send multiple people down to protect Audio Bambi to make sure that he gets his first few camps. But of course, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, game number 3, the drafting phase is on.
Like I said before, tempo is the name of the game. Right now, there's a lot of heroes that are on the pool to be to have the opportunity to be banned out. Maybe the Glue, maybe the Eve, maybe even the Valen and the Paramus, which is incidentally the first phase ban for both teams. Now, Alchemy takes out the Valentina, knowing that, you know, Chesty is going to be one of the main impact players for the side of Stellar. And for the side of Stellar, though, they take out Paramus
See
because
value
they know
in me?
Bitcoin, the
Your
mid lane,
team
is
is
going to
banning.
be a
You
problem for
should.
them. Now, Alchemy, they don't want to deal with a Fredrin because they know the power
Sir,
that Fredrin has.
what's your
the ability
command?
of
Your
him to
team
be
is
a
banning.
soft sponge, in a sense, able to eat up any ultimates that you throw at him and throw down that hammer.
And they're still banning away that Fanny yet again. But I do not know what their issue with Fanny is. I do not know what's Stellar's issue with Fanny. It's just maybe they, you know, they couldn't find a actual counter or a what do I do with a Fanny?
Well, with a Fanny, the soft counter is suppression. What you want to do is have a Kaja at the ready with you. But Alchemy, if they don't ban out a Yeet, which causes
Your
trouble
team is
for
banning.
themselves, it's going to be very tough on them. Or ban out the Farsa, and since they have first pick, they will pick out a Yeet to deny Chesty of that opportunity. If Stellar knows that Alchemy is not going to be picking up that Yeet, Chesty wants to go for that because utility is what kept them alive for game number 2.
I mean, I think they very good point to leave out the Kaja because you know you're on first pick, so Stellar might ban away that Kaja.
Or maybe even Blue. Blue was a
yeah.
big problem for Stellar, even in game number 2 to a certain extent. Kuski was able to do
This
a
time,
lot of things in the
Your
backline.
team
So
is
if they
picking.
leave it open, they're gonna ban away the Savior instead, leaving the Kaja, the Blue, the Edith really wide open.
I think they should prioritize on the Glue more because the Kaja may not be as of a threat because they do not, you know, they're not playing that Fanny, they're not playing any sort of heroes that are very squishy.
Yeah, you know, Joy is still open as well. There's a lot of options that both teams can actually
Oh, wait.
Time to drop
So,
the beat of the
Alchemy,
flag.
Joy and the 1-1.
Is
Yeah.
1-1. So, Stellark, they might prioritize a Glue or the Edith or the Kaja. Actually,
I
there's a
am
lot,
power
there's a
Kaja.
lot open up.
To me,
1-1 is
Your
also
team
up.
is
Cat
banning.
is going to be situated on that one. It's sort of like the El Mano fighting
El
fire
Mano.
with fire, a Joy versus a 1-1, Dashi versus Dashi.
Let the floodgates open.
Oh, everything is out of the gates.
These two heroes has 100% pick ban rate, right? And mostly bans And finally, we get to see it in game number 3 in week 1, day 2 for this particular match.
Now, the onus is on Alchemy. They have the upper hand right now. They can pick out
Wow.
deny pick B from the hands of Chesty. Best be sure, Chesty definitely wants to be able to pick that up. And now Glue is open on the table as well. So they have a lot of, they don't have a lot of options here. But they already solidified that Melissa is going to be the one that is going to be going
I
to
will
the hands of
protect you.
Narcotic. So Glue or
Your
Eve,
team
they
is
want to go
X.
for
Oh.
Lolita, which is
Among
sort
the
of like a soft
planes
counter
exists.
for
Your
1-1. And like I
team
said,
is
It's the log.
Eve-
Which
No, it's
I
not.
Eve
It's a
is
counter.
log. It's Yves is going to be picked up with by Chesty. 100% kill participation for 3 games on that Yves alone. If he plays his cards right, this will be another steady win for the side of Stella.
Yep, it is going to be nice, easy and steady for Stellak as well. But you can see Chu right on the screen here, just thinking about life. He's like, who should I ban? Who should I ban?
You know, they have the first pick too, so they
yeah.
could open Glue and
Leave-
ban out
yeah.
other types of mages. So right now, they are lacking a mage, so I think...
They can
okay, Xavier's off the tables, Farsa's off the tables, Yves is off the tables. What kind of other mages? Julian could be a good,
Your
good pick for
team
them.
is
Mortis
banning
has been giving them a lot of trouble in game 1, so it's still wide open for them. A 10 ban is very instrumental in changing the tide of battles.
But yeah, they're going to go for the Martis ban. Like you said, Jeros, they go for that Martis ban. They might be going for a... They might... Okay, Alchemy has to ban the Glue here, right? They have to ban the Glue.
That's what I think too, because Stellar has the first phase pick.
Your team
Point
is
out all the
banning.
injustice in the
second
world.
phase. It's very
Your
difficult
team
because
is
right now
banning.
Stellar, they're just banning out the jungles because they know that they don't want they need Bambi to be straight. He needs Bambi to steadily compose himself and farm up. But right now what Alchemy is trying to do is ban out that Cho, maybe target the roam position, but it doesn't make any sense because Foster's already picked up that Kaja. Why ban out a Cho?
Yeah, maybe they might... Bambi might try for the Cho jungle again.
Oh, fair.
Yeah,
Cho jungle is
that's-
what they played for.
Yeah, they did play that yesterday. They might go for the Cho jungle again. That's why Alchemy is going to go for the ban on the Cho jungle.
There is still a lot of jungle heroes wide open. Bambi has been one of his signature picks is a Karina.
Your
Karina
team is picking.
is a very strong bursty hero, able to melt down Joy, disengaging her from running around. But Chu, we might be able to see a Phobius here. I'm crossing my fingers. I really like a good Phobius play. Jays, you're just very confused right now. What do you think?
I'm not confused. I'm just very clear the fact. Yeah, okay, fine. If there's one confusion I have, Alchemy first picked the Joy. Immediately, Stellar responded to Kaja. I think it's a little bit too early for Alchemy to review the Joy this early on. But at the same time, I also understand if you open that Joy, Stellar can take that Joy for themselves.
Well, now Glue is wide open. Chu is just waiting on that.
Your team is
But
picking.
Bambi is going to be solidifying his pick on the Hayabusa, which leaves, now that Glue wide open, will Alchemy still continue? You know, don't fix what's not broken. Just play along with what you have, but maybe they're trying to bait that out. Right now, Veramis, the soft counter for Glue is off the tables. What can they do? Vertigo, what is your thoughts on all of this?
I think the Joy might go EXP. I
Definitely-
think the Joy might go EXP.
Joy is
Joy can go EXP,
Joy
right?
is EXP.
Is EXP, okay. So,
The Joy jungle doesn't work as well.
yeah.
Joy EXP, you got more dashes, especially with the creeps around, and then you can just do a lot of damage out with your enemy EXP.
I mean, and you got Vengeance as well.
Yeah, it opens up.
Oh!
Wait, what?
Hanzo? And the Lunox! Oh, we
What
have
you've
the
been waiting for,
Lunox!
Vertigo.
Yes, the Hanzo and the Lunox.
What do you know about Hanzo? How do you think it's going to change this entire gameplay?
I just know that it's very disgusting. This
It
Hanzo
is.
is just going to be such a pesky annoyance, and it's just going to deny buff. Can you tell what Alchemy SG is doing? They're trying to deny Hayabusa's buff.
Yeah, in the early stage of the game, playing to Alchemy's strength, playing as an aggressive front line or aggressive invade kind of strategy makeup, Alchemy is going to try this again. I'm not surprised if Bitcoin and Icon and Puski go along with Ashiru just to try to deny the early game bugs, try to get that early game snowball. And Jace, you're a little bit unsatisfied with
Why do you keep putting negative connotations on me? What is
Ooh, but the Terisla last pick though for Stella.
Okay, looking at how the draft is going down, another question is for the side of Alchemy is like, okay, before locking in the Lunox, yes, I have to agree, Stellar SG doesn't really have a solid tank. So the Lunox going in, there's no one that you can actually shred. You can only shred at most the Terisla, at most the Kaja. But yeah, you do have the escape mechanism with your Brilliance against the 1-1 and the Hayabusa and the Eve as a boost.
Of course, the 1-1 is going to be a huge problem for the side of Alchemy. Alchemy is trying to get the focus onto that 1-1, knowing that Smelly Cat is going to be playing very, very safe in the early game. But right now, we just have to wait and see. We're jumping into game number 3, ladies and gentlemen.
That's it, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 3, the first one to many. Of course, MPL SG Season 5. This is Alchemy SG going up against Stellar SG. And for your information, the only time the Hanzo was pick and ban, apart from this, was in day 1, SMG SG banned the Hanzo from Alchemy SG.
Exactly, and it does seem like that Hanzo is a very nice comfort for Alchemy SG, but take a look at this. High and dry for Bambi, high and dry for Icon.
Assassinations will be happening this time around. It's an assassin jungler versus an assassin jungler. And knowing that, you know, Stellar tried to hard invade, but Icon should be able to out-farm the aggression from Stellar SG.
Yeah, he should be able to out-farm him. I mean, look at him. He already completed his main goal, his main 2 buffs. And he's just on his merry way to just, you know, like, I'm just on my way already. And then, take a look at this. Puski is enjoying his time. Enjoying, look at that.
A little bit inside.
Yeah, but he's enjoying his time, but take a look at his Alchemy yet again. Bitcoin with that rotation on their Luna, already hitting that level 3. And take a look at Forza and Smelly Cat. Still, Smelly Cat barely just reached level 3.
Shiro taking the scenic tour from the enemy base. Oh, the Bambi, the Hayabusa's going up. Throwing the shurikens, nothing will stick for now. 20 seconds, around 20 seconds on that clock for that first neutral fight. It is going to be Puski over fight, securing the Little Wonder for now. Nothing to do for now, but both of these assassins are already level 4.
Exactly, level 4 assassins. That's going to be a big problem though, but Bitcoin, Shadowkill is going to be able to secure him down, and just like that, a little bit of misstep by Bitcoin as well.
Yep, over aggression by Bitcoin, and not only just that, give the kill over to this Hayabusa high and dry. He's got a snowball right here, Audio Bambi, and not only just that, you don't really have you have a slow Lunox walking up to the total fight. Oh, it's not lost just off yet, but Icon already go into its shadow form, try to look for pickup right here. The dash coming out from Audio Bambi as well. It is also Icon looking for more kills around that, but he's gonna be a little bit bad in terms of trying to find a kill. Will be also losing the turtle in the hands of Stellar SG. Chu a little bit low as well. Will be able to walk out alive. Will be able to safely recall out of there. Shiro will go down.
Oh, what a misstep though. I mean, it does seem like Puski just managed to get out of the dodge right in time, but Ashiru, he has no escape mechanism. He was just there, and then the Divine Judgment just came in from Forza, dragging him into the turret's nose, and down he goes.
Icon was focusing mostly on the kills instead of the objectives, allowing Audio Bambi just to shadow in, pick up that trajectory, and then run away. And that's where, you know, the decision making coming up from Audio Bambi will be very helpful. Now, Icon still does have a faster wave there. Take a look at this. Level 6 in Icon right now. Audio Bambi barely hits in 6 as well.
Just hitting 6. And take a look at Icon here. Might try to go down onto Smelly Cat as well. A lot of damage coming up, but no, Icon forced to go back. Hitjutsu is a little bit wasted right there.
This could be temple for the side of Stellar to try to return this. Just one big ultimate being burned away. Audio Bambi just showing face just a little bit, and Stellar has.
Yep, and take a look at Puski here, still dashing away. And Chu, he's like, try to catch me if you can. If you land that penalty zone, you land. If you don't, too bad.
But that's a big lockdown coming out from Chu on top of Puski. goes in, but Icon, not enough blood, not enough blood in his passive. He can't really find the fight.
There was just not enough passive coming out from Icon though, but it does seem like they are on a little bit on a suffering side though.
Audio Bambi, he's coming in,
Oh,
the Shadow
from the
going
back.
in, the suppression going out on top of the Ashiru instead. Audio Bambi will go into the Shadow kill as well. We'll be able to pick out Ashiru at the same time. Pooski dashes in a little bit too late for the party.
Pooski, a little late to the party right there, and Ashiro goes down yet again. Narcotics, 4 minutes in, is secured onto the Corrosion side.
I don't understand what's Icon trying to accomplish right here. Are you trying to contest for a small little creep? But hold on a second. True penalty zone will be activated. Here comes the Brilliance, allowing Bitcoin to stay alive just a little bit longer. Chesty is just out for the damage on top of Pooski. Real world manipulation will prevent him from running away.
Pooski, he just wanted to stay in the fight just a little bit longer, but oh, look at that damage from Chesty.
Not only just that, okay, Icon coming in, the slicing dice going in as well. This time around, Icon has learned, and the wretched battle still goes back to Alchemy SG, taking it away. What's he supposed to be? Oh, they're Bambis.
Yep, let's take a look at the in-game emblems right now. Coming out from the team, we have the Mystery Shop, Electro Flash, High and Dry Concussive Blast, and Magic Worship. But Weakness Finder on 1-1. Put yourself together on the Kaja Mystery Shop. Killing spree on that Hayabusa. I'm not sure if it's High and Dry, right?
It's High and Dry on the Hayabusa.
So it's High and Dry, and then the Festival of Blood on Chu.
Chu will be a little bit tanky, but here the conceived play for Sa. Oh, kidnaps. Narcotics dances damage dealer going in, dashing all the way in backline. Protecting the models will be allowing, but it is going to be Svenicat in the air, flying all across the battlefield. And Ashiru will also fall. The damage output from Stellark is escalating. Alchemy will take 3 losses.
Exactly, 3 losses right there. And oh dear Bambi, what a play right there. The OG Shadow Crew just started to hurt more and more.
But let's take a look at the instant replay, right? Vertigo breaking down. What was Icon trying to do there?
I'm not sure, but look, the concealed play comes in, the concussive blast. Icon tried to go onto Smelly Cat, but the crossbow of Tang pops just in time. And in return, Icon gets popped.
Yeah, not only just that, the Weakness Finder is actually providing so much
so much
onto his targets as well. And okay, Icon going in as well. High and Dry, he needs to make sure it is effective as well, but he gets busted all the way down. And look at where Hayabusa is passing. Heart invading. Your jungle is now mine. He has a 4-0-1. He knows he can 1v1 and Icon, especially when he's not in demon form.
Exactly, 1v1 Icon in the non-demon form, but it does seem like Icon is trying to put a little bit of pressure onto Chu in the mid lane, but can he do anything about it?
Hanzo just used the ultimate just to clear the way.
Yeah.
He's trying to be a bit macro, but Narcotics will be gone. Ashiru, the Luminum Blast will be landing. Bitcoin in the back lane as well, trying to catch Medicat, but he will be able to jump away. Bitcoin now in a bit of trouble, but will not be able to activate the Brilliance, and will go down.
Wow, Power the Dark right there, and I'm not sure how to feel about this. I mean, Bitcoin, he is getting online a little bit more soon, but the amount of damage he has, it's there, but it's just not quite sufficient yet.
I think they just need to find a spy. Hanzo needs to be on the same tempo as the rest of his team. I don't think he has enough items to solo queue as of yet. Yes, you can chase down Chesty. Looking a little bit slow right there, but the Ice Queen Wand is just slowing it down. Icon cannot chase.
The Ice Queen Wand and the slow coming out from Chesty. 3-0-6. 3-0-6, but let's take a look at the items there. Malefic Roar secured for Oh Dear Bambi, along with that Hunter Strike first item, along with that Malefic Roar. Very well done right there. And Karun's side, I think nothing looks out of the ordinary apart from the steel leggings, you know?
Hanzo is first item is the Demon Hunter Sword.
Yep.
I would have preferred a corrosive side because you do have the innate slow, and then after that jump right into
that's true.
Golden Staff as well. Maybe just one lifesteal, the first component of the lifesteal item to make sure that you do have some innate lifesteal, but I don't think that's the main point. Your main point is to be able to slow down your enemy well enough and activate your first skill as quickly as possible. If not right now, you're just a farming Hanzo.
Yep.
Blue team
Just
turret
normal
has been
farming,
destroyed.
just doing your daily stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary right there, but look at Force with a flicker.
So right here as well, there's no way to
Blue team hero has been slain.
It's just dead. There's no way to run. Oh, now that's the point of the Kaja, right? He's just doing his job. He's just right there catching non-stop. And Narcotics even going with that Inspire.
Icon's just hunting the Hanzo. goes all the way back. There's no impact from the side of the Icon right now. Stellark, on the other hand, is abusing the fact that the Hanzo doesn't really have any presence as well. And not only just that, Odia Bambi is always outside of the map, outside of the vision of Alchemy SG. Stellark, they're strong enough to fight a 4B5 here, especially with this 3k gold lead.
3.5k, 3.6k as we speak right now. Stellark, they are trying and slowly capitalizing on this lead at 9 minutes in, and take a look at that real world manipulation, and they are going to be able to chunk down this tier 1 middle turret.
Building a fortress right underneath the turret of your enemy, and then I take down the structures, and now with the mid lane gone, Alchemy SG has lost jungle, and when Hanzo loses his jungle, look at him, starved for blood right now.
He can't do anything much. He's going to try to put some aggression down
that's
onto
a
Bambi.
damage. That's a damage going in, but not enough to nail down Odia Bambi. Will be able to shadow all the way out. Alchemy SG has to play off map.
They do have to play off map right now, but Alchemy SG, it looks like they are trying to go for the top turret right there with the 3 men all the way in. And what is Stellark answer to this? They are just going to go out and not take the lot and play a little more on the passive side.
Just going to be a small little loud. That's a blade of Hephaestus being built by the side of Odia Bambi. Expect him to do a lot of burst damage onto the back line of our SG. Looking at the damage dealt, just take a look. Okay, that's a lot of damage dealt by Icon, but nothing sticks.
Yeah, 21,000, but nothing sticks. Chesty though, 24,000 on the Eve. Like that. So now we know, right? We know now that Chesty is so like. He uses his damage to his maximum potential.
Okay. Icon going to the ghost mode as well. Like I said, look, he does a lot of damage. Nothing sticks as of yet. I think Alchemy needs to fight S5, use Icon as a cleanup or as an engage. And then, you know, after that, you just follow up with the rest of your team. However, right now, Stellark SG is just camping around the Lord Pit, just setting up this bait and trap. And this Icon is on defensive duty.
Yep, Icon is on defensive duty as well. Just, you know, security guard right at the door, right? He's just sitting right there on the door.
Of the security
the
guard.
ghost of the security
right
guard.
at the door. Now, Smelly Cat with the Wind of Nature as well. Narcotics, the damage will be a little bit off as well. And not only just that, 0-3-2 is not a very good score. Now, Fossa going to play Activator. He goes into Hunting. Brilliance will be activated. Fossa burns the Flicker though.
Burns the Flicker, trying to catch up onto Bitcoin. But take a look at this. Alchemy. They're playing very patient and Stellark. They are just trying to, you know, tease them. They're trying to draw them out. They're like, where are you hiding?
No information. Okay, show hand for now. True is right there and caught in a pixel brush, but he goes in the penalty zone with the Festival of Blood. He tries to remain alive. Medicaid comes in. He goes into the air at the same time and also taking down Narcotics along with him. And now he's hunting down Ashura in the back line. Oh, the Bambi manages to find Bitcoin right now. Icon cannot do anything at all to protect his teammates.
Nothing that he could do, nothing Bitcoin could do. Bitcoin just got caught right in the middle of all of that, especially in the real world manipulation. And just like that, the level 1 Lord, it is going to go towards Stellark with 5.6 thousand gold in their hands.
Icon walking all the way in, should not be able to do anything. Wind of Nature was popped by Smellycat to make sure he stays alive. A little bit of respect by Stellark on top of Icon, and that's a free Lord over to Stellark.
Free Lord into Stellark hands right now. 6,000 gold lead, 12-2. Stellark, I mean, Alchemy, they are shaking right now. They are shaking, but what do you think they have to do, Jace, in order for them to actually bring it to a 2-1? Nothing you could do. I mean, Alchemy right now, all they have to do is just play passive.
I'm thinking about if you
loading symbol.
If you actually see me on the camera right now, you can literally see
the loading
that phase
symbol.
loading just indefinitely. But yeah, I think right now what Alchemy can do to kind of come back. No, it's really hard as well. Because
yeah, you have to play passive.
No, Bitcoin is a very frontline mage. The only thing he can do is to jump in, peel, and then go all the way back. But then again, they don't really have anything. There's no range. I hate to say this, Vertigo. The only range that Alchemy SG have is the Icon's ultimate.
I mean, that's range. Kinjutsu is, I would say, range-ish. What about Narcotics?
Narcotics cannot wave clear with the puppets, so there's no point. And now Stellar SG is going to definitely try to look for the victory as well. Luminous Blast and Shiro will not be able to connect. It's also Puski that gets Shadow killed all the way down. Penalty zone will be all the way in the back line. Alchemy SG just expires and disappear from the Land of Dawn at the same time. Stellar SG using the Lord as their punching point, and they should be able to just penetrate right into the core. And Stellar SG takes game number 3.
Wow. A convincing win coming out by Stellar. They're taking away game number 3. Like I said, that's why there was silence, Jace, because there was nothing they could do.
There was no high ground, there was no long range wave clear, there's no wave clear.
They're just there.
There's only a Hanzo second skill as a wave clear and a Hanzo's ultimate second skill to wave clear. And
Yeah.
that's not exactly what you want to be if you're Alchemy SG.
Yeah, I mean, you got nothing else to do.
This was a very exciting game because Stellar was very, very disciplined. A very different Stellar from Game 1 and Game 2. Every single engage, they were the Sleeping Dragons, and right now they came online. They're sort of like Horntail going into battle, and they came here and they struck. Let's break it down from the early game all till the late game, or actually they even hit the late game. It was sort of like the mid game. That was the first Lord of the entire match, right?
Yeah.
So let's take a look at the itemizations really, really quickly and see how they broke this down first.
I mean, taking a look at the items, nothing seems out of ordinary except for Smelly Cat. Smelly Cat might go for the Dina Shield, if I am not wrong, from coming out from Bitcoin as well. And oh dear, Bambi with that higher boost are going for the blade. I have to see Malefic Roar and that BOD. Chu going for the Radiant Armor. Huh.
Interesting play coming out of Smelly Cat, right? Because usually my 4th item, because I'm a greedy marksman, right? I would go for the Wind Talk.
Yeah.
But instead, he went for the Malefic Roar because sending respect over to Ashiru with the Dom Eyes and then to Raz. There's also stipulated leggings that he needs to bust through from Narcotics as well, so it makes sense coming up from Smelly Cat in terms of the itemization. But it also boils down to the execution, right? I just feel like there's no impact coming up from Icon.
Actually, I think that Smelly Cat and Chesty, both of them really, really played their heroes very well. Even though that Ashiro played in with the Lolita, Smelly Cat was able to kite around the shield, around that shield to deal the maximum amount of damage. Every time there's an engage from either Fossa or Chesty or even Chu with that penalty zone, Smelly Cat immediately pops his crossbow tang, and that was what he was meant to do. Let's take a look at the in-game statistics really, really quickly. Stellar, an astounding kind of damage to all of these heroes, with Chesty being one of the highest kill participation so far. And what I like about this is that this Yve was just so phenomenal, the utility that he provides to the rest of the team fights.
Exactly. Speaking about utility, look at the amount of damage dealt compared to Alchemy and Stellar. 122,000 and 87,000. That's a whole landslide. That's like 60-40%.
Yeah, but like still, at least in game number 2, Alchemy was able to match Stellar's damage, right?
They were
but this time round, the lack of damage coming in, the lack of PU as well, and I think because of the fact that they dropped the Hanzo jungle as well, I can see the moment of brilliance. I can see how they can use it, but
moment of brilliance.
Yeah, but eventually you can see Icons just started farming using the Hanzo, and you're like, what are you trying to do? Are you trying to wave clear, or are you trying to farm? And even if you farm, you cannot stick the kill, then why am I investing in this Hanzo, right?
But of course, we have to talk about the MVP of the match. I think it's going to be Chesty from Stellar. He performed so well. It will be him again with the perfect game on that Yve. This will be a very, very tough hero for him to use against other teams, because no other team wants to give him that Yve. Seeing how much impact he has on team fights, seeing how much potential he gives, especially to the zoning, especially to like securing objectives, this is where he excels in.
This is where he definitely excels in. I mean, we've seen previous season, in Season 4, we saw how Chesty used Yve to the T. Like, every single skill, the first skill, the second skill, the ultimate, the real world manipulation, everything, it was just done to the T. Like, he makes use fully of all the kits that he has.
By the way, of the 4 games, well, technically 4 games that he played, he actually played Yve 3 times at a 67% win rate, right?
Wow.
And actually, it's just something that we have to talk about. Like, you allow Chesky to be super comfortable on this eve, especially as we look through the highlights, see how comfortable he is.
Well, this is how he is going to be rotating down every single time there is a skirmish from the side of Alchemy onto the gold lane. And best be sure, Alchemy, they understand what their goal is. They want to shut down Wan as fast as they can. They want to shut down Smelly Cat. Don't let him farm, and they need to deny him and choke him out as much as possible. But this is not happening because every single time Chesky's on that Eve, he is going to be protecting. He's going to be nearby. I hate to say this, but it's basically protect the president once again. See how Chu sets up with that penalty zone. Smelly Cat comes in quick with that crossbow tank, just clearing everyone out of the way. And this was one part that I want to talk about. Narcotics and Ashiru, they waited at the brush. We saw them waited for a whole minute. Was that worth it? Because at that 1 minute, Narcotics could have used that time to just farm up and get at least one extra core item for the next team fight. And this, you see that Narcotics was so easily aimed by Smelly Cat because of the mobility that 1-1 provides to him.
Exactly.
And another thing that I also kind of pointed out during before we go into the draft, I can't really exactly remember when I pointed this out. There is a Kaja on the other side. The Joy is not going to have a good time, right?
Yeah.
That is a huge counter for the Joy. You clip Joy's dashes, can't get into the ultimate. A Joy that doesn't use the ultimate is just a little bit awkward, right?
Just a moving squirrel.
Yeah, there is so much going on in Alchemy's head right now. I'm really sure that they need to go back to the drawing board to see what they need to do, what they need to reset. I'm really excited to see what Stellar is going to be talking about in the post-game interview.
Yeah, with that said, we're going to throw it over to Cheryl. Take it away with the interview with the winners.
Thank you so very much, guys. And right here, this is the first best of 3 match that we have seen early right here at day 2, match 1. Really exciting stuff. And let's not forget, we have seen new heroes appearing in game 3 as well. Really exciting stuff. And here beside me, I have Chu. Say hi to everyone.
Hello.
Chu. Wonderful. So we do have a few burning questions for you guys, especially in this game of 3, best of 3. We have seen so many different games itself, gameplays, and of course, engagements. And with that being said, in game 1 itself, that was some sort of aggressiveness that we have seen right here coming from the other team. So did that caught you by surprise? Caught the team by surprise, rather?
They caught me off guard definitely because they both caught late and I cannot do anything as the Fedrin ESP and our dear Hyper Bambi lost a red buff and the blue buff, so the early is not a good start. So but yeah.
Right, so thank God that is a best of 3 right here in the regular season. Now, another thing that was interesting was in game 2 itself, you guys seem to crack the code, and it really shows, veterans right here at Stellar SG. Like, that experience really counts in just what I believe was about 3 minutes for the teams to reset, and re-strategize. You guys bounced back. Like, what did you guys do different, and how do you guys going about cracking that code?
Honestly, without Forza, I think game 2 we have lost because he's the one who shortcut everything, shortcut for us also. So I'm very grateful for Forza shortcut. He's the best player.
Yes, Forza was and did definitely shine in game 2 itself, and definitely, I guess, it would give the team momentum, right?
Yeah, I mean, I did nothing. Just Forza did everything.
All right. So, I mean, of course, it's never a single player. It's a 5-man team. It's everybody's effort. So, of course, having many experienced players in Stellar, so it is Forza that shout calls?
Yes, he's a main shot caller.
Nice. All right. So starting off the regular season, congratulations once again with 2 back-to-back wins. What's the team going to do? Celebrate, continue training, or?
Celebrate or maybe karaoke. I don't know.
Karaoke? Interesting. All right. So, do you think you'll be able to continue this win streak? Because as your next opponent in week 2, just a friendly, gentle reminder, no stress, it is going to be RSG Slate, our defending champions.
Okay lah, RSG. Nothing to worry lah. I mean, just do our own things. There's no point worrying about stronger teams. They will keep hesitating on the play. So just don't care and play lor. Just have fun.
That is very true. The right mindset going in. Thank you so much, Chu, for sharing with us. Thank you so very
Thank
much.
you.
Fantastic. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was Chu right here with us today. Now, in a few moments' time, quite quick actually, because the best of 3 that we have seen earlier, but it was very refreshing, as I've mentioned. We have seen new appearances, lead heroes such as Joy. We have also seen Hayabusa, and we have also seen Hanzo, and let's not forget that 1-1 as well. So, will we be anticipating more heroes and different gameplays that will change everything? Right here for day 2, we can only find out. Next up, what's happening at 1 p.m. would be RSG Slate going head-to-head against Evil. Will our defending champions, win against our community team? We can only find out because Evil did actually present some really wonderful plays yesterday. So stick around and join us for match 2 happening at 1 p.m. See you then.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
I'm stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets, Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for day 2, match 2. Now next up, we're gonna have RSG Slate going head-to-head against Team Evil. Now RSG Slate SG, who started off their regular season with a clean and decisive 2-0 sweep when they went against Revival yesterday. Whereas Evil, who had an explosive game in day 1, came up just a little bit short on the end of the stick. But will they be able to bounce back and face the Giants? Now, once again, ladies and gentlemen, what happened yesterday was just day 1, and anything can happen right here in the regular season. So let's stick around and find out what will unravel before our eyes right here at match 2. Now, once again, for those of you joining us right here on the venue itself, I do have something very exciting that you definitely want to be a part of. For those of you present here for MPLSG Season 5 venue as our live audience, we have a challenge for you. Every match, the first 5 people who take a selfie at the regular season and post it on your social media with hashtag Our Pride, Our Passion, as well as tag mpl.sg.official will receive a prize. So to collect your prize, all you have to do is just head on over to any of our friendly crew members and show your proof of your post, and you'll be souped up really, really nicely. So as you guys can see, it really pays to join us right here as a live audience. So, grab your friends and buddies and join us right here to not miss out on any of the action for MPLSG Season 5. And with that being said, we're gonna introduce to you the 2 teams for match 2 itself. So presenting to you, ladies and gentlemen, our defending champions back to back. Right here, we have RSG Slate SG. As it seems, our boys are getting really, really comfortable at their battle stations already. And without further ado, the community team that we all love, presenting to you, ladies and gentlemen, Evil! Now, yes, the teams are locked and loaded and ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. But over on the other side, over at the caster's desk, we do have a brand new face. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm just gonna hand my time over to Suki, Churros, as well as Vertigo. Take it away, guys.
Hey! Hi everyone, welcome back to MPL SG Season 5, Day 2. Yes, I am brand new here. I am your friendly auntie who is here to talk about the game with my 2 lovely co-hosts or co-casters here, which are
Churros and Vertigo.
Yes, welcome,
So how do you
guys.
feel? How do you feel? It's great to have you on the desk.
Thank you so much. It's been a while. I am very excited for the game. I love the game. I love the community. So I'm very, very excited to get to cast with you guys.
Thank you, thank you. Actually, we
Yeah.
want to just give you a brief rundown of the teams and, of course, the viewers over here. If you're pretty new in MPL Singapore Season 5, right now we're having the regular season. It will be a best of 3, so RSG, Slate SG, and Eagle will have 3 chances to prove themselves worthy of winning 1 to 3 points, which will place them in the upper bracket or the lower bracket, meaning an extra life. So, Suki, what is your knowledge on RSG, Slate, SG, and Evil?
I mean, RSG, they've done so well for so many seasons, right? They are, I don't want to say, they're the reigning champions. They even went to M4, right? And they have proven themselves again and again in the local scene. But now, there's a lot of changes this season, right? There's a lot of teams, there's a lot of new players coming in, even coaching staff changes.
Yeah.
And I think that's gonna make it interesting and it's gonna bring it up, It's gonna bring up the energy and the excitement for the game.
Yeah, speaking of excitement, we do have our first team ready and we have the roster locked in right now. We're gonna be seeing RSG SG. RSG Slate SG. Oh, there's a whole mouthful, man.
Oh,
And
man.
we have their full lineup right here. We got Lucian QD on the roam, Bray on the jungle, Diablo on the EXP, Roy in the mid lane, and Okidoki. I like to call him Okidoki because OK sounds nicer, Oki. So Oki on the goal lane. So that's the whole of RSG Slate SG lineup.
Yeah, I actually like this lineup. Yesterday was their first debut game against Revival. Oki and Lucian Cutie really proved themselves that they were worthy to be on a defending champion kind of team. And Lucian Cutie, Oki, they have big shoes to fill. Baby Kicks is not around anymore. And especially Lucian QD because he is filling in the shoes of a shot caller in Lawsy. But Lawsy is still not out of RSG.
He's not technically out.
Of course, we have to look at the other side as well. Evil, on the other hand, Coconut in the gold lane, Melon in mid lane, Twist on EXP. Powerful and Carrot, they don't have Jaces this time around as well. Why is that so?
Because JS is going into medical school. You know, he's studying a medical degree, medical diploma right now. I'm in the same school as JS, so please do not be surprised that I'm very young.
You are also going to medical school. But yeah, so for the team Evil, are they new? I mean, they're community players, right? They're from the community.
Yes.
And who would you say is like their biggest playmaker?
Their biggest playmaker used to be JS. But now it's Twist, but Twist just brings a whole brand new ball game to the show.
So they are good at finding all those key, interesting, good players for the teams, and I guess finding players is actually quite difficult in any league, any tournament, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to see. They had a shaky start against Stellar SG yesterday, but they didn't give Stellar an easy time at all.
No.
They do have a lot of different combinations of heroes. They have that synergy. They've been playing together for a very long time. They are still a pretty new team and so-called the second underdogs, only second to maybe Alchemy SG, who has went through the qualifiers this year. But Evil, as we all know, they were in the qualifiers since Season 3.
Yes.
And they've proven themselves again and again. Top 6 in Season 3, top 3 in Season 4. This group of players, they have nothing to lose, a lot to prove.
Nice.
Exactly.
Okay.
And on the screen right here, we have the predictions. We have the two casters right here, Suki and Churros, on the RSG bandwagon.
No, look, but they go. Sometimes I'm the new caster. Coming in, I have to give my honest opinion, right? I can't just come in and be like, I'm for Evil. I'm for always the underdogs, right?
Exactly.
This is something that you, Vertigo, as someone who is seasoned as a caster, can do. But here I am. I have to prove my worth.
I just like to go against everybody, whatever everyone choose, I'm like, okay, I'll just go the other way. Just to at least give the winning, the other team that has lesser votes a little bit of hope.
So you already confirmed that the other team is gonna lose. So whichever team you're picking is actually
No, it's not that I'm saying that. I'm just saying is that
proving this on live television right now.
No, I'm just saying that everyone let's say everyone has voted Team A, I will vote Team B.
But let's be honest right here. Honestly, me and Vertigo, during one of the sessions, we actually played a small little scrim with Evil.
I wouldn't say scrim,
a
but
small scrim.
To be honest, this was a matchup that I personally feel was very hard for me to decide. Like, on one hand, I gotta go with the experience that RSG has. They have a very, very strong coach in Saint DeLucas, but Evil, they run without a coach. Each individual player, they know each other's strengths and weaknesses inside and out. They know each other's hero pools. They know each other's strategies. They know what to play for. They know when to engage. They don't really need a shot caller per se because they are sort of like a hive mind. Whenever they want to secure a kill, whenever Powerful goes in, best be sure the entire kampong is going to be following up with him.
So would you say that because of that, actually, because they are all making individual decisions on what is good for them in their role, and they know how to play with that, they are actually much more adaptable.
Yeah,
right?
that's exactly, 100% very adaptable. But we don't have to wait any long to see what they pick up. We are going to be jumping in to the drafting phase right now. Powerful is banning out that 1-1. It's going to be a very, very tough matchup right here. We do have tier 1 priority bans in that Edith, Joy, 1-1, Kaja, maybe even a Faramis at this point to show a lot of utility.
Your team is banning.
yeah, I mean, the Joy is instantly banned out for the side of RSG Slate SG right now. But the Kaja is very nice and open for Evil, but I don't think that's really up their alley. But knowing Evil, they move as a single organism, just like RSG Slate SG.
Yeah,
These are the few teams that, you know, they don't make decisions on their own. They go, they fight, and they do it as a team. It's a whole team decision. Yes, there may be one person calling the shots, but he's the one leading a whole team.
They tend to risk it all whenever
will
it comes to
choose
team
my
fight.
own
Your
path.
team
Evil
is
goes in,
banning.
the rest of the team goes in with them. But with that, Evil on the first phase ban, second ban will go to Arlot. Now we see Arlot very impeccable in the hands of Diablo. And Diablo has been playing that
Your
same
team is banning.
everyone else. It was a 1v4, I think,
1v4.
yesterday, and he managed to survive out of all of that. Managed to set up for the rest of the team. Now RSG on the other hand is going with the blue ban. Now we've seen very well played by Ski from Alchemy in the
Yes.
previous game just now. Now is so annoying. Especially in the early game, once he builds the Everest, the regeneration capabilities off him, he's able to sort of like soft spam his ultimate, his
Sir,
split
what's
split.
your command? Your
Once he
team
gets to
is
level one,
banning.
that is his main power spike. Now Evil is banning out that Vanny. What are your thoughts on this?
I mean, they just want to get it out of the way because they do not want any sort of pesky distraction or split pushes. Because they know RSG is a very macro, I wouldn't say macro heavy, it's just macro, like super duper heavy, like the heaviest element in the world.
Yeah, but honestly, understanding their play style from yesterday's game against Revival, they kind of tend to be going back
Your
to
team
that
is picking.
kind of strategy where
Seeds are leaving.
safe in lane.
Your
Yeah.
Play
team is
two
banning.
games in one, maybe Mobile Legends and then Farmville or something like
Farmville
that.
at the same
And-
time.
And once he gets his power spikes, then he comes online. And best be sure, Roy, his rotations are very strong. They're going to solidify the first ban phase with that Varamis, and Powerful is going to be picking up that Fredrin. Very strong tanky pick coming out from him. He has the high utility. He built his stack. Now he plays Fredrin he's very mechanically gifted in this Fredrin. He basically attacks the turtle, builds up his 4 stacks. So whenever there's a team fight, Appraiser's Wrath is always at the ready. And this is what I like about how Powerful plays. He plays maybe 1 step, 2 steps ahead of the opponent's jungle.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing. But I do realize there's a
I am the
small,
power
tiny
of
little
light
crack
and
at Evil,
current.
and RSG
Hey, your
Slate
team
might
is
have
picking.
gotten the crack. Melon rotation is a little slower, or I would say not as competent as Roy, but take a look at that. With that Fasa, that rotation is definitely going to be amazing.
Yeah, I 100% agree. I mean, Roy picking up that Farsa. I was talking about Roy's rotation earlier. The R in Roy stands for
Rotation.
his rotation.
Rotation.
Rotation. Ooh.
His rotation was just intense yesterday, especially with that Farsa. Best be sure that RSG is definitely going and gunning for the early game. Whether or not Ray picks up a Mortis, which was what he was
I'm the
using
priestess of
yesterday.
primal
Yes,
lightning.
Ooh.
The
Your
hunter
team
of
is
all the
banning.
evil
It's going to be
gods.
denying RSG the opportunity to use that carry, to use that anti-tank hero and pick up that carry. Carrot is going to go back to basics with that Edith. Now we see Carrot with that Edith setting up so much for Powerful and especially Melon to come in to clear things out. What are your thoughts on this Edith pick?
I mean, this Edith pick is really good right now. But if I were on the side of Evil, if they were to secure a Melissa right now, it would be devastating for them. Because that Melissa would just gain range, and Coconut on that carry cannot even reach the range. Right?
Well,
The range is just too far.
Yeah, I
Right?
definitely agree with you. I mean, Carrie, the only thing that's lackluster about her is
Was the range? Yeah.
And this is why maybe Mobile Legends
Oh.
in this sense, and he got it right on the nose. Hope he picks up the Melissa, giving a lot of range, giving a lot of AoE damage, especially when Evil is looking like they're going to
Your
be fighting
team
a
is banning.
fight competition, kind of. But with that Edith, enables them to go aggressive in the early start. So RSG, right now, Mortis is open on the table, and we see Ray using that Mortis very effectively for that early game aggression, as well as taking down objectives. Atlas is being banned out in phase 2. Evil, what is on their plates right now?
I mean, honestly, right now, they just need people who can close the gap. Atlas is the excellent gap closer. Look at this. Glue, Joy, Faramis, Atlas. All these are gap closers because RSG Slate, they want to
Your
hunt them
team
down.
is
They want to,
banning.
you know, not let Evil hunt them instead. So it's like a whole reversal, and Evil themselves, they just
Among
want
the
to do this
planes
very
exists.
strongly. They
Your
just want to
team is
fight
banning.
head on. That's why they have the Edith and the Carry and the Fredrin. All these are close proximity fighters.
Now, this is very smart. Evil is banning out that link because what they know, what they understand is that it kind of seems like they want to go for maybe a discount Ube strategy, which is
Yeah.
basically an ultimate bonding experience of them fighting together as a unit. And the best thing that you can do to beat a Ube strategy or a team fight strategy is a split push.
Yeah.
So they want to deny Bray the opportunity to get that link to enable him to split push as effectively, as efficiently as he could. Now RSG on the other hand realizes that the fact of the matter is utility is what they need. That taking out that Yi, putting him in the ban
Ooh.
gives a
What's
lot
that?
of
Like there was a
Hanzo.
yeah, no, that was a little intimidating, right? I mean, I just saw powerful face, just like he just kind of gave a frown and just like, yeah, just ban the Hanzo, man, just ban it off. So the Hanzo gets banned away, and it goes right into that ban pick right there. And RSG Slate, what could they possibly pick up for that EXP laner right now?
I think something that is a flex for now.
Your
But
team
dog,
is
what? Okay, this is
They really want to fight head on.
Okay.
They want to secure the kill, right? Imagine this. Divine Judgment, and then Badang just goes ape crazy.
But look at their faces though. Like
They're laughing,
hero
they're like,
picks
"What?"
aside. I don't know if it's like a test, like they want to
Mount test hero?
Mount test hero.
Mount
but,
test hero?
but like both sides are like very happy about this Badang pick. Like
Yeah,
on
they
the
like
side
it.
of Evo, it kind of seems like they think that they can manage this Badang in lane. But when it comes to that late game, once Badang is one of those heroes that work on that holy trinity, the trifecta of having the corrosion side, golden staff, and the demon hunter sword as well.
And we did mention yesterday, Twist was it was quite similar to Diablo. So now I think we can, kind of put it to the test. We have a Badang. Oh, Kadita. Oh, Yuzong. Okay. Oh, I didn't see the Kadita coming, but the Yuzong though. The Yuzong on the EXP lane, so that's Diablo's home. So can Diablo win against this Yuzong on Twist on Yuzong?
Wow, it's very, very difficult to say, but Melon is going to be playing that Kadita. Now, we know that Kadita is very, very bushwhacky. So
very bushwhacky.
How Kadita's playstyle is wait in the bush, wait for the right opportunity, once heroes come nearby, and then burst. So the other hand, you have a Kaja, which is known for checking rushes. Whether or not he's able to sustain himself from the burst that potentially comes up from Kadita is yet to be seen. But ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, this is match number 2, RSG Slate SG up against Evo, game number 1.
All right, so very, very good analysis. Thank you to the lovely 2 gentlemen who are with me. This is a very interesting situation, actually. I'm curious, right? Because if you look at Evil's lineup, they are all very tanky heroes. They are all got sustain. They have a way to escape. They can move around the map. Now, for the side of RSG Slate, how are they going to get this farm onto this Melissa so that it becomes impossible for the side of Evil to even try to threaten her, right? She has the range, but at the same time, they're so tanky. It's going to be a while before she's going to be able to burst them down.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you. I think Oki on this Melissa is sort of like a lane bully. You outrange basically any other marksman. And you're gonna have a good time in the early stages of the game, but then again, with RSG's composition, Roy on that Farsa as well as that Kaja, let's be sure that you're gonna go in straight for the early rotation. As I speak, First Blood goes over to the hands of Diablo, taking down Twist. Now, Badang and Diablo, we thought Badang and Yuzhong, we thought that Badang was gonna win, but hold on a second right here.
There's big fights coming in right now. Roy going in, powerful, getting taken out super low, but Lucian Cutie here on the Kaja is trying to stop them, and even before they even hit level 4, they've already gone in. They've gotten 2 kills. On the side of RSG Slate, and we saw that Roy, early rotation to the top lane, just left the Kaja in the mid lane to just hold the lane for him, and now even Carrot taking down low. And this is just a lot of good aggression coming out for RSG Slate early on.
A very, very good aggression indeed. Now, Evo, they thrive on this early game invade aggression, but Diablo already cutting the wave. That's the second tier turret. Ray already moving in, trying to get some sort of a poke onto Twist. Diablo already level 4. Whether or not he uses that punch, Chris.
He's got it! But in the end, with Bray, with Diablo going in, Diablo has barely spent any time in his jungle. The moment he got his 2 buffs, he's in there. And they're already trying to threaten the top lane some more. There's somebody hiding in the brush. I don't think they're gonna go for it though. They're gonna go back. They're gonna secure the turtle. They were just pushing back the side of Evil. They're pushing Kadita, making sure that she can't get to the wave to allow for the the jungle on the side of RSG to easily clear the turtle here.
Red
Regin
team
though
has
going
slain
in
the turtle.
onto the hard engage, but never mind. Roy pushing back Carrot. That ultimate coming from the Faza.
Ooh, the flicker actually popped by Lucian QD. Powerful, able to get out of the way. Will he be able to get stunned out? The Divine Justice!
Just got it in time, and there we go. But the Melissa coming in, still not enough damage. You know, she's only level 4. Even Oki has actually gotten ahead of Coconut here in terms of levels for the gold lane.
Red team
Twist.
hero has been slain.
In the background, Kadita does manage to burst down Roy there, but you know they did use up all their ultimates to catch the side of Evil out earlier. So yeah, a little bit low on resources, and then Evil capitalized on that. But it's only, you know, it's just like a consolation prize. RSG have been getting everything.
Yeah, I mean RSG, they understand and identify that Yuzhong or Twist is basically one of the main engagers for the side
Red
of Evil.
team
Let's take a
hero
look at
has
the
been slain.
hold on a second right here. Twist, Black Dragon Form secures the kill onto Diablo for getting a little bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, and yeah, we're gonna have a look at the emblems now. I mean, anything stand out to you?
The high and dry on that Badang always stands out to me, but okay, already giving a lot of aggression onto Coconut. Lucian QD on that bush. Bray not too far behind though.
Bray is waiting. Bray is waiting. He's got Carrot where he wants it. And Roy coming in with the ultimate.
Coconut.
Going after Coconut. Coconut is gonna go down here, surely. There's no way. And then entirely, well, 4 of the side of RSG Slate come in, take down that Carrot, take down Coconut as well. And that's it. Your goal lane, your support are taken out. In exchange, you lose the Kaja. But really, it's totally a worthwhile trade.
A very, very worthwhile trade. I mean, 4 minutes into the game, you have a fat stack up in terms of economy. That is 3.5k gold lead in terms of your price. I mean, you're farming up way so much, and Evo is choking. They're choking out in terms of their farm. What can they do right now but to just wait for the minions to come in? The jungle looks like it's over to RSG.
And now they're gonna out in. Carrot is going down immediately from the ultimate from the side of RSG Slate. And you know what? They have to go. They have to fall back. Without Carrot, without that frontliner, they cannot compete against this turtle. And the side of RSG Slate know that they are targeting the first person in. Doesn't matter if they're tanky. Doesn't matter if they're Edith. They're just gonna take it out straight away.
Oh, the first rotation coming in. Diablo at the back side. Try to go for that. Bray actually managed to take down that orange buff, leaving Powerful a little bit more starved than usual.
Yeah, I mean, RSG Slate are just getting everything that they want on the map. They're rotating well. The top lane now, we're going to see Kaja. Yep, they use that Kaja ultimate to take down, once again, Coconut. Coconut has no safe space to farm, but Never and Powerful is going in together with Carrot. They don't have any respect for RSG Slate right now, but now Oki gets taken out. Roy and Lucian QD are still safe, but they got what they wanted. They got that gold laner. They're trying to slow down this Melissa's farm.
Oh, this distraction coming in from RSG is a little bit too much for Evo to handle. Now Black Dragon Form used passively to just back out of all these fights. When Melissa was being punished at the top side, RSG, they took down that mid lane. But hold on a second right here.
Lucian QD, no, he's fine. The Kadita cannot blow him up yet. And I think that's the problem right now for Evo, right? They have bursty heroes. They have the Kadita. They have the carry who can burst down heroes very, very quickly, but they are not quite there. RSG have a 3k gold lead. They are slightly ahead in levels. They're going to be able to stand up to that Kadita, that bushwhacker, as you mentioned earlier.
Let's take a look at the players' goal. Now, the top 4 is going to be the side of RSG. All top 4 in terms of economy, they're just farming up so much. Oki not far behind Bray and Diablo as well. And now Diablo being such of a nuisance. But hold on a second right here. Lucian QE gets flipped back. Will be able to get out just in the nick of time. But Oki is always right there. And now the beauty of a Farsa is the quick rotations coming in. Once she uses that wing by wings, she'll be there in a snap. And right now, Lucian QD trying to look for more information, which is what RSG needs to do. Just basically source out where all the players are. Melissa left all alone.
Yeah, but that's the thing, right? You see the Melissa farming alone. You see that Lucian QD can move away from the Melissa and she's safe. But Coconut has had the Edith with him the entire time. Only now they thought, oh, maybe we should look at the turtle. But Bray just solo clears it. RSG Slate know that they don't need to be there. But now Bray gonna get jumped down here. Powerful, starting it up. Carrot does not hit on the dash, and Bray just walks off.
That's beautiful. The ground control immunity that he has from his dashes just provides him so much versatility, so much mobility. He can be caught in the middle. But Carrot, though, flips Bray out of the way for an airstrike.
Oh no, and Carrot gets taken. Oh, yeah, Carrot gets taken out. Sorry, I jumped the gun there, but now the team fight has broken out for real. But without their damage dealer, without without the damage, without the tank, how can they stand up against the side of RSG Slate? RSG Slate, they're all low. It was a good CC coming in from RSG Slate, and they are pushing in with Roy on that far side. The range of his ultimate allows them to actually very safely attack on the side of Evo, and Carrot had nowhere to go, nowhere to run.
That was a beautiful play from RSG, but all this time, Evil Twist was in that bottom side, trying to take down that bottom lane turret, trying to push in as much as they can, because every single bit of gold that they can find, those scraps, they need to pick it up, because that is what they're lacking. They are 5k gold behind, and this is going to be very, very tough. They're desperate. They're desperate to hold on to whatever they have left.
But yeah, they are going to sort of move around this turtle, even though it's still 30, 40 seconds left. Lucian Cutie always looking for that pickoff, right? He's always wandering into the evil side of the map to try and find that pickoff. And even though Carrot is there with the Edith, if you are not able to catch out that Kaja, how are they going to even pick out the rest of the team? But now Kaja catches out Powerful. They're going to burst everything down, but Powerful may not be the target you want to get. They get down very, very low, and the side of Oki is just gonna take out Powerful, gonna take out Carrot over there with that ultimate.
Backline.
Oh my goodness, and Coconut as well gets taken out, but the Twist and Melon double special coming in. They do take out Roy, they do take out Lucian Cutie, but it's a 3-for-2 trade.
A very, very timely approach from Diablo, just waiting for the right opportunity, comes in from the back line and use Thousand Fists. Let's take a little instant replay real quick. RSG will be taking down that Lord, but what actually happened right here? Now, Lucian Cutie, he sourced out Powerful. He knows that Powerful is needed for that Lord. They want to take him down fast, but he has his 4 stacks. He pushes down that Appraiser's Wrath, but the rest of the members of RSG, they are quick to follow up. Take a look at how Diablo goes. He knows that the win condition is Coconut. Coconut already bought up his golden staff. The damage will be coming through.
Yeah, and we saw that as well, that the Yuzong on the side of, I believe that's Twist, was a little bit late to the party. He did come up to clean up Roy, clean up Lucian Cutie, so at least Evil are not all the way on the back foot, but he wasn't there for the initiation, for the start of the team fight.
Tempo is in the game right now. Lord marching down, Diablo all alone, 2v1. Diablo will be taken out of this one, but the mid lane looks like it's in shambles. Evil just trying to hold on again. The conceal play coming in, Lucian Cutie, oh flip, underneath the turret.
I mean, they didn't want Carrot, they wanted Coconut, but never mind. The Melissa going with the go away, manages to push them aside, but is that gonna be enough? Bray and Melissa and Oki are the only two fighting back, but no! From the back line, we see Melon coming in and just blowing up the Melissa, but now Bray, he's still alive, he takes that Twist! Bray, is he gonna get Melon? No, he's gonna fall back, and then it was a bloodbath in the middle lane there.
Oh, Coconut. Coconut needs a little bit more time. He's not online yet. Bray, he just jumped into the fray. There's nothing much to say. He wants the kill all day, every day.
Okay, all right, Rapper Man.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bray is trying to push on turret. He's not gonna. He might be get it from Carrot not being able to clear the wave in time, but there's no time to talk about that. The Diablo gets taken out. It is Coconut and Melon double teaming in there, but Bray just getting the orange buff, making sure that he's clearing out the jungle, not giving Evil any chances to come back into this.
I think you missed this, but hashtag our pride, our passion, Coconut already online. Show your support for all these players. If you haven't already, just scrubby zoom back all the way to that part where that code was. Take down that code or scan that QR code to get some prizes. But right now, RSG, they look like in the early game they have been setting the tempo, but Evil, they took control of the opportunity, waited, and they were patient for Coconut to get online. Now, he does have maybe his 3 holy trinities that he's able to melt down anyone that comes their way. All they need is a right setup, and Carrot, all eyes are on him.
Lucian Cutie needs to pick off someone that he wants to pick off, right? Right now, Evil are playing very smart. Powerful and Carrot are the ones who are holding down that front line, making sure that if Lucian Cutie wants to get into the back line, he has to sacrifice himself for the Divine Punishment play. And RSG Slate now playing actually a little bit cautious. It's Evil now who is spreading out across the map, pushing out the lanes. RSG are the ones grouping together, but they are waiting for that Lord. They are hoping against hope that they can catch out maybe one player, maybe two, and they've decided to go on to Twist here. That is the call, and they are definitely... Look, it's a four-man gang. He's going to go down immediately. They do use up the Divine Punishment from Losing QD, and it's going to be a little bit dicey now for Evil in this long fight.
Oh, but right now Evil has the upper hand, so he's zoning out RSG from this Lord, and Coconut already focusing fire. Coconut got diving in, powerful.
Powerful is going to go in onto Oki, but Oki has the going.
Oh.
He's going to go down, surely. Solo Bray manages to catch up, does finally take him out, finally goes after Carrot as well. And Kadita, she's in no man's land. She's up there, she's trying to run. Can she get away? No, she is unable to. And that shut down there. And this was the timing of RSG. They knew that they had time to go after the Yutong. They knew they had time to come back. And even though Evil did set up early on, RSG knew exactly how to go in.
Well, Diablo, well played by that man. Just waited for his for Kadita to activate his ultimate, disrupted it with his first skill, his punch, and she's basically dead for that. Melon though, just a little bit too far away from the rest of the team. Coconut managed to survive, but this is the breakdown in terms of Evil's composition, right? You need someone to take or soak as much damage as you can, but with Melon just identifying one person out, is it enough? It might not be, as the Lord marching down on RSG's mid lane. This looks like a very, very difficult defense.
I mean, Kadita is still waiting though. You know, you're saying that Melon's waiting for somebody. She is. She's hoping against hope that she's going to get either Roy, either Oki to come close towards her. And nope, they're going to take out Carrot straight away. Lucien is like, I don't care. I'm going to Divine Punishment anyone who I can see. And Roy with the ultimate as well, not going to be able to catch anybody because Bray is stuck alone, surrounded by entirety of Evil. But still, RSG are not stopping.
Oki coming up online, throwing in muddles and dishing out the damage, just punishing them for getting a little bit too close. They want to find a right opportunity to set up. Carrot coming back up.
Lucien Cutie gets pushed away. They managed to take down the turret. They managed to remove that damage there. Lucien Cutie is barely alive, just surviving. Just does pop the immortality, but fortunately, the rest of his team is there to help, and they're gonna end. They are not. This was a game, I would say, of no respect.
Yeah, no respect indeed. It kind of looked one-sided. There was a moment of brilliance from Evil, just having that right set up from that Edith. Melon, though, he needs to watch his position very, very carefully. He's had the right idea of going into the back line, but he's always getting caught out by at least Diablo or at least one other person. Because once Kadita's out of the picture, RSG basically outnumbers Evil, and it's just a very, very one-sided team fight.
I mean, when you look at the teams, though, you would think that Evil, they have all the, they have all the front line, they have all the strong, tanky heroes, right? And you could see Lucien Cutie was initially trying to find the squishy ones, trying to find Roy, trying to find Oki, but by the end of the game, he was like, you know what, I'll take you. If you don't want to give me your carry, it's alright, I'll take your Edith, I'll take your Yutong, I'll take your Fredrin, it doesn't matter.
Oh man, we've talked enough. There's a lot on your mind, Vertical. I want to know what you think about this entire match.
So much on my mind. So, what went wrong for Evil? It was just disorganized, right? Melon wasn't there, Melon was just off position, Carrot just keep getting caught out and did not open the map, right? Powerful, he did what he did, right? And Coconut, he did what he did, but it was just a big difference, right? RSG Slate, what did they do well? They did everything well to the T. Couple of cracks here and there, but it all came down to execution only. Everything was all well done by RSG Slate, but let's take a look on the stats that is coming out right now. Take a look at the gold diff, right? It's about 9,000 in gold diff. Take a look at all the items. Anything stands out to you here? No. To me, right? Nothing. But Blade of Heptasy for Diablo is pretty... It just shows no respect, right? Fury Hammer with the Malefic Roar and the Demon Hunter Sword with Athena on top of that, just to make sure he doesn't die from Melon, right? And Bray as well, going for the full tank. On the other side, everything looks fine.
Oh, actually, that's very interesting because on the surface, usually Badang players, they will go for the Holy Trinity or the Trifecta, building up the Corrosion Side, Demon Hunter Sword, as well as Golden Staff, because each one of his punches from his ultimates grant him basic attack effects. But he's not going for that at all. He's going pure damage. He wants to shut one person down. He wants to burst any one of the members down. Let's take a look at the post-game statistics. Vertigo, what can you tell us about this?
I mean, take a look at it. Everything looks fine to me, but take a look at the damage dealt. That's almost 2 times as much. You have 222,000 compared to 136,000 damage dealt by Evo. But take a look at the kills. 12 to 25, guys.
But even the kill participation, right? You look at Roy, you look at the 84%,
Yep.
and then you look at Carrot on the other side. Look, if you are the roamer,
Yeah.
you should be getting involved in team fights. You should be getting involved in ganks.
Yes.
But he only managed to do 33% because he was spending so much time protecting Coconut because they were
Yeah.
constantly pushing back onto that carry.
And also,
well, I beg to differ
Yeah.
you differ because Carrot was actually doing a phenomenal job trying to find the right heroes to set up for the side of Evil to take control of the entire map, but every single time he gets caught out because he's way too far out of position from the rest of the team, so he needs to time his engages very, very perfectly. But with that said, who do you think is going to be the MVP for
it's
this
going to be
game?
Roy again.
Roy.
It's confirmed
Surely
Roy.
Roy.
Oh!
No! We got it
It's
wrong.
brave. 10, 1, and 6. I was about to say Roy because Roy was almost untouched, and then I remember he got touched. I mean, as in, not touched. I mean, he got shut down a couple of times, right?
Actually, I was gonna say Bray because he had that moment of brilliance, that spark, that shine. He was 1v4ing everyone from the side of Evil. He was just immune. He immunes himself from CCs. He was bobbing. He was weaving. He was dashing through. He was annihilating bit by bit.
He's the modern day Muhammad Ali.
He is the modern.
Muhammad is just bobbing and weaving everywhere.
Didn't even need to play Paquito.
Yeah.
Apparently, Martis has just 2 swords instead of two fists.
Yeah, and 2 swords, and you can just negate any sort of CC, especially CC heavy team composition like Evil's drive.
Well,
right?
but personally, I think Martis in the late game, he feels a little bit clunky. His animation's a little bit slow to take control of much things, but he plays it very, very well. And like you said, to the T, right? And everything went perfectly, even the execution, down for the draft as well, but down even everyone from the side of RSG. But let's take a look at highlights. Vertigo, break it down for us.
I mean, take a look at this. A big gank onto Coconut. Coconut tried weaving his way through, but look at Lucian Cutie just jumping right in. Carrot tried to do his best to take Lucian Cutie down, but it's a 2v4. And the rest, take a look at that. Melon is always 1 step behind. Take a look at where Melon is right here. 1 step behind. It's just a little bit of lack of just movement and rotation. But take a look at Melon right here. This is where Melon and Twist shine, right? This time Melon goes in. Rough Wave goes in. After that with Black Dragon form, they get the kill, they get out. Yes, it's done. But it wasn't a worthy trade. This one, it was good. Catch on Lucid Cutie, went right in. It looked very great. Petrify, Roy, but look at Protect Me. Protect Me just gave us so much space. Bray right there, get the ultimate reset. Yet again, get 1, gets 2. You see, look, he's trying again. He gets the yup. He goes again with spin, second spin, and then yup. It's the ultimate reset for Martis. That's what make it broken, right? And this is just a beatdown.
This was just a bloodbath. Twist even used that Black Drum form, got out of the map range just to get into safety, but with that time taken, RSG solidified their victory in game number 1. This is really, really hard to say. What do you think is going to be happening for game number 2? Because, Evil needs to go back to the drawing board. Is it a drafting problem? Is it an execution problem? Is it communication breakdown? What is it?
Here's the thing, right? I don't think it's necessarily a draft problem. I think it's just that RSG Slate knew how to counter this draft.
Yeah.
Right? Because the draft, I mean,
it's great.
Maybe to my novice eyes, it was great, right? I thought it was good. They had a lot of tanky heroes. They're gonna have a lot of frontline, right? But then they just weren't given the time to come online. They didn't have the opportunity to even let their Yuzhong shine, or even the Kadita. Yeah, okay, she blew up a few people, but then that's it. She's 1 and done, and she's gone.
And that's why you have the Athena shield to block you, and you just have it so easily. And you know what else you can get easily, Churros? What can you easily get?
Well, I mean, I like the skins.
Oh, you like the skins?
I do like
Is
the
it
skins.
easy to get though?
Especially the Melissa one.
Oh?
And you guys, the viewers, can get it too.
Well, now MLBB and Jujutsu Kaisen skins are now available in the game. They are Yin as Yuji Itadori, Julian as
Megumi
Fushiguro.
We're all
Melissa,
gonna butcher the
no,
Japanese
you wanna know
names.
why? Because Nobara Kugisaki is my favorite character.
I
love her in anime, I love her in the game, and she has a skin for Melissa, whereas Xavier is Satoru Gojo. And join the MLBB Jujutsu Kaisen Gacha event from Well, from now,
From 18.
18th of February to the 20th of March, and enjoy 50% off on your daily first draw times 1.
I just want to have a little bit of a flex here. How many skins do you have?
Ah, here we go.
None.
How many skins do you have?
From the Jujutsu Kaisen or overall?
Jujutsu Kaisen first, and then overall.
Do you even remember how many skins you have overall? That's quite terrifying if you actually know.
I want to just break records. I
Right.
just want to get like a nice number.
Sure, sure.
Wow.
I actually do have a nice number.
What's the number of skins you have?
469.
Whoa! I'm at like
Oh my.
460, I think. Maybe I have gotten quite more. I gotten a couple more skins recently because, you know, why not, right? Why not get the skin? You die, at least you die fashionable.
Well, you know what's interesting about these Jujutsu Kaisen skins? Like, to be honest, I think, like, personally, the Julian skin, not only is it nice, but it's sort of like
broken.
it's sort of like soft buff. Because you cannot see his sight. Like, especially when he uses his first skill, you cannot see the skill, especially when you're hiding in the bush. So, like, you will miss that Julian is using his super skill,
yeah.
and like you would just misplay your combos because
Yeah, you
his-
don't
yeah,
don't
yeah,
expect
yeah.
it because you don't know it's being done, right?
yeah, exactly.
But yeah, I mean, to me still, Melissa. I mean, the Melissa skin is so pretty though. Like, you know, when
Oki
you
used
send
it
out,
well, too.
yeah, no,
Oki
that
used
was
it well.
good. Yeah, when Muddles goes out and then you know the nails. Oh, man.
But the sound gets annoying though.
Yeah, just
Ding 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 ding.
Oh,
ding.
yeah.
It does get a little bit annoying, but like I still like it. I
Sure,
still like
sure,
it.
yeah.
It's a huge flex, especially like when you go in ranked games. You just scroll through all the amounts of skins that you have.
Wow, you
Like,
could
got
scroll.
the-
You
got the
guys can
prime.
scroll. You can scroll
No,
through.
see, I don't. Yeah, I don't do that because I can't. Like, I just
Because
do
you can't find the
once.
heroes,
No,
right?
no, I
we
can't find
we can always
anything.
find a hero.
Yeah.
We always get lost.
Yeah, but let's get back to the game. RSG Slate SG versus Evil. Game number 2. What needs to be reconsidered for the side of Evil, and what does RSG Slate need to continue doing?
Yeah, I mean, to me, I think that Evil needs to, you know, go back to thinking. Not say go back to the drawing board because they didn't do that play. I don't think that it was a terrible misplay on Evil's part, right? To me, I do feel that RSG just did better. Which is something that I think, you know, a lot of the teams are going to come up against because as we have spoken, they are the reigning champions? Is that how it is? Yeah, they are the reigning champions.
They are.
And so, you know, they have just that bit more experience, that bit more, perhaps I would say, confidence to go in, right? Because if you are Evil, you need to take the fights that you may not win in order to push RSG Slate off their game.
True. Yeah, you have to convert all those like little kills to objectives. The 12 to 25 scoreline or kill line is somewhat like what I like to call like a typical ranked game kind of scoreline. Typically in like competitive matches, you don't see like bloodbaths happening. You don't see like above 20 kills and stuff like that. You always see like really carefully calculated engages. You layer in the team fights. If you lose a player from either side, it always amounts up to like, I'm going to take this objective instead.
Right.
So I do agree with you to a small extent of what you said because like both teams, they executed, they went out, their draft was perfect to both of them. I thought like, okay, the Edith and the Fredrin was very, very good soaker heroes or spongy heroes.
Yeah.
That's able to take in amounts of damage, but the fact of the matter is the layering and the tempo play coming up from RSG was a lot better. Going in, especially with diving under the turrets, you see Bray going in first, and then Lucian QD just taking in the turret hits. It doesn't matter if Lucian QD goes down as long as Bray stays alive, because within that time you're spent in the graveyard, you can farm up.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, 100%. But I think RSG Slate is like, how do I put this? It's like a... It's a perfect example. It's like at the pinnacle. It's like this is what you're supposed to be doing. Like this is the organized team play. That's why they call it organized team play, because this is not a ranked match where you can go and play your farm veil, start farming up your neutral creeps, go for your orange buff or your purple buff. This is professional, competitive esports right here. Mobile Legends Bang Bang, MPL season number 5.
Well, to be honest, I was a little bit shaky of the lineup that RSG had. They don't have the familiar faces, 505, Baby Cakes, and Lawsy, but they actually performed very, very well. I mean, Roy really stepped up his game. From Season 4, he was in the bench, and right now he's in one of the main lineups, and Roy was so impactful throughout the game, especially when you give him a high rotation mid lane like a Farsa. They even banned out that Eve, so like that Farsa has not really much of a counter. They do pick up up that Yuzhong, but it wasn't used effectively. Have you noticed the Black Dragon form was always used defensively, trying to get out of skirmishes, trying to get out of different fights.
They just couldn't catch Roy. They couldn't pin him down, right? Even if they did manage to get him, it was after they had lost, all of the other team members. And like, you know what? I'll take Roy as like a consolation prize. Like, I'll just take you, and then I will run away. And that's all they could do, right? And like you were saying, kills have to translate into objectives.
Yes.
There has to be a push. There has to be some sort of exchange, right? And that just didn't happen. RSG, we saw them. They grouped up quite a lot, and you would think, oh, they're not taking the time to farm. They're not taking the time to get other objectives, but no, they were planning. They went down for that Yuzhong during that Lord fight, and
it opened up the map so much.
Yeah, but the thing is that I think you cannot predict what RSG is going to do, because Evil, they were setting up for the Lord. They were checking every bush carefully. They were like, oh, are they here? Are they there? No, they're not. They're looking for your Yuzhong all the way on the other side of the map.
Fair. This comes with experience. I mean, RSG is a team that has played internationally. They have played with your overseas counterparts like RSG Slate PH, RSG Slate MY, RSG Slate Indo, and all that kind of stuff.
No, it's only MY.
Yeah, it's only MY and PH,
no,
right?
It feels like they have like a monopoly.
And a whole monopoly. It does, but with that,
I mean, they have Geek Slate too.
Oh, fair.
Yeah, they have Geek Slate. So that's technically the fourth one.
Yeah.
Oh, fair. So like they take what they can, and they have like little scrims around.
They use their
resources.
resources
They
good.
use the resources to really better their players.
Yeah.
And this is how like RSG really stays on top of the game, right?
Yeah, I mean, you always have to be on top of your A game, and RSG Slate SG shows how is it like to be on your A game always, 24/7 on your A game. Every game, every season, regular season, yes, it's still a regular season, but I still want to be on my A game, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was actually interesting. Do you think that in regular season there's more opportunity for teams to play around, try out different
definitely.
metas, like Badang, right?
Yes,
like
yes.
I was like, okay, like I've seen it in ranked.
It's not really a trial pick.
It's a niche pick.
It's a niche pick.
Very
like
niche.
you use it because you want to lock someone down. And it's typically used for a bushwhacker,
Like a bushwhacker, yeah.
Yeah, like a bushwhacker. Just stay in the bush and just wait for people to want to check that bush.
Yeah.
There is an opening.
Cheesy plays.
So the question is,
plays.
Kadira versus Badang, right? If they're both in the bush, do they?
Who gets there first?
Yeah, who gets there first? Who
Who
gets
gets
this
there
bush
first?
first?
Who's the first one to get eaten up alive?
Yeah. I think Diablo really played that Badang very, very well. It kind of seems as though like they're trying to test out new heroes, see whether they're viable for this meta because of the aggression, the aggressiveness that comes out from both teams. And Badang, as a singular hero, actually has a lot of early game damage. You see how Twist was struggling on a one-on-one, especially when he equips himself with that high and dry. So a lot of damage coming through from that Badang alone, and the way that Diablo crafts, I mean, the D in Diablo stands for distraction. You know that it's going to be there.
Here we go again.
Every single time and every
Not
single
domination.
fight. And
No, yeah, like I feel like you've all told me that the D in Diablo stands for like a million different words at this point.
And
Yeah.
anything that you want to.
Anything that
Yes.
we want it to be. All right, cool.
The O in Oki, you know what it stands for?
What?
All right.
all right. Like
Alright.
O-W, ow,
Yes.
ow,
All
right?
right. Yes.
Because he brings the ow,
The
right?
no all right. The all right.
All right. Got it. Okay.
We miss Abstract.
Alrighty.
It's not the same without him.
Oh,
it's not the same without Abstract.
Does he say that?
Yes, this is intro.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, that's his
Alright.
signature intro. Yeah,
Alrighty.
big shout out to Abstract. We miss you. He's,
Big shout out to Cheryl, our host as well. Lovely
Yes.
host as well. But like getting back into the game, there is a lot that we can talk about, like down to the micro, down to the macro.
I think it's more
down
of micro here.
Yeah, but the picks though, do they seem stale to you?
No, I think the picks are perfectly fine, but it's just how Evil executed it. You look at how RSG utilized their picks, right? They pick a Kadra and then the Badang. What does that tell you? They want to hard lock somebody down, right? You get that Kadra, you use that Divine Judgment, you get the pullback, and then the Badang just use S2, second skill, bam. Hard lock and there's nowhere to go. And the Melissa can just shred for free.
Fair. But still in the sense that like the jungle is always very predictable in a sense. Like you always know what's coming up.
Right.
But we kind of need them to like just go back to the drawing board and kind of think about what they are going to be doing next.
what is their plan for RSG Slate in the next game. But yeah, we are going to go for a quick 3-minute break here.
That's the
so
plan. That's our plan.
yeah, that's our plan to go for a break. But when we come back, it's going to be game 2 of match number 2 between EVO and RSG Slate.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
縛ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to MPL Singapore Season 5. Suki, what was that phase?
No, I was a little bit confused because, you know, the two of you look very handsome today.
You're just holding in all the negative thoughts that you have.
You guys,
like fighting your inner demons.
You guys, look so handsome today. Yes, that's what I'm gonna go with.
All right. Okay.
Welcome back.
Glass half full. We're glass half full here.
It is going to be the second game of the second match of today, which is going to be RSG Slate taking on Evil. And we saw RSG Slate earlier. I wouldn't say it was spanking because Evil did get some kills back, but it felt very much like RSG Slate had the tempo, had the power, had all of the tools in their toolkit ready to take down Team Evil here.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a one-sided match favoring RSG for game number 1, but game number 2 is evident. We are going to be taking a look at it real soon, 10 seconds to be exact. What are your thoughts on all of this, Virgo?
I mean, it's maybe I would say close to a spanking, like tap on the behind.
It was a gentle caress.
Yeah, just a wee. And then after Evil's like ooh, like oh okay, that hurt. Okay. I gotta wake up my idea. I gotta go harder in round 2 and the second match. Let's go into the draft right now. We are ready. I'm so excited. I do not know what's going to come out. Definitely that Kaja is getting banned out. 100%.
You think so? You think the Kaja was the reason why?
Watch.
All right,
RSG themselves will ban the Kaja away.
Okay, so
Oh?
right now there are a lot
yeah,
of
they're
tier
first pick.
1 bans. Glue, Valentina, Joy
Yeah.
already off the bat. Right now, what's open? Edith, Wanwan, and Fredrin even. Maybe an Arlot could be a possible ban right here. But right now, what Evil could potentially look towards is something that they're a little bit more comfortable with. We know how powerful operates. He plays those tanky fighters. Will he go for that Lancelot jungle tank once again?
I doubt so. I think they want to prioritize something very tanky, not as tanky as Lancelot, but maybe to secure objectives, because that's where their macro starts to suffer a bit as Momo is banned out. But maybe a full tank Bauman, maybe even a Kufra jungle yet again, but you can't secure objective with confidence, right? Like maybe a full tank arena, right? You can use your second spin, your second skill to spin and land down that retribution. You need that double retribution no matter what, or even better, a link.
A Ling.
That's why RSG banned out the. That's why RSG banned out the link. Oh no, it was Evil.
Evil didn't want Bray to pick out a assassin. He was very comfortable with something like a Fanny or a Ling could be on the tables for Evil, or even a Martis, which goes into so much
Among the planes exists
out
the
that
evil
they
barrier,
kind of have
which
the
I
first
was
pick.
made for.
So they might want to go with that Farsa yet again because
Maybe
Farsa has
Kaja
been-
also.
Or maybe a Kaja,
Yeah, they might go for the Kaja because that Kaja is such a good, how do I say, flex pick, right?
Yes.
You can go into the roam, you can go into the EXP, you can go even to the mage, but I mean, come on guys, it's season 5. The meta right now is definitely the Kaja to go into the roam. All you want to do is just make use of Divine Judgment just to catch, and that's all you serve. That's the only purpose you serve.
Looking at the previous ban phase, they kind of have the Faramis and Fanny off the tables for the side of Evil, but right now they're not doing that, or they're thinking about it and which one has a higher priority. If Faramis was picked up by RSG, it's going to be very, very big dangerous for them, but Evil identified that Farsa was one of the main problems why Evil could not retaliate to RSG's aggression.
They're going to go for Faramis. Watch. I can sense it.
Well,
You can sense it.
actually, there's a
Smell
lot
it in
of
the air.
There's a lot of other heroes.
Your
that-
team
Yes! Thank you.
Actually, can they hear us?
Thank you, Lucas. Yeah, they can hear us.
Oh man.
Yeah, they look very, very comfortable with that Faramis pick right there. It gives a lot of flexibility within team fights. It's sort of like a soft Ube strategy. It's like the new Estus, but it kind of looks like it's a dead Estus.
In a way, undead Estus. Undead Estus.
But Arlot is going to get picked up by Evil
And
as well
Fredrin.
as Fredrin.
Yeah.
You know, don't fix what's broken. Powerful is very, very comfortable with that.
Don't
Fredrin.
fix
Let's-
what's not broken.
Don't fix what's not broken. Don't fix what's not broken. Maybe they have a little bit of a rough start. It still is. Okay, I wouldn't say early, but like 1 o'clock was their game.
Yes.
Especially like it's basically a warm up then.
Yeah.
And like I said before, game number 1 in the best of 3 is typically a test for game. Diablo
game?
will solidify the down as a priority.
Wow. And the carry. And this time Aoki is like, hey, let me show you how to get online with the carry, right?
Well, this carry pick I like a lot because it's basically a counter to powerful. But what I'm thinking of in Evil's side is basically the entire draft rotating around an Arlot. So something with a lot of crowd control, and a Kai will work very, very well.
A Lolita would work too, right?
A Lolita will work too. Yeah,
It
you
just
have like a little-
completely negates that carry, and you get a huge AoE. But is this the Singaporean Godiva?
Okay,
And they're red too.
This is interesting because it's a Kadita roam.
Yeah, exactly, and it's the Kadita roam, and that's the thing. Carrot Kadita roam is pretty good.
Your
It's
team
really
is
pretty
banning.
good because where do you think Carrot learned his roam from? It was from Melon.
Fair.
And it's
Fair.
so comfortable for Carrot already. And look at that, banning away that Marquis because they know how much he negates out their CC. They have to take it out because look how CC heavy are they. You have the Kadita and you have the Fredrin with the tankability and a little bit of a taunt with the knockup as well.
Yeah, RSG, they banned out that Melissa because they know that what RSG is gunning for is probably like a team fight kind of composition.
Yeah.
You have the Faramis right there enabling you to stay within team fights, but Evil has other plans. They banned out the Martyrs because they identified that Bray is so deadly with his Martyrs. The one Annihilate enables him to just go ham with that Martyrs. And Martyrs has been so crucial in obtaining all these kinds of like small little objectives within your own jungle. You have the crop control immunity to actually outride the way.
Your
But
team is
Evil,
banning.
what they have done to themselves is having the Kadita flexibility. So
Yes.
you can use Kadita in a roam position or a mid position. RSG on their hand has other plans. They want to shut down Coconut as much as they can.
Brody? A Brody sounds good here.
Mm,
Honestly, a Brody would do really, really nicely here because you can chunk them out, you can do one hit, and you can gain your distance.
Yes.
I can.
You are on a
Did
roll
you
here.
smell
it.
him coming as well?
I can smell it.
Oh man,
Oh,
Vertigo,
no.
you are on a roll here. You got a 2 for 2
Yeah.
for the predictions right
Yeah,
there.
2 for
but
2.
I didn't see the Badang coming though.
Yeah, I didn't see the
wondering
Badang
how
coming either.
RSG is going to set their entire composition out from this around this carry. I mean, what they need is a tanky kind of fighter. They do have the Fanny wide open. They do have the Ling right now. Will they want to go for the assassin this time? Yet to be seen, but it does look like a very comfortable pick going on the side of RSG.
No.
Maybe they want to play a
They
assassin.
will. I don't think they'll go for an assassin though, because that Kadita, you have the final slash and then the chunk and the big range and then the taunt as well. I don't think so. Kufra locked in and it's gonna be a Grog jungle.
Oh wow.
Okay, I don't know who to side now because I like Kufra.
I know you do. I know. As a roam main,
Yeah.
Kufra is one of the most well-rounded kind of tanks that's able to provide a lot of vision, a lot of
That's the thing.
setup, and a lot of like negating dashes. So like any dashes that you see from the side of Evo that is potentially blocked by by Kufra.
Oh, I think it's a Julian.
It might be. It might
be a Julian.
Oh, that works
Oh,
very well.
wait, Valentina. Oh no, it's Ben. Sorry.
Nah, that's-
I got so
Olivia.
excited for nothing. All right, I just went 2 for 3.
Okay, you just want to just name out all the heroes and just like throw your darts every single one, see what Melon picks. But he's gonna be solidifying that draft with a
Yeah.
Lilia, a hero that has very strong wave clearing capabilities. So we're gonna be seeing a lot of high aggression, high rotation coming out from Eagle. But ladies and gentlemen, game number 2 of match number 2. This is RSG Slate SG versus Evil.
And I am super excited because
Let's
I'm
go.
a Kufra main.
You
Oh, you are the Kufra main?
I'm a Kufra main.
Oh, okay, we got a 1v1 then.
oh no. But yeah, this is going to be very, very exciting. I think both sides are coming out with very interesting drafts, right? Like you would see, when you see the lineup of RSG Slate, we were considering, yes, maybe an assassin, but you know, a Grok Kufra finisher is very interesting.
Oh, but the synergy coming out from Grok and Kufra is very, very strong. Grok builds a wall, Kufra jumps straight into that wall and does that Tyrant's Rage. You are locking anyone from the side of Evil down. And this is precisely what maybe RSG wants to do. But RSG, they have other plans. They try to go for the early game aggression onto that EXP lane and take a look at where Kadita and Arlott is. They are cutting down the waves. So Diablo will have a little bit of a difficult time, especially in level 1, trying to push that wave back. Carrot gets out of there just in the nick of time.
Yeah, and you were saying about the combination between Grok and Kufra, right? Badang has a wall too, so it's like, is this the wall strat from RSG Slate?
That is very, very interesting because this is something that I didn't foresee. Like, you're playing a wall strat. I would have thought like maybe even a Fanny would work well because like you could sort of get like stuck on that wall, and now Grok already pushing it down. The retribution goes to Bray.
Even with 3 on the side of Evil there to go after that Little Wanderer, Bray still got it.
Oh, top side though, top side, the Lucian Cutie jumps onto Coconut though, unable to get that finisher, but this is just to keep him at bay from the rest of his creeps.
And this is how Kufra can be so aggressive. He can go in, you know, when he comes out, he bounces out, he takes less damage. It's just that I think right now in the early games, maybe Oki on the carry does not have the range to get that kill in. And wow, Lucian Cutie not stopping for a second. Goes after Carrot as well, and nowhere feels safe for Emo right now. Oh my goodness, what a stun for Bray! Melon is so low! Oh, is she gonna get it? I don't think so. The turret just doing way too much damage in this early game, and Bray, level 4 already on the Grok jungle.
He might have popped his ultimate a little bit too early. The turtle's coming up in just a second right here. And Bray, he does not have his ultimate. All he needs to do is wait for that turtle to go down, and that's where the first fight is coming in. But Lucian Cutie, he is trying to zone the rest of them out. Powerful left to his own devices. The rest of the members of Evil.
They pulled him back in with the Fire Mist, and Powerful goes down straight away. A bit too much of an overextension, aggression that Lucy
Oh,
going
Lucy
straight in, going more for Carrot. Carrot has to dive to get out of the way. With the call of Alter, they are able to survive, continuing to chase down onto Melon. This Lilia, she's doing damage. Carrot manages to stun, but not enough. Melon can't get out in time. Even with Carrot there to help, even with Twist there on that island, unable to stop the aggression coming up from RSG Slate right now.
Oh, RSG Slate, well played, very, very well played. They want to go for powerful because he knows that the turtle is all they need to secure that early lead. Let's take a look at emblems real quick. What comes out to me at this point is that Lilia on that magic worship. And now Lilia has been known to just get mystery shot all the way through, but no Melon.
Lucia Cutie. No, but Melon, you know, Lilia has a lot of survivability. He managed to get 4 in time. They weren't able to pick him off, but now that is down. And Roy going in aggressively still, just trying to get as much chip damage onto Melon as possible here. And even Powerful just running through the jungle, just enough to dissuade RSG Slate from going in. But now they're shifting around. Oki on the carry going down to the mid lane, maybe trying to see if they can get the Lilia while her passive is down. Oh, sorry, not her passive, sorry, her ultimate.
Her ultimate. Black Shoes is very, very critical in this kinds of situations.
Ooh,
Jumping in, misses Coconut just by a little bit. Coconut slams onto the wall. Prey here with the wall charge. This is the layering that we are looking for. Roy gets bursted down by Carrot, but not enough. Norwegian keeps it alive. Powerful comes in the nick of time, layering in that fight. Again, 4 members of RSG is coming through. They're going for that fight. Powerful goes down. Gets that kill onto Powerful. Oki tries to go back. He is Okie dokie.
He's completely fine. And you can see that the power of the Faramis with that ultimate, able to keep them alive, sustaining them throughout the fight. And you know, Powerful, you knew what his game plan was. He wanted to come in, wanted to clear up shop. You know, some of them were low, there was a possibility. He managed to land a good CC on a couple of the side of RSG Slate, but that survivability from the Faramis ultimate, the way that RSG Slate stuck together, no one was left behind. They made sure that Oki could get out safe as well. Twist now trying to see if there's a way for him to get in to disrupt this turtle take. But, you know, Evil are not committing anything else. Powerful is still in the top lane. He's just, you know, Twist is not going to be able to get much here. And he might even get caught up by the Badang. Maybe, just maybe he'll get away. But yeah, no, you know, he can move out, in and out. Arlet has such good mobility skills.
Yeah.
It's going to be very hard to tie him down here.
I do agree with you on that mobility, but the ability to escape, using that gold crab just to dash himself out. Lucia Cutie trying to check that bush. The rest of Evil is there. He will not commit to any of the team fight, but Evil showing a lot of respect over the side of RSG. They know that once Lucian Cutie is within the vicinity, they want to play it safe, but the Petrify goes down. Roy with the Purify goes back, waits for a little while. Oh my goodness. In the top lane though, Oki gets an easy kill onto Coconut.
Yeah, you even thought they could maybe blow up one member of RSG on the way up, but RSG had already had plans. They were already looking at Coconut. They were already going for that juicy coconut juice, trying to get down the gold laner for the side of Evil. And Evil is behind. They are not necessarily very behind in terms of level.
Oh, but Lucia Cutie with the jump, Powerful, almost get knocked onto the wall, but gets pulled back by that Faramis. Oki on a killing spree, takes down Powerful without ease.
And now Melon and Coconut are trying to go in, but they can't. They are just way too behind right now. You know, 4.5k goal behind, and the wall strat, as you were saying, the team of walls coming up from RSG Slate, not letting anyone escape and not letting anyone in. And that just gives so much space and time for Oki on the carry to throw down the wheels, to get the damage done over time, and just hurt so much. And Bray, even, you know, this is just insult to injury, taking the orange buff away from Evil when they are already bleeding out money. Twist?
In a pixel of health, does not look like Badang wants to go in. Diablo, very, very disciplined within all that small micro plays. He wants to set up for something better, but Carrot in the back line, though, will he be able to get it? Oh, flickers in just in the nick of time. Diablo with a little bit of a disrespect here, as he should be, because this buys a lot of time for the rest of RGs to take that turtle.
But Evil, meanwhile, though, they're all coming in just on Diablo. This poor guy is the sacrificial lamb on the side of RSG, but they're not going for it. They actually committed all of their players onto this Diablo, onto this Badang, did not even go for it. They just gave up that turtle for free.
Let's take a look at the in-game items real quickly because there is a small lull. RSG already taking down that first turret, but Lucian Cutie taking in and slamming Twist onto the wall, punishing him for getting a little bit too close for cover. Carrot with the Petrify, almost taking out Oki, but Oki pops the Purify just in the nick of time. He still is Okie dokie. Melon tries to defend against it, but to no avail. Tier 2 top turret is taken down.
The perfect timing from Roy for his ultimate to keep Oki alive in that was just, it was perfect, right? And Kufra on his long-range stun, managing to get Arlet, not even having to commit the flicker for that as well. And that was just perfect play coming from RSG, getting the right pickoffs, knowing exactly what they want and how they're going to get it. I do feel right now, Evil a little bit shaky on what they want to achieve. And they're not really taking the opportunities that they have to get the kills that they need. Instead playing a little bit too passive, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, RSG does have a fat stack. They have 25,000 gold in the 8-minute mark. This gives them a lot of opportunity, a lot of free play there. But the bushwhack position coming in, Powerful again gets caught out, pulls him back. He dashes out of the wall, but Oki on that backline getting slammed in, disrupting the crash from Kadita. Coconut comes in through, the damage is showing, but not enough. That might not be enough. Coconut jumping in, Diablo crashing down in the nick of time, throwing that 1,000 punches. Melon almost getting into Roy. Roy saves himself in the nick of time, but will be still alive and standing for now. Showing a little bit of disrespect. He might be able to outplay this, but no, Melon.
No. And that was, I think, RSG a bit too much overconfidence. They were fighting under that turret for so long. Evil didn't really even need to just do any damage. They just needed to lock down RSG Slate, and the turret was doing all the work for them. Lucy and Cutie now looking for Carrot, trying to see if he can catch this Kadita, but she's too fast, man. You're not going to be able to get her. And Lilia now getting a little bit of a cash injection, a little bit of levels in, and yeah.
Of course, the first Lord is coming up. Hashtag all pride, all passion, show support for all players who are representing Singapore with pride, honor, and passion. Fill in the code now or scan the QR code to show your support. Now, the first Lord is coming in. The Lord Dance Bray is starting it up, but it's just to lure out Alpha. Look at how RSG is positioning himself. One person in each bush. Roy already pushing in that mid lane turret just to apply a little bit of pressure and distract Evil from the rest of the like, Lucian
going in, going onto Powerful from such long range, making sure that Coconut can't come in as well. Diablo getting two together in that little bush there, and they cannot fight. Evil have to escape. Carrot is just gonna get run down right now by the side of Roy and Oki. And that is the power of the Kufra. He was in the bottom bush, and he could reach all the way into the Y bush, almost, with just one single skill. And that is just the disruption power, and as well as the Grok wall coming out from Bray was just perfect to lock Evil in and get rid of Powerful, get rid of Carrot, who are their frontliners.
Powerful not having a very good game this time around. 0-5-1. Right now, Lucian Cutie will be even tougher to take down because his immortality has just been bought. Evil, all they can do is just defend, just wait for the imminent doom because the Lord marching down on that top side. This is still the tier 1 Lord as of now. Lucian Cutie ramping up, springing in. Will he go for it? No.
No, it's just a threat. It's just making sure, hey, I can stun you at any point in time. Don't even try me. And they have to be here in the mid lane while the Lord is just crashing into their top. And now Evil have to make a choice. They need to choose which they want to save. And they don't have any initiation.
Oh, the initiation!
Getting in there on Bray, getting in on Roy, but the call also coming out from the Fermis is enough to keep him alive. And in the end, he gets punished for his hard work there. Powerful going down. There is a little bit of hope left for the side of Evil. That tower is not even protest anymore. They sacrificed the top tower, but they are mostly still alive. They still can defend here. They still can defend.
Oh man, Powerful. Powerful is always in the gaze of RSG. Every single time he shows himself, he is the priority target for RSG. Once he locks Powerful down, which is the main shot caller for the side of Evil, Evil was going to have a tough time. This is really, really tough for them to come back from 7k gold lead. We have some moment of brilliance. Twist already using that final slash, pushing them against the wall and flipping them to the other side, and engages the rest of the team. Let's look at the players go real quick. Oki already far behind the rest of the other teammates. Like Coconut is just 3,000 gold behind Oki, enabling Oki to just melt any single player from the side of him.
Oki is just counting his counting his dollary dues, going like, man, if anybody tries to challenge Oki right now, if they do not lock him down, he's just gonna explode them with the amount of damage that this carry can output. And yeah, you know, Twist did, I would say that that fight was actually best case scenario for Evo. Like, Twist managed to get 2 of the side of RSG over the wall, and one of them was a primary target as well, and they still weren't able to do much with that. And that is really unfortunate, given the state of events right now for the side of Evo. But yeah, RSG Slate, very disciplined, not really trying to push too much, not really, you know, BMing them at their doorstep. They're going to set up for this Lord, but they are leaving Oki in the top lane together with, I believe that is Lucian Cutie, just to make sure, keep Oki safe if they can get a pick off or 2.
What I like about side of RSG is that they're using that side bush very effectively, waiting for their minions to just pass by, because Evo does not know where RSG is. They might think they're at the Lord pit because it's starting out. The animation has shown if they pan their maps over to the Lord. But then RSG, they have other plans. A member left alone, Twist. Look at the top side though. Twist is going down low. He might be taken out there, that top side. And easy pickings for Lucian Cutie and Oki. But then Powerful tries to punish Lucian Cutie. Pops that flicker just to get away. They do, and that Lord is theirs as well.
Do you know what RSG did? They made Evo choose, and they told Evo, no matter what you choose, you're gonna lose. Right? If you choose to go and save Twist, you're gonna lose the Lord. If you go for the Lord, you're gonna lose the Twist, and you're also possibly gonna lose the base, because Carry is just gonna push down that lane so quickly. And this really feels like a lose-lose scenario for Evo, and that is what RSG is doing so well. They are making them have to make difficult decisions, but no matter what decision they make, it still kind of feels wrong.
They're on a sinking ship. They're trying to stay afloat. Look how Powerful is just taking all the scraps that RSG has left behind, because they are very intimidated by Lucian Cutie. Every single time you see him, he's always there, and any one of the members of Evo is going to be annihilated once Lucian Cutie gets that jump. The speed that RSG comes in to protect their teammates, Lucian Cutie with that spraying might not go for
It's
it.
just the threat of it is enough to push them back, and that's terrifying from the side of for Evo, you know. And now the Lord came in, they can't do anything, they can't even stand up against them. They're going right at Lucian Cutie, but he still survives. The call from the Pharah is able to keep him alive. Only his immortality goes down. And the side of Evo, they are barely scraping by. Lucian Cutie is still alive, although they're not maybe gonna push for it. They're baiting. They're trying to see if they can bait Evo away from that base. They can get some more hits in. But yeah, this is actually very disciplined coming from RSG Slate. You know, you would think that they want to go in, but I think the last team fight was in their mind when Twist managed to pull them in, and now they are thinking about it, because Lucian Cutie has to go back and heal. Powerful, trying to push right. They do go for a conceal play here. Oh, the wall stopping them from coming in. Bray is the only one in their sights, but they don't want to jump on Bray. Bray is not their major target here.
Oh man, this looks like havoc from Evo. Like, Evo needs to identify which heroes that they want to focus on, and all 5 members need to take down that one hero, but it's very, very hard. They're playing a very reactive approach every single time that Lucian Cutie is online, and he does have his flicker now, and this is a very, very scary position if you are Evo. They all they can do is just wait for all the scraps to just pass them by, and that's not much. That's not much. Just trying to cover up their tracks and just 10,000 gold behind. It's very intimidating.
They have to. The thing is, right? I think at this stage they have to wait for RSG to make a mistake. This is not a scenario where Evo can outplay out of their minds and overtake RSG. This one definitely feels like RSG kind of has to overextend, or go in too much, or maybe even take the wrong target down. But at this point in the game, right, what do you think Evo can even do? They can't even leave their base.
It's not looking too good for Evo, right? Like, they are very far behind in gold. So what that means is that in every single team fight, it kind of seems like they are putting everything down and just losing members by members. You don't want to take any fights that you can't win, but it's looking very, very dire. And like you mentioned, they need to wait for RSG to make a mistake, but that's very, very hard because you're playing with Lady Luck. And it's very, very rarely that a experienced team like RSG is going to make any mistakes, because once they know that they can't win a team fight, they will back off.
And now they are going in for this lord, they have to fight. They have to contest this. But Lucian Cutie is just hanging around, just walking around, letting Carrot and Powerful poke at him, but he's fine. You know, he's got enough defensive items that the burst is not going to be able to take him down fast enough, and they are trying to bait them in surely. You know, they have the Badang coming in from the other side. The Lilia is so far back. Look how far back Melon has to be so that there's no backstab potential, and Bray is just soloing this Lord. Bit just taking his time there. But we're going to see now whether they are going to go for it.
But the concealed play coming in, Metal Carrot is still in the lower bush. Powerful gets caught out by 5 members, not able to save himself. A Carrot way far behind, out of position. All 3 members are down, 2 more left. Oki and takes down Twist. Melon and Carrot nothing to do but run. The Lord is still up. They might want to go for the end here. It does look like it.
Lucian Cutie there just stunning up all the damage dealers of Evil while the rest of his team cleared up. You know, he just did Kufa things, right? I'm just gonna put my friends, my enemies in this wall, and you're just gonna hang out with me forever. Ooh. And Lucian, there's no way he's gonna catch Anita, but still, the threat of it. Oh, the Badang! Oh, well, you know what? If Lucian Cutie doesn't catch them, you know who's gonna catch them instead?
Yeah, Diablo. Diablo's always there on that back end. It's always picking up the scraps, which is basically the name of this game. The tempo was already set by RSG Slate SG, and Evil. They played a reactionary approach. Whenever RSG makes a move, then they follow. There's no way in the entire game that Evil was able to make the first move. It was always RSG, Lucian Cutie jumping in first, or it would be the Brock crashing in and then Lucian Cutie following up. Layering was just so carefully orchestrated. It was so beautiful to watch, and was so beautiful that beautifully executed.
I do think that, you know, the way it started to snowball was when RSG Slate, they actually roamed very early on.
Yeah.
Right? You saw the Faza leave the lane. Let's just leave Aramis there. Leave my teammates there.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to the top lane. I'm going to get the kills. I'm going to make sure that my teams have an opportunity to get ahead very early on. But Vertigo, now it's your time to shine, man.
It was just a pure snowball. That's the only thing I have to say. It was a pure snowball. The moment that momentum starts running, it does not stop. You can never stop a momentum running, right? Especially during many big fights like that. Like just now in the second game, it was just a complete snowball. But we did see a glimmer of hope every now and then, right? Every now and then we get to see a glimmer of hope with the Kadita with Carrot right there. But it didn't amount to much, right?
Yeah,
so
I think it was just unfortunate for the side of Evil. They had the right ideas, I think, but maybe execution a little bit lacking.
Yeah. Execution a little bit lacking, but take a look at the items right there. It is going to be a full damage Carrot right there, but yeah.
Oki actually sold his boost to buy that Windtalker. He has that Hunter Strike as well, giving him a little bit of mobility within team fights. You see Oki 10, 1, and 3 having so much impact in the rest of the game every single time Powerful is there. You know, Oki, his sort of like wet dream is getting Powerful in his platter and just melting him down. That's basically what Carry is known for. Extra physical penetration coming in from Oki. But Lucian Cutie, I don't want to write him off just yet because that was just so impactful. Every single time that there was a jump or a wall, Tyrant's Rage,
it was always catch. It was a sure catch.
It was a sure catch, right? It was like a sure catch with great follow-up from the rest of the teammates. But the game statistics, Vertigo, what can you tell us about this?
Yeah, taking a look at this, Rich Guy and the carry himself will be Oki's 54,000 damage dealt, and Powerful with the highest damage taken, 101. And Lucian Cutie, of course, highest assists with 13 assists on the Kufra. And overall, it looks very balanced, but we can see from Evil, Powerful did not participate much in the fights because he was busy getting killed. You know, he's busy trying to get objective. And take a look at the difference in damage. Almost 2 times again. Not that close, but very close. 195,000. Very close to 200,000. And on the side of Evil, 138,000.
Yeah, there was just so much to RSG's victory here. The momentum was set by them, when to slow down, when to increase the tempo, when to shift it into high gear, when to back off, when to go into fights, and that was nothing that Evil could do. And even if they want to take a single turret hit, there was nothing that they could achieve. Like, 0 damage to turrets, no objectives taken by Evil. It kind of seems like it's a one-sided game. What are your thoughts on all of this?
I mean, you know, you were saying Powerful could not even get onto the score. He couldn't really get involved in fights because he was too busy being dead, which is a good excuse.
Yes.
If he's dead. But
it's a perfect excuse.
what do you guys think? Who do you guys think is the MVP of this?
Man, I kind of want to see Lucian QD up there.
Yeah.
His incredible setups and his incredible decision-making, shot calling, but it kind of seems like Oki has one of the better scores. We won't have to wait any longer. This is your MVP, Lucian QT.
All
I
right.
mean, hey, look, I see Cooper as an MVP. I'm happy. That is all I want in
Well,
life.
that's my wet dream.
Yeah, no. Okay, no.
We were talking,
no,
we were
are
talking
no,
about
oh, no.
we're talking about Oki's wet dream, but this is my personal favorite. Like, it is nice to finally see a tank on the MVP screen, right? Usually we always see, you know, we always see the mage, the MM, or usually the jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, so to see an EXP or a roam, it's very pleasing to my eyes.
And it's a Kufra.
Yeah, and it's a Kufra. On top of that, it's a Kufra. I'm like, ooh. Yeah, this is the spot, right? But look at that. With the tough boots, along with the Athena shield, immortality, Dom eyes, and going for anti-curious at the end.
Actually, I kind of like the fact that Lucian QD actually went for the immortality very early on in the game, because that gives him a second life. That gives Evo the impression of intimidation. The adding salt to the wound. Like, he doesn't have to jump at you. He just have to look like he's jumping. And even
just
if
walk
you
away.
have a Kadita in your possession, no bush is safe for you.
Yeah.
Because the fact of the matter is, his rotation was way better executed than Carrot. He's always at the bush first. He's always seeking out information for the rest of the team, and it's always information, understanding the vision, what's within the jungle, what's all of that. Let's take a look at the MVP and the highlights on all of that.
Exactly, and let's take a look. Who do you think it is? Lucian QD, right?
Yes, Lucian QD.
Yes, and let's take a look at the highlights
again.
Yep, so most of it is revolving around Diablo as well. Take a look at that. Her instant first blood, very aggressive play. And look at it, just the Tyrant's Rage and the Tyrant's Ravage itself already created so much room and so much space for the team to move up. That's why they went for the Grok, because they do not need any much gap closers. But Grok is an excellent gap closer on his own.
This is what I like about the RSG's team fight. Every single time there's a fight, there's always layering in. So Lucian QD jumps right in, and Bray wall charges in to secure that crowd control, enabling them to have a longer stun. All of this so that Oki can have that high amount of burst damage. Take a look at that. The machine gun capabilities coming up. And even with the Faramis, you have the call outer, keeping them alive just for a short while. And Faramis, he's not used just as a utility mage, but Faramis deals a lot of damage. When you stay coagulated together.
The moment he can catch Powerful off guard, he will catch off guard. Diablo goes in with a flicker and the dash. Wow. And the 1,000 Fists. Ooh, right to the T. And it's just a nice little cleanup from there.
Yeah, no, Lucian QD, I think he's doing so well. And even in this fight here, he is going for the right targets. He goes after Powerful, gets him down immediately, gets down the two of them, and the wall is there to stop them from escaping. The teamwork and the coordination coming from this Grok and Kufra. You know, you saw the Grok goes in, the Kufra goes in, the Kufra goes in, the Grok goes in, right? And that was just perfect timing from both of the players on the side of RSG.
Exactly. It's just like a kue lapis, you know, just a constant layer. There's so many layers. If you have a knife, you can find a crack and go straight and dissect those layers, and that's how you beat RSG's late edge.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that we are wondering right now.
Yes.
I want to know what is on the player's mind. So, Cheryl, you got the mic. Take it away.
Thanks so much, guys. Now, this is the man of the hour that I have right here with me. And honestly, I had so much to say even for yesterday. Did you guys take a look at that Fasa? 0 deaths. Absolutely amazing. And we did see that Fasa making a reappearance today in Game 1 as well. So here, ladies and gentlemen, I have Roy here with me. So Roy, I do have a few burning questions. So mainly, you guys played over in the M4 representing Singapore, so how would it say that it affects your mentality and gameplay right here at MPL SG?
I think during the M4 period, we were training very hard lah. So like, because our bracket was quite unlucky lah, we were fighting like Expo, RRQ, and one Occupy. So like, we were looking for different strategies, how to counter them. Maybe like, but at that time, there wasn't like pocket pick like Badang for Diablo lah. So like, yeah, we wasted.
Yeah, but that was a surprise though, seeing refreshing to see Badang pick from Diablo. So, and of course, I was just telling Roy earlier, I was 2 years old when I realized that our wonderful Fairy Mist could actually counter Khadija. So that's really nice to know as well, even for me. And of course, next question would be, what is the team that you are most worried to face in the regular season and why?
I think it's B lah, cause they are like us full time also. So like I think got a bit of kick.
a bit of kick. So maybe you'll be facing Sailor likely. So do you have anything to say to him?
Good luck, have fun, please.
All right. And of course, right now, with the team having back-to-back 2-0 victories, how's the team feeling moving into week 2 of the regular season with 6 points?
I think we are all feeling quite confident because we told everyone, like, we are looking to do everyone also this season also, like last season.
Yeah, keep up that 7-win streak throughout regular season, right? So that's absolutely amazing. Rinse and repeat the strategy right here with a great team, right?
Yeah.
So thank you so much, Roy, for taking time off for this interview with us. Thank you. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Roy right here from RSG Slate SG, sweeping 2-0 from Evil. Now next up that will be happening would be a match between Flash and Revival. Now these two teams actually lost against their individual matches yesterday. So once again, as we have mentioned, this is a clean slate. It's day 2. No one knows what's gonna happen. So stick around and join us for match 3 right here for week 1, day 2.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlott, the Lone Lancer. Arlott is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlott slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlott charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlott's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlott performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlott's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlott that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlott's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlott can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again, and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
縛ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate, Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again back here to MPL SG Season 5, Week 1, Day 2. And right now here, we are at Match 3 for the day. And today we're going to be anticipating Team Flash going head-to-head right here with Revival. Now what's interesting about these two teams is unfortunately they were faced with losses individually as teams over on Day 1. But however, once again, today is a brand new day and we could be seeing some differences right in the overall standings with just this match alone. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, for those of you who are here with us as our live audiences today, I mentioned to you guys earlier that we have a sweet treat for you. Now, for the first 5 people who take selfies right here at the regular season venue and post it on social media with the hashtag of #OurPride, and tag mpl.sg.official, and you will receive a prize. To collect your prize, all you have to do is head on to any of our friendly crew members and show that you have posted your post onto social media with the relevant hashtags, and you will be rewarded handsomely. So as you guys can see, joining us right here at the live venue itself, this is a great deal because you guys stand to win so many amazing prizes and more. Now, not to worry, because those of you who are joining us online, you guys get to scan some really cool codes as well right here on the stream itself. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going to introduce the teams. Presenting to you, Team Flash. Wow, just taking a look over to my shoulder, I can see my boys looking super confident right there. So without further ado, we're going to lead in the next team. Presenting to you, ladies and gentlemen, Revival. So yes, guys, the teams are getting locked and loaded and ready to head on over to the Land of Dawn. As I've mentioned earlier, teams on my sides right now, they have suffered losses over at Day 1. And one team today of these two is going to climb the overall standings. I'm going to hand my time over to our 3 amazing casters. Take it away, Suki, Jays, as well as Churros.
Thank you very much, Cheryl. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to MPL Singapore Season 5. My name is Jay. Joining me right here is Suki, as well as Churros. Will be bringing you the game for this particular series. Now, the common denominator for both of these two teams is the fact that they didn't really have a good day number 1. And this is going to be the litmus test between these two teams, right, Suki?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say that it is the start of the season.
Yeah.
It's only been Day 1. Whether they have a good Day 1, they might have been testing things out, give them benefit of the doubt, right? They could have maybe been trying a new tactic, a new thing. But yeah, Churros, what do you think?
Well, we know that Flash crawled their way up to the Season 5 qualifiers, and here they are. So this is a little bit of a shaky start for Team Flash, but Revival, they are known as a little bit of a shaky start for their regular season, but right now they were in the team 4th place in the in Season 4. What do you think?
Yep, but with that said, let's take a look at the lineup for Team Flash. The most important question that we have to ask is, how is the integration of the imports coming up from the Philippines, as well as, the Singaporean players themselves, right? Vanix, Jay, Veg, Yon, and Cramgot. What do you think about this lineup, Churros?
Well, Yon, there's a lot of speculation and hype around how Yon will perform exactly in MPL Singapore Season 5 because we know that Yon is a very, very good assassin player, but he has not been performing well with these comfort heroes. And knowing that, Revival might be looking on to banning out all of his comfort picks. But we have to look at the other end of the spectrum and the side of Revival. Suki, can you run us through?
Yeah, so Revival, we have Sammy on the gold lane, we have Swirled in the mid, Ryan as the EXP laner, Nan as the jungler, and Kirby as the roamer. I mean, yesterday they played, a very safe lineup, I would say. The typical like Kaja for Kirby. There was a Beatrix. I think Sammy both played Beatrix and Carry, as well as the Fredrin and the Martis for Nan. But there was still some teething issues, I think, when it comes to Revival. I don't have that much of information on like their history. So if either of you have any information to share.
Rest worry, I got you covered right there, because the most important thing about Revival is the fact that, well, you can say that this is quite a big roster change, right? Last season, they had LY4 as the jungler. They also got the QDX Love as their main tank. They've also got Peace as their marksman as well. And don't forget, Peace was also the rookie MVP of Season 4. So, and not only just that, Pacifist from... It's actually Zookeeper right now, on the other side, all the way at Alchemy SG. But let's take a look at the caster's prediction on the desk for it now. But if you guys want to catch out more caster predictions as well, you can also follow us on Instagram at MPL SG, the official as well. So let's take a look at the caster prediction. What is the desk generally feeling about this time around? And ooh, 2 orange and 1 green.
No, I'm here to represent Vertigo.
Oh my god!
I'm here to represent Vertigo.
Oh my god!
I have to be the one that has to be the contradictarian. I have to contradict you guys.
But is there like a reason to that contradictarian?
I would just say that I like the way Revival played. And that's really, I don't have that much stats or data about this new roster. We were saying there's a lot of new changes, a lot of imports even, and that makes it very difficult for you to say like, oh, this team is definitively gonna do well. This team is definitively gonna, do poorly. And so, I always want to give benefit of doubt, right?
Yeah.
There has to be someone that is, rooting for the underdog, and since Vertigo is not here, I get to be the one
you have to be the Vertigo of this particular desk right now. Oh dear. But what about Churros? Team Flash. What do you think?
As much as I like a good underdog star, I have to go with the wild card in this one. Flash is seen as the wild card in my opinion because in Season 4 they have a totally different roster. This time around, I think actually everyone else in Team Flash is very different except for Jay.
Thank you.
Except for Jay,
Okay.
So the chemistry is in question, but the potential surrounding all of their micro abilities, their mechanical skills are yet to be seen. Yes, I like the fact that you brought in the teething thing because they are kind of like babies and they're starting to grow a little bit of teeth. They're trying to chew their way into like proper food, and this is the showcase that they've been looking for. They have a rough start. In day 1, both of these teams have been fighting against the 1 and 2 seeding, RSG Slate and Bleed. This is going to be a very, very tough match for both of them. But right now, they are pretty much neck and neck. They're pretty much on neutral ground. It's really interesting to see. There's a lot of variables, but it will be very exciting to see how these two teams adapt to each other's playstyles.
I think the most important thing you also have to take a look generally between these two matchups is the fact that Team Flash, yes, they do have the import. Sometimes you can see that Crime God and Bash plays their own game, whereas Joe, Vanix, and sometimes Yon played a separate game. But also, something to take note that usually we were told that Jane was supposed to be part of the main lineup, but it was replaced by Joe. And it could go to show like there's a lot of things in the problem right here, right? Like you train for this particular roster to work, but you really have to replace someone else. So hopefully they are able to troubleshoot that in the back end. Now we're going to go into the draft very, very soon, but before we actually go there, I feel like it's about the draft as well. Heizu is also a very experienced drafter from Indonesia as well, so respect how he's going to be drafting this. But don't forget, Revival on the other hand, it's LY4 that will be drafting a player turned coach.
Right. And as we jump into the draft, it is very typical, I think, the Fredrin band, the Ling band, the Martis, we know how these heroes work. And we know how these heroes can come in and sort of interrupt what any team has planned for their game plan.
Your team is there.
Churros, what do you think?
Well, Flash has a game plan of their own. They're trying to go for all these tier 1 bands, Fredrin Martyrs off the table, but Revival, they want to focus fire on Yon. It worked very, very well for Bleed in day number 1. Taking out all his comfort heroes like that Ling, maybe another Fanny, maybe even a Hayabusa, and going for all those mobility lockers, maybe like a Kufra or if I dare say, a Min Sitar. I want to see a good, unpredictable gameplay going in all of there. But Joy is going to be taken out for on the side of Revival. Joy is known as a very, very aggressive early game and late game hero, able to disrupt the backline.
Yeah, and then the Kaja ban, very like once again, very typical bans coming up from the side of Flash, as you're saying. It is what is considered, I guess you can say, meta bans at the moment.
Yep, but if you take a look at the bans coming up from Revival, yes, it is Joy, it is the 1-1, but the odd one out right here is a Ling first ban. This means that Revival is actually paying respect over to Yon, a well-known assassin jungler in the community as well. But also, and the problem is that we generally see a more successful in terms of victory, in terms of win secure, especially when junglers pick up the tank junglers.
Yeah, but that was kind of the breakdown that Flash sort of succumbed in. They were forced to pick out another assassin-type jungler, but Yon was put out of his comfort element. So knowing that Yon only plays the assassin junglers to the best of his ability, will Revival
I will choose my own
sort of
path.
like tie into that strategy and just take him all the way out. And as I speak, Flash is going to be picking up that Arlott or Vag in the first pick.
I know it's kind of like the prime pick right now, right? Like, especially in MPL Singapore, not a lot of teams actually decide to ban it. They always let it leak because there's a lot of different things to prioritize ban. Like, for example, the Frandrin, for example, the Martyrs as well. Now, with the jungle pool a little bit smaller right now, there's also the potential Faramis that both of these two teams can pick. But also another problem is that if you pick up the Faramis, what the other team can do is to just go ahead with the Valentina counter pick instead.
Yeah, and you know, we've seen the Valentina bans normally within the first phase. So the fact that they're letting it through, like you said, targeted bans on Yon, they just don't want to let it go. And yeah, the Faramis comes out as well as a glue from the side of Revival. Interesting. Interesting choices. The glue and the Faramis, I hear it's a big combo.
This is very, very smart because Faramis is known to burst down and melt a glue or punish glue for using his ultimate. But taking that as a pair, it's sort of like buying French fries with your burger. You have like a 2-in-1. It's not.
No,
it's
it's
not like that.
Not like that. It's more like you have the strongest shield and the strongest spear, and you have the both of these two together. Because if you let the spear go, your defenses will get penetrated.
Yeah, so they essentially denying a potential counter to glue anyways. But on Flash, on the other hand, they do pick up that Farsa, they do pick up the Lolita, they are gunning for a very, very strong marksman or basically skill shot oriented type of composition coming on from Revival and want to go for that early game rotation.
Actually, I am curious, how does the glue splitting and the Faramis Call of Altar, do they work together? How do they interact?
No, it's not really the Call Altar per se, but his second skill or his his second skill. His splash damage, his burst damage causes AoE that jumps from target to target. So like when he hits a split, that's when he has approximately like 15 to 20 targets that all jump all together and just immediately melts him down. That is his main concern. But we also have like other types of heroes that do those kinds of like retargeted kind of spells.
Yep. But the main thing that we're looking at right here is that you got the counter pick, you pick your counter yourself, which is also works very well. But another thing to consider about from the side of Team Flash is that you'll be walking tightly in a circle inside your Call Altar. It gives you it's a lot easier to sweep everyone to one side, and then Luminum Blast, and then Feather Air Strike. Drafting a very interesting combo.
Yeah, I do like the combination of the Lolita Farsa coming out from Flash. Like you said, having to, in a way, I would say that you could say that Faramis on your own team is one of the biggest baits, right? Because you want to stay close to the Faramis, you want to get the advantage of his ultimate, but that may not be possible if you're going to have the Lolita and the Farsa threatening you with AoE damage, with AoE stun.
Going into phase 2 bans, Revival is still sticking to their guts and banning out all of the assassins. You have Hayabusa already off the table. I'm not surprised if I see a Fanny in that last ban slot for Revival, but Flash on the other hand, they need to be looking down at hunkering and denying Revival from picking a good marksman, because that is where they fall short. They need to be able to lock down any type of marksman that they face. They do have that Lolita right now, so denying the
is banning.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah,
the Fanny immediately gets banned out, wasting no time at all.
They did their homework, right? Yon yesterday played the Hayabusa, played the Fanny, and like, This is the one question though. Do you target ban just one player on the enemy team? Is this a good game plan coming up from the side of Revival?
I think it's okay because, like, you know, you're targeting about the weakest link in the team, right? That's also one strategy of how people like to draft. So LY4 doing exactly that, whereas Team Flash, on the other hand, goes ahead and ban away roams. Now, Diggy is also one of the big counters. I was thinking that Revival could always pick up the Diggy because this Arkai can go in as a tank jungler, and it makes it super easy for Revival to counteract against a Luminon Blast. Now, going into the next pick, that would be a Melissa.
Oh, Melissa is a very, very good composition coming out for Revival because they want to play together as a team fight. And we played a couple of games just now. I was using Melissa, and it's always protecting and making sure that Melissa stays healthy, make sure Melissa is away from the main damage from the team fights. But it kind of seems as though Barca is going to be one of the main threats that Melissa has to face. But when it comes down to it, you have to aim models correctly. I don't know just yet if Flash is going to be playing a team fight oriented synergy because Yon could very well still go for something that has high mobility or high split push.
I think it's a very team fight, obviously, right? Because you've got the far side, you've got the Luminon Blast. There's so much AoEs coming out. Team Flash, speak about AoE.
Oh,
that's
nice.
the Nathan, and that's Amon right on the board. First pick, first time being picked in MPL Singapore. Amon will assassinate anybody coming out from Revival. It's up to Sword to be able to use the Cult Arthur just in time. And now, speaking of which, remember what I was talking about, right, Suki? Cult Arthur makes people stick together, and the Nathan's just gonna spread damage all across the board.
Yeah, I think looking at looking at this draft, looking at Team Flash's draft, I feel scared.
I'm excited.
Like I feel like if I'm facing off against that in like a ranked game or something, I would be worried. I would be like, oh.
But okay, there's a big problem about this particular draft, like Churros. Too much magic damage.
Precisely that, Jace. I was gonna say they have very, very heavy magic damage oriented kind of heroes with that Amon and Nathan, but it all boils down to play style. How Yon plays an assassin. The best be sure Amon is not gonna be showing himself in the map anytime soon. They're just gonna buy a lot of time and go straight for that backline. But Revival on the other side, they do have the Melissa, they do have the Kadita solidifying their draft for now. This is going to be a tough one. This is going to be an exciting match.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be loading into game right on away. Game number 1 between Team Flash and Revival. Interesting picks in day number 2. It feels like we're bringing something different as compared to the other regions across the MPL regions, right? It is an Amon and a Nathan on the same team. Yes, a little bit too much magic damage, but we shall be going to the land of dawn, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready for game number 1.
I mean, magic damage, does that tell us that they want to finish early, right? You want to end the game as soon as possible while, there isn't that much magic damage on the side of Revival. And Revival, they do have they have a couple of tanky heroes, right? They have Akai, they have the Glue. They have more of that sustainability along as well with the Faramis. So is the magic damage, is the burst coming out from the side of Team Flash going to be enough, do you think?
I think it's all about targeting the right hero, right, Suki? It's the fact that, Melissa is very vulnerable to the Nathan range as well. The first skill and the second skill, these are, a lot of space change. It actually forces you to move around. Displacement skills, right? Not only just that, the Arlot's displacement has proven quite useful against the Melissa. That one sweep, even though if Melissa is standing right inside in the middle, she will get swept to the side.
Yeah, you can bring Melissa actually out of the bubble. You have 2 times of repositioning if you hit Models Protect Me. But it kind of looks like, I don't know, Team Flash kind of seems as though they have only single target heroes. The only kind of like AoE damage that they could potentially have is from that Farsa. So you do want to see Farsa as the secondary carry for the side of Team Flash. Amon, on the other hand, is sort of like a long-forgotten kind of assassin that people generally... I mean, I remember the time back in M3, every single game, Amon was banned out. Amon was in the bench. He was so hotly contested. We've seen how effective his skills are. We've seen how much damage that he can output. And believe me, the scaling from these 2 heroes alone is going to be enough, especially in the mid-game where they actually come online.
So the thing is, right, what happens after the mid game? Like, that is my question. Because if you're talking about a lineup that's so heavily influenced by magic damage, right? What happens after the mid game when it gets to late game, when the team Revival is able to buy all your magic defense items? The burst is not that scary. Is it still going to be a threat?
Well, it might be, because the glue really, he shines in the early, and actually he shines throughout the game. Glue is incredibly broken. You have a very, very high regen capability. You have a nice escape mechanism, sort of. You have a nice disengage mechanism. You can go into the backline as that glue. Glue is going to be causing a lot of trouble for the side of Team Flash, because those single target skills, yes, they deal a lot of damage, but is it enough for them to break apart from the counter that Revival has, and break apart from the annoyance that Glue brings to the table?
Yeah, but that's the thing. The glue was not even a late pick, right? It was a pretty early pick in the draft. They had opportunity to choose heroes that had more AoE damage, and they decided not to. Do you think this is, Team Flash being very confident in their single target? Do you think this is Team Flash just maybe missing the mark slightly on this idea of this glue being a big problem in their game?
Well, I think they know what they're doing, because, I mean, they definitely did their homework. They have Heizu as their main drafter. You know that Arlott is able to sustain himself through Glue's early game skirmishes as effectively as Glue is able to survive Arlott's. But the question is, will Glue be a threat to the jungle? It kind of seems as though Revival is ramping up for a very, very aggressive early game play.
Yeah, and looking at the whole draft as on a whole once again, right? I'm just looking through it. It feels like both these two teams, they have the same playstyles. Sorry, not playstyle, the same kind of tools in the tool set.
Yes.
They are looking to team fight. They're looking to fight 5v5, but there's a certain small little different niches, right? Like the fact that Team Flash went for the Amon, looking for the Melissa to assassinate, or even Faramis to assassinate, force the Cult Altar, and then after that you can use the Lolita to come back in as a secondary engagement with Luminum Blast. And apart from that, in the other side, for Revival, it's about Glue creating so much havoc in the back line to force Nathan away, to force the Farsa out of the Feather Airstrike. And speaking about Farsa, right, there's also a Kadita that Farsa needs to look out for. So there is both these two teams are looking to team fight, but there's certain small little differences that separates the whole play style in a very beautiful manner.
Actually, now that you've brought it up, I just have this one thought, right? That I think Revival's game plan is ultimately easier to execute than Team Flash. Flash's, right? In the sense, okay, hear me out, right? I may be the newbie. I just have
it's
this
okay.
idea,
It's okay. We
like,
encourage conspiracy theories on the caster
as
desk.
a conspiracy theorist, as I still have to go for my vote, right? But so like on the side of Revival, I think it's much easier for them to execute because they have that tanky frontliners. They know exactly where they need to stand, right? They don't necessarily have to take big risks by having someone who's slightly squishy go in front. They have that Glue, they have that Akai. But here's the thing, for Team Flash, I don't think there's anyone on that team that can actually stand up right in the face of Revival and just eat the damage.
Actually, Lolita can be doing that because once the shield is up, the Melissa damage just kapoots.
Mitigates,
And then, you know what will happen is that I think, a certain sense, right? Revival, you're right. Revival is a lot easier to execute. They just need to use all their ultimates at once and work together. That's basically it, right? But Team Flash, on the other hand, there's a lot more positioning that they need to do. The Amon needs to find the flank. The Farsa needs to find a very good position with the Feather Airstrike that she cannot be touched at all. And Nathan also, with the second skill, with the ultimate, after you change your positions, you also need to know when to cast it. Should you cast it forward to play it aggressively, or should you cast it backwards?
Yes. That was precisely what I wanted to say. Positioning is key for Flash's victory.
Correct.
That is their main, for lack of a better term, keys to victory, because the positioning
missed that whole thing.
Yeah.
We missed that.
Positioning is always optimal when you want to do a single target pick off, which is kind of what Flash is gunning up towards. But I gotta side with Suki on this one. I do like the
Hey, you're
layering.
changing colors here.
No, but I mean, I predicted that Flashes win, but
Okay.
on the account that they are able to adapt to the aggressiveness coming up for Revival, it looks like they'll be aggressive in the early game, and whether or not they can adapt to that kind of situation and layer in that team fights effectively with the different positionings that they have from each of the individual heroes. But it does look like Revival has an easily executable kind of synergy from their heroes. Akai heavy spins in, Kadita bushwhacks and gives a lot of vision, and then Glue just jumps right in, tackles in down with a split, and then the Faramis comes in. So your layering is a lot easier to be executed if you are Revival.
That's correct. And another thing that also have to take note is Revival's range is a little bit shorter as compared to Team Flash. Alright, there's also another thing. I mean, you're a fellow marksman main myself, right?
Yes.
Like, if you're Melissa, you go in and you see a Farsa. Once a feather airstrike comes in, you'll be like, oh no, I gotta get out.
You gotta get out.
You gotta get out. And that's one damage gone, right? So it's all about trust from the side of Revival. Melissa needs to stay in the fight, trust in the Akai, trust in the Kadita, trust even down to the Faramis or Glue to make sure that the feather airstrike gets deactivated.
Yeah, to make sure she stays alive, so to speak. And Melissa, actually, I do like that pick going into this match. But Suki, what are your thoughts on all of this?
I mean, like I said, I want to support the underdog, and like I said, Team Flash, their lineup is scary, right? But like we were discussing, I do see this deathfall strategy from Revival being much easier to execute. So if Team Flash make a mistake, if Team Flash is the one who is pushing too aggressively, right, you have so many options on the side of Revival to counteract that aggression.
Yes.
And of course, with aggression comes risk.
Yes.
If they take the risk and they don't get the kill on the Melissa, they don't catch the heroes that they want to catch, Team Flash, this very painful, very scary, very like, I'm gonna die if I see someone lineup may not become that. They may not be able to get that momentum going. And, magic damage, you just need to buy, two, 3 items?
2 items,
Yep.
basically the
No,
Athena
I
Shield
think
and Radiant Armor.
No, I think you just need Radiant Armor and Athena Shield. That's it.
That's it.
Basically, the whole line, the whole damage structure from the side of Team Flash just go kaput, right? Also, another thing that we could also talk about is the fact that you have a Farsight, the Wing by Wings, should be able to fly from one point to the map to the other. So we're talking about mid-control coming off from Team Flash. We need to see more roams for the side of Crown God and Joe together. We also need to see more engages of more ganks coming off from Amon, and Amon is a lot easier to gank.
Yes, yeah, 100% agree. But Amon, the only issue is he does not have the versatility that a dash provides. All he can do is reposition himself once he uses a skill and turns invisible. And that is basically enough. You have to be able to shut down this Amon before he hits his power spike, before he gets level 4 at least. Because once he gets level 4, it's so much easier for him to just build up his stacks, build up his shards, go in on any lane, clear them out with 1 or 2 strikes, and then his ultimate, if you're going to run away, that is going to be a problem.
So Amon is going to be played by Yawn.
Yes.
And the jungle.
Yes,
The
it is.
one guy that they're banning against, they banned almost all of their bans were against
Well,
him.
technically, in a 10 ban, there's only so much assassins that you can ban out.
Correct, and not only just that, right? I think, to be honest, right, jungle is the worst role you want to ban out because of the versatility in it, right? Because, well, marksman pool, you only have this one tab, right? That marksman tab, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
EXP laner, technically speaking, you have that one tab. Yes, there's also that tank that you can explore.
Very true.
Heck, you can even go for a Gato Katra if you want to play an EXP Gato Katra, right? Tank, the rope, in a sense, yes, it's also quite limited, but I think junglers is the worst role that you want to ban out. Ban out the tanks, I got assassins. You ban out the assassins, I got a tank. There's too many things to play, and that makes it very interesting for this particular meta.
Well, I do agree with you to a large extent, but then again,
What's
with
that small
options,
extent that you disagree?
with options,
Okay, boys, don't fight.
with a lot of options comes like, okay, what can I use now? Options comes a lot of problems as well. You do want to use, you don't want to be put in a situation where you are uncomfortable,
Right.
which is what Revival wants Yawn to be in.
Yeah, you don't want to like Team Flash doesn't want to end up having to put him on a tank, right? That's the thing.
Yes.
But at the same time, if he is so, I guess, scary, and if he is such a big part of what Team Flash is doing, is it really necessary for Revival just to target him? Because ultimately, he's just one guy.
Yeah.
Right? Like, why do you put so much effort into shutting down Yon? Do you reckon that he is a game changer, the playmaker for Team Flash? The
Well,
first
I
on the
mean,
lookout?
it's called core for a reason. You are basically the glue, no pun intended, that sticks the entire team together.
no.
You're a part of the roaming trio, apart from basically the tank roamer and the mid lane. You are the one that solidifies kills,
Dictate the tempo.
and dictate the tempo. That is the most important, and that was the keys to victory again for
Yeah,
the
no,
first
bring
two
it back.
games.
Yeah.
First two games of today, because the ones that set the tempo is able to slow down the pace of game, able to slow down the way that your opponents are farming. You're able to freeze the lane. The only scraps that you can take is the small little minions just crawling their way up to your base.
Yeah.
But that's
To
not
a
going to be a
certain
lot.
depth.
Yeah, to the inevitable doom, right?
Yeah, I don't know why we're a little bit of a minion abuse right here. You know, that they're just one track mine, single track mine will get killed underneath the turret. But okay, enough for being bleak and dark, right? Let me bring you guys to a picture where Team Flash and Revival going to the late game, right?
Yes.
I feel like Team Flash is in a better position to defend against Revival's drop.
Okay, is that just due to the ability to lane clear, or is that more
Yes.
like okay?
It's
So
the AoE.
the AOE, yeah. I mean, sure, the AOE coming out from Team Flash might be good, but they would have to get to the late game, which is the issue.
I think they can because they could always hunker down. But before that, we're just gonna go into a short little break. Don't go away. Team Flash going up against Revival. Game number 1 will be coming back soon. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Singapore Season 5. My name is Jay, joining me right here on the desk. Suki, as well as Churros, we never left. And during the break, I got my third JJK skin.
Jay's actually got his JJK
I was
skin
like,
from
okay,
Melissa.
okay, I saw that we do have that, JJK skin going on. There's this promo, like, you can, you get free tokens, right? And
Yes.
I'm already, like, halfway through to 1,200 tokens. And,
Yes.
like, let's go.
Just do it.
Just YOLO, just do it. Right?
Just do it.
Just literally do it, and you can also do that as well. Just hop into the game, just press on the events, and get your JJK skins right now. I just got the Megumi skin. I know she's not my favorite character. I said it on stream, but I mean, I'm a marksman.
You mean the Nobara skin?
Oh yeah, the
Megumi.
Nobara skin. The Megumi skin and Nobara skin. But anyways, thanks. Saved by the bell. We're going to game, ladies and gentlemen.
All right.
All right, just a bit of quick recap, right? Team Flash going up against Revival. This is only still game number 1. We also established that Team Flash has a lot of magic damage in their kit, and then Revival, on the other hand, Suki feels like it's a very easily executed kind of draft.
Yeah, with that tank, the two frontliners, sorry, the tank, the Akai, as well as the glue, I feel like, Sammy on that Melissa is going to be so safe in the back line. But Flash, it is actually, I feel, on Flash to be the ones to be aggressive, the ones who have to make things happen on the map. And, there's a little bit of trading up on the XP lane, but I really still don't know how they're going to go up against this Deathball strat from Revival.
Yeah, but whenever you have a Deathball strat, right? I remember one of the casters loved to say the Durian for some weird reason, right? This big Durian rolling down, yes, it will hurt one lane, but if Team Flash knows how to position, they know how to split, the Team Flash can actually pull that Durian apart and get that juicy meat fruit in there.
The juicy durian fruits from the...
Evidently, I'm a durian eater.
Apparently. Oh, there is going to be a fight, a little bit of a skirmish in the mid lane. I believe the Lolita there in the hands of Crime God is going to be able to force the side of Revival back a little bit. So, we both see both supports are now sort of chilling in the mid lane, and junglers are also making their way in, thinking when is time to go in, when is it time to initiate.
Oh, the heavy spin coming in, and Swirl coming in with this Shadow Stampede as well. Trying to pull Joe away, he gets busted down, and just Crime God left alive. That's another kill going into the side of Revival. First blood in the hands of Revival.
Team Flash was not ready for that. Crime
Nope,
God
they're not.
and Joe. In fact, Crime God, I believe, was recalling.
Yeah.
He was just chilling in the bush, thinking about recalling. They were setting up for the turtle, and then had seen them run into that brush. Was just waiting for the perfect time to go in. But now is he gonna be able to steal it? Yeah,
I don't think so. Mesh doesn't really have the retribution at all, and not only just that, Revival, because of that 2 kills. First of all, he stalled Flash, but hold on a second, for the airstrike going in. Crime God get pulled right underneath the turret. Nothing sticks as of yet. Joe doesn't really have the damage as of now, and Crime God doesn't really have the level 4 buy right. Just hitting level 4 for now. That level 4 will be very vital for the turtle fight. Unfortunately, Revival was the one that picked them off first.
Yeah, and let's have a look at the emblems from both sides. A lot of magic emblems on the side of Team Flash. We were talking about this. And 2 mystery shops. So they're trying to get online as quick as possible.
Team Flash, Nathan on that mystery shop should be able to get his core items very quickly, right? Like the like of Thread of Heaven, the like of the side as well. But hold on a second, it's got to be Crime God once again, get pins over to the wall by Nan. That's a better airstrike, but it barely tickles them. And not only just that, with the Swirl Cult Altar allows the members of Revival to just get on there. But Team Flash to try to push on their issue, but they cannot catch anybody because there's no hard CC.
But here's the thing, so Joel did the damage. He did enough damage that Revival had to pop the Column Altar from Swirl there on the Faramis. But because of that, they could just walk away. It was basically a free trade, right? Like, they don't even have to worry about it. Once her ult is gone as well on the side of the Fasa, now they can't even go on to anyone. And now it is Revival
not
on the
looking
front
good
foot.
for Vanix as well. Revival going as well. Sammy throwing the puppets at the same time. Aluminum Blast, but it doesn't connect at all. Will get cancelled by Kirby, and he goes on away. A little bit of miscommunication coming out from Team Flash, if you ask me.
I do think that Kirby going in the Gadida is very clutch, that he knows that he can get away. So he doesn't mind diving in, being a little bit, cheeky, going and disturbing the side of Team Flash. And Team Flash, they don't have a response to this. They don't have any stuns. Where are the hard stuns on the side of Team Flash?
I think Team Flash, they do have the hard stuns in Cramgod, right? But the problem is there's no one around there. Team Flash, they need to play and match Cramgod's speed. Cramgod is always like 3 steps ahead of his own team. And he's actually doing everything right because Revival, on the other hand, had Cramgod landed that Luminum Blast and probably force Kirby to use one of his skills to basically cancel Cramgod's ultimate. Team Flash could have pounced on him easily, but now there's another team fight happening at the bottom side. It's going to be slow, try to drag, will be able to drag Cramgod right back into the snapping jaws. Vanix using the ultimate super early on, and Revival, they may go in for a secondary engage because none does have the heavy spin available.
He's tempted. You can see it there, and Cramgod knows he's there.
Tensions.
Cramgod knows that someone is there waiting for him, and that is going to go in.
Tensions going in at the same time. Both Flash burns, Vanix burns the flicker as well. Ultimate still available as of now to reposition. Revival focusing a lot of their resources at the bottom lane.
Interestingly, when you said that Cramgod is ahead of his team, he wanted to go and he wanted to contest the turtle. He wanted to go in, he wanted to do something around the map, but his team were just not ready. They were getting their buffs, they were clearing their lanes, and unfortunately here it's just a question of timing. Revival seems to have the better timing each and every time there's a neutral objective on the map.
Yep, and it's just about rotations, right? Oh, hold on a second, Kirby. Way too deep in enemy territory. That's a bush that I wouldn't usually check myself. And I think Nathan and Lolita just walked on by as if nothing happened for now. Sword coming in. There was a small little contest of the orange buff, but it also creates so much pressure against Vanix. And of course, Revival should have a free turret at the bottom side. They're securing Sammy, making sure that he can take down structures easily.
I don't know about Kirby. Like, he's been very patient. He's been here for a long time. And Team Flash knows something's up. Nathan is not going forward. He knows that there's something there, and with the Lolita, he couldn't commit. So Kirby going to go back, and they're going to regroup once again to prepare for the next turtle. So once again, the timing coming from Revival is very, very good here. Very, very precise.
Yep, immediately after Revival taking down bottom side, you see Sammy walks all the way up top. And not only just that, that's also a strong side for the side of Revival because the turtle will be spawning over there. Now Cramgod trying to open up the rush, will get knocked out. No bench dashing all the way in, but Kirby will be able to get on away with the rough waves. And that's it. Revival has pure turtle control. 2k gold lead as well. Shadow Stampede going in. Cramgod will get chunked down a little bit down low. Where's the Luminum Blast? It doesn't get connected. Joe flicker backward with the feather airstrike at the same time. Letting now damage on top of Revival, and that's finally one kill on top of the XP laner. But Revival still does have the retribution. They can try to take this away. Yon is looking for the damage, but will not be able to do anything because Revival will be securing the turtle. And not only just that, the jungler of Flash goes down.
He even got that prize of the jungler of Yon on the side of Revival. The Faramis ultimate was so clutch there. He took this time with his ultimate. He waited until everyone was low, and as we can see, the Faramis, the top damage dealer I'm shocked.
I am a connoisseur of a Faramis mage, and before he was actually supposed to be mage, because he has a very strong snowballing effect due to his passive. Once you build a clock, but hold on a second, speaking about clock, Swirled just touches Vanix and he melts.
Yeah, I'm very, very impressed on the side of Revival, the way that they're playing this Faramis. You always think of the Faramis as he's just a giant ulti, right? But he's not. He's doing so much work here. He's doing 4, 0, and 3 on the side of Revival. He has sold on that Faramis.
Yeah, it feels like Faramis is like an amazing product, right? Like, and not only just that, you couple it with Magic Worship. That's a lot of burst damage that I believe Team Flash is not ready for. And now remember when we're talking about this during the draft, right? Team Flash, most of them are magic damage base. And they are the ones that actually needs to build at least an Athena shield because Swirl is already snowballing out of control. Conceal, but get caught by Kirby though. Just a little bit of question mark. It slows down Team Flash's engage.
Kirby, to me, is doing the perfect job as this Kalita, right? He's not, as much as we like to say she's Bushwhacker, she's not actually hiding in the bush. She's not actually, thinking of, I want to blow up an enemy. He's saving Sammy. He's giving vision. He's being that cheeky person that does the interruption. But Team Flash setting up a trap here, maybe, trying to catch Revival off guard.
trying to catch Revival off guard. Yeah, 5 men right in the brush, but Revival, I think they do have the upper hand right there, and they did not pull the trigger. A little bit too much respect over the side of Revival, and not only just that, look at how Revival is changing the tide. Side lanes, and then they try to push another side lane. So speaking about this, Ryan gets a bit of a damage. That's the blob going in at the same time. Revival pressing the issue right now by trying to take down the Lord. Team Flash need to try to pull the trigger. They need to find an entry point.
But how did they get a way in? Ryan is just guarding that entryway, and
oh! Ultimate activated by Yon at the same on top by Yon, but it will not be connected because Ryan jumps out to there, and there's the count altar, especially a team wipe happening on the side of Team Flash. No answer to the Revival question.
there is absolutely here's the problem. Here's the problem, right? On the side of Team Flash, they want to be the initiators. They want to be the ones to jump into the fight. But let's look at that fight once again. That massive team fight here, and we're going to see. Well, you know, Yon is on the back line. He's trying to stop Ryan. Veg went in too deep, but on the back line, Yon is just being taken out. Everybody's just being wiped out by the side of Revival. And that's actually because I think Veg overextended.
And not only just that, right? I think Swirl, the fact that he does a lot of damage, especially due to the splash, and not only just that, there's a lot of collateral damage when you have a Melissa puppet right on. And don't forget, Sammy has been farming like non-stop because of the protection of Kirby and the vision that Swirl is able to provide. It goes through the walls, it's pretty hard to catch him. And not only just that, Nan is actually rotating really a lot more effective as compared to Yon. I can see how Yon is desperately trying to look for an entry point, looking for a way to find that Melissa, but there's nothing that he can't find it because Crown God was trying to open it up, but when he opens up, no one's behind him.
Out of Team Flash, it is really hard to get in the right position. Yes, they have the right idea. Yes, they try to layer in their team fights. You want Crime God to go in and then slowly bring out that better airstrike from Farsa. You slowly weave in Yon as well as Vanix coming in to secure all of those kills. But it's very difficult for them. And the reason is because the impact coming in from this Kadita. And now, Suki, you were talking a lot about this Kadita, bringing a lot of huge impact to the game, staying in the bush, providing a lot of vision, and not only that, the presence of Kadita alone provides the intimidation that this allows Flash to just check within their own jungle, and now Yon is left to his own devices picking up those scraps. Now, what I want to say is that last fight before the pause was a phenomenal setup by Ryan. Now, the glue went in straight for Yon. He knew that was the win condition for the side of Team Flash. And what he did was he initiated his split, got onto Yon, and pulled him back into Kadita's rough waves, solidifying that win and taking control of that Lord. Now, this was such a phenomenal play. This could change the tides of game. But guys, let's take it back into the game.
Well, I mean, we're gonna have a very intense
Red team has slain the Lord.
No contest coming out from the side of Team Flash.
I
Focusing their efforts elsewhere.
The thing is that fight was perfect for Revival because they were in that choke point, right? And Kadita's rough waves, the AoE is pretty big, and that lane is very small. So, you know,
basically fighting in a choke point.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, we were saying that Death Ball, when they are all together, Revival feels unstoppable. At the same time, Team Flash is supposed to be like the assassination squad, right? They're supposed to come in, get a quick kill, be able to clear lanes, split push, and do stuff like that. But that's not what's happening here. Revival is 18. Gold ahead.
And not only just that, there's another Lord marching
Blue
down.
team
They'll be
turret has
converted
been destroyed.
into a two-lane crash. Revival, on the other hand, they should have the upper hand. So will pull the trigger, will try to go in. Kirby jump in, will not be able to find anybody. That is the Lord. That would be chunked down super low, as well as the Cram God. He gets knocked down airborne by the Kadita. Sammy will be betrayed. Vanix picks up the kill.
I mean, like they lost Sammy, but Swirl didn't even bother to pop his call out. He just doesn't matter because at this point they got what they want. They got the turret down, and now they're going for another fight.
That's another re-engage coming out. Ryan using a split, tried to soak up some damage as well. But hold on a second, Yon. Oh, he's overextended. But what is the damage coming out from Yon? It's nothing there. It's barely tickles none. And at the same time, it's going to be Kirby and Ryan just disengaging. Joe coming in, but he will not be able to fly away because the Swirl is actually pulling the members of Team Flash one by one. Revival stomping Team Flash's roster.
Nan on the Archive is such a disruptor. right? Anytime Team Flash thinks that they're gonna be able to get in and get a kill or get some form of push going on their turrets, you know, Team Revival's there to shut them down.
Yeah, because they're super far ahead and go 8K gold lead, Churros. 8K gold lead.
Well, now Vanix is starting slowly but surely popping off. We've seen him understanding who the win condition is, and that is the Melissa. But the rest of Revival, they are always on Melissa's back. If you take down Melissa, they want to go in for another fight. They want to maintain that tempo. And right now, the impact of Kirby is just so much. Being in the bush, setting the tempo, giving map pressure, reading situations, and adapting on the fly.
And it does feel like Revival is not worried about losing the Melissa. You know, they didn't even pull that many ultimates out from that. And so they are just thinking about the end game. They're thinking, okay, even if we lose Melissa here, we have taken out, 3 of their members. We can push for more. We can do more. If I hold on to this ult as the Faramis, I can be more of a threat. We as a team can be more of a threat. And Melissa, she does good damage, she's done. And then she can relax.
Well, right now I'm thinking, is Amon the right pick? Because you can negate his 1,000 shards with a call altar, a single call altar, just at the ready by Swirl. And Swirl has been so impactful in this game as well. Not talking only about Kirby, but these two, those roaming mages apply so much map pressure that it's impossible right now at this moment, in this dire moment, for Flash to come back online, because all you can do is just pick up the scraps and pick up the crumbs. That is not much gold. 8K gold lead. 8K gold.
Yeah.
I like the fact that you just quoted me X times 2 right there. But it's like what I'm gonna have to quote that one for you. It looks really dire for Team Flash, right? I think Amon is a wonderful pick in the sense that you can try to play a pick composition, right? You pick one member at a time and then convert into a whole on 5v5. Revival, don't forget, they are only effective when they're grouped up as 5. But the positioning of the Kadita, and not only just that, Swirl forcing the issue with the Faramis, with the Shadow Stampede, force Team Flash into a fight that they don't want to take. They already don't want to go down to that sewer and fight you. They really want to get out, but Swirl is that sewer beast just dragging you down to the depths of hell.
Don't forget though that it was actually Team Flash who have 2 members with Mystery Shot. Which means that they are the ones who thought, we are going to come online earlier. We are going to initiate. We're going to push for this early game. We're going to be aggressive. But the aggression hasn't come to any fruition. There's nothing.
Yeah, the fact of the matter is that they're putting too much hopes into Cramgod to initiate using the Numenon Blast. But how do you use Numenon Blast? Whenever your Numenon Blast is charging up, it gets disrupted by Kirby. You cannot see where Kirby is, but we won't have to wait anymore. Let's go back into the game.
Yeah, it's aftermath of a 3-man takedown, but it's our Revival. Top side is already gone. It's all about Team Flash. They, like I said, this is the situation that I was talking about, right? They do have a decent amount to clear in the Farsa and also in the form of the Nathan. Now is the question, how is Revival going to penetrate through the defenses? Yes, mid lane is looking a little bit weak for the side of Team Flash. But Revival, on the other hand, I think what they need to do, just wait out for the Lord, they have extra power, and then try again.
Yeah, and we're gonna have a look at the items here. I mean, it does seem standard across the board. There's not gonna be enough on the side of Team Flash. That's the problem.
I think the most interesting part is that the Nathan is also something that is very interesting, right? There's a Feather Heaven and there's also a Golden Staff. There's a lot of attack speed, but I think what Nathan desperately needs right now is to shred through the magic resist that your enemy team is definitely going to build. Like Genius Wand, for example, is something that they desperately need. Glowing Wand, on the other hand, yes, there's a lot of tankiness from the side of Nan and as well as Brian, but they just need more magic penetration as well.
Yeah, you can have magic penetration, but if you're not gonna get the item, because Team Revival is already waiting at the Lord. They're saying to Team Flash, come and find us.
Yeah, and I like, okay, at least there's some change as well. Team Flash knows that they're not gonna be able to do anything with a 5v5 fight. You know what? Let's try to take down the turret instead. There you go. That's a pushing call. The Nathan has attack speed, and he's just gonna go for even more. In the meantime, Revival is glad to trade that turret for an enhanced lore, and now Revival will try to put on a siege Team Flash to defend.
Yeah, you know, you were saying before the game started that with the amount of AoE and lane clear that Team Flash have, Revival are gonna have a little bit of trouble getting up onto the high ground. getting through to this final inhibitor. Cramgod is waiting. Finally, oh, nope. Cramgod wanted to go in, but Kirby spotted him out. Knew exactly where to look for that waiting for that meaning blast.
Not only that, the mid lane is already cracked open by the Lord. 5 men. I think Team Flash was a little bit too aggressive in this in the positioning, especially just now, right? Standing in front of the turret, I think they need a combination. I think what they want to try to do is to make sure that the Lord doesn't actually initiate the charge. But unfortunately, the rival is up to so much damage. Team Flash had to pull back, but here we go. Another wave crashing in at the bottom side. It's a death by 1,000 cuts on the side of Team Flash. Revival, another one, another wave. It's like a 1-2-3 prong attack. 1-2-3 wombo combo. Speaking about combo, Ben's trying to do the same as well. Call Alta will be activated. The Feather Extract going in at the same time. The stun going in. Yon looking for the assassination, but the Call Alta is making sure that Revival stays alive. It is living out to their name as well, and they will be burning every single battle spell on the side of Team Flash, trying to get absolutely no value at all, but nothing but the old barren base.
Here's the thing for Team Flash, though, that they did manage to defend. We saw how they could actually do the damage. You know, it's not like Revival are coming off scot-free. They had to use up their ultimates, they had to use up their skills. They are also, you know, are being forced back because Flash has the damage. They do have the capability of coming back from this. This is not as easy as one would look. You know, you look at the kills, you look at the gold, but Team Flash managed to stop that push and managed to get Swirl to use his ultimate. They're trying to pick up Joe, though.
Positioning Joe. Oh, he gets caught in the wall. And that's exactly what we're talking about positioning. Heavy Spin will be picking up Cramgod. The next on the target. There's a 5-man on top of him. There's no way for Cramgod to run.
Okay, here's the problem. What was Team Flash doing? The Lord has still had another 40 seconds, maybe even 50 seconds before it was going to come up. And they pushed out so far, confident that they had Revival, you know, falling back a little bit because they managed to get him out their base. But the base and out there is two different places. The jungle is scary.
The jungle is a very dark and scary place. It's up to Yon because it's still going in at the same time. But Veg is trying to make sure to make Revival pay. That's a Call Altar already being activated. He sacrifices his life for the noble cause of making sure that the core stays alive. Now it's just Yon. He should be able to run away because he's an aim-on, but Revival goes for the Lord instead.
I do have to say that Flash, the fact that they're holding on at this stage is actually a good sign, right? Veg survived for so long against the entirety of Revival, and that may be the downfall on the side of Revival. They're not being able to burn down Veg.
Not only that, Kirby. Oh, that is another death on the side of Joe as well. The Spars are not doing exactly well. And don't forget, this is a 35-second death timer. The Lord should be marching down just in time for him to respawn, but like I said, that is not exactly a death you want to have going into the late part of the game.
I feel like at this stage, like, being 10k gold ahead, right? Like, maybe Team Flash feels like even if we die here, at least we die trying. At least they're trying to do something. They're trying to.
This is the hill I chose to die on.
Yeah. You know what? I'm not gonna sit in my base and cry and wait for death to come for me. I'm going to go find Revival outside.
I'm gonna find death?
Yeah.
Is that what you're trying to do? Is think about finding death. Cram all the way in the back line. He will not be surviving any longer. Kirby on this monstrous kill at the same time. Call Alta activated. Joe Feather Airstrike coming in just in time, but wouldn't be deactivated at the same time. Members of Revival just jumping on top of him, and there's no answer at all as Revival takes game number 1.
Man, I'm not gonna say I'm not gonna say that Team Flash did poorly. I think that Revival knew what Team Flash were gonna do and shut them down early as soon as they could, and that's how they won.
Well, I was watching games from the sidelines yet again, and I kind of felt like it was a very, very one-sided game. Revival had full control even from the early game to the mid to the late game. There wasn't any time that Flash showed signs of revival in any aspect right there. And that means
that joke was so season 4.
Fair. But you know, this means that there's a huge crack or huge chink in Flash's armor.
Yeah, there's so much things they need to work on, right?
Yeah, a lot of things, maybe a communication breakdown. Whenever Kramgot tries to go in, he has no backup. But the biggest thing is Assassins worth it? You've seen how Revival, right from the draft, they know that Yon is going to pick up an Assassin. So, you know, like what Jace was saying, you have a lot of options for core. But then Yon only enters through within the Assassin page whenever you ban out that 3 main assassins, the 3 meta assassins like Hayabusa, Ling, and Fanny. What is he gonna pick? You know he's gonna be picking it from that page.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the items, right? I think I did comment on some of the items as well, so you can just take us through anything that actually jumps out of the ordinary.
I mean, realistically, like Revival just had all the tools that they need, right? They had a lead from the beginning. You can see that even though Flash, they do have the items well. Like this is not early game anymore, right?
Yep.
This is maybe mid going slowly into late. So they have their items. They do have what they need. But I really think that it was the execution that's the issue.
Yeah, it's the execution, right, that allowed them to have practically a 1 item difference, right? Let's take a look at the next page where we talk about the post-game stats. I want to take a look at that damage now. That's another 60k difference in terms of damage.
Actually, that is not much because honestly, Flash did deal a lot of damage, especially Vanix and Joe. They tried their best. They tried their best to defend, and that was sort of like their shining moment.
Vetch as well.
Yeah, especially Vetch, who was 1v5ing everyone, trying to buy a lot of time, trying to just stay alive, and that was precisely what they've done. And it does not seem like Flash was out of it just yet. They did have damage to tower. They knew that they wanted to take down the objectives. When Revival was distracted with either the Lord or the Turtle, they wanted to go straight for those objectives, but it does not look like Flash was able to get enough. And this was due to the fact that this Nathan, he bought the Golden Staff. Now, Nathan's skill is very, very high with magic damage, especially his basic attack damage. And what I realized from a lot of these players is that Nathan usually avoids that Golden Staff because it reduces his, it negates the critical effects that his basic attacks can deal. You know, even without Golden Staff, he deals those small amounts of critical damage. Either throw away the Golden Staff, buy a Genius Wand, that might be better, but we have to say, like, who is the MVP from Revival?
Yeah, I like the fact that we always ask, who is the MVP? Who is the MVP? Who is it? Which Pokemon? Oh, sorry, no pun intended. If you guys remember Pokemon from Season 4. But let's take a look at the MVP, because in my mind, Swirl has been doing so much critical.
I would say
Kirby. Kidnap as well, and there you go. 6-0, 16 assists. Does a lot of damage as well. You saw that one second skill, it just melts everybody in the back line as well. And Sammy just all the way, just throwing the puppets and just throwing out needles like non-stop.
Yeah, we were talking about the damage that they did. And once again, is this an issue of the draft? Because they did, you know, it was only, what, 60k difference. That's not much in the grand scheme of things. But Revival had that front line to soak it up. And even Faramis, right, still has an escape mechanism. Kirby has an escape mechanism. Melissa has an escape mechanism.
True,
right?
that's true. But the fact of the matter is, you have a Faramis, you have a little bit of a confidence boost. Once he pops that call altar, you can just go in gung-ho, chins up, and just ready to fight. Because you have
the call altar doesn't provide you with that secondary life. It also provides that morale boost. It's like an Angela, Angela ultimate when you, and somehow you just like plus 10 bravery, plus 10 confidence. You know, I'm gonna run it down.
It's like a war cry, right? You turn on the call altar, it's like, let's go!
That's correct. But let's take a look at the highlights. What actually went really well for Revival? Let's take a look.
Now, what I want to say first is that we can break it down to the early, mid, and late stages of the game. Now, Kramgot, this is where Nan understands where Kramgot is. He wants to lock down any heroes, choking them out from any farm whatsoever. And this is what precisely they do. They don't go in wanting to just poke. They want to go in and solidify those kills. Now, Nathan from that backside dealing a lot of damage in this turtle fight, but not enough because that call altar gave them that extra life, gave them that split moment of succession. Now, this is where it all went wrong. This was, I think, the second turtle fight where Yon was trapped within the turtle pit, and that was where Swirled, he knew that opportunity. He wanted to take him out, deny him from any farm whatsoever.
You saw that ultimate coming out from Yon on top of Nan, right? No damage at all. Just all bad. It didn't even deplete the shields of that Archai. And Nan, I think, also played a huge role, right? I think he started snowballing after when he got that 2 pick-off right there in the mid lane. And not only just that, right? Nan is also another fellow assassin jungler in the community into.
Ah, okay. So he knows exactly where Yawn is going to be, in a way, right? He's
In a
like,
way.
what would I do is what would Yawn do?
Yeah, but we also see a lot of fact that in MPL Singapore, there's a lot of these assassin jungler mains.
Yes.
Somehow, when it comes to MPL SG, when they're on that desk, right, in front of the LED screen, in front of the LED screens, they just defaulted into tank junglers.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically the I don't want to use that word again, meta. The meta, the most effective tactic available, because what you need to do as a jungler, as a core of the team, is to secure all these little objectives. Having a utility skill within a tank jungler's kit is very, very crucial in these moments.
Yeah, and I feel like the lineups or the games that we've been seeing, it's a lot about sustain. Right, and it's about surviving the fight. It's about being able to re-engage after you have sort of maybe lost a member, or maybe your enemy team has lost a member, is coming in with their other members, right?
Yes.
So the idea of the sustain coming out from Revival was so much stronger than the idea from Team Flash. I feel like Team Flash was a lot of like big, bursty, scary heroes.
Yes.
Right? But when there was a team fight, when there was a situation where they had to stand and and take points, there was only the Lolita. But the Lolita, to be completely honest, I feel, her ultimate, she needs to know where the enemy is. So she can't be the one who's standing in front of the bush because she's going to get interrupted.
I think it's all about, like what you said, information game, right? So technically speaking, you can open the bush with your... it's very hard. Okay, it pains me to say it because I usually you would do that as well.
Yeah.
You gain some armor, you gain some magic resist as you go into that shadow form, and you can go through walls, technically just, peek a little bit and go back into your lane. But then again, I think, it could be also the information game, right? Because as a Lolita, you want to charge inside the bush, right? And then, punish the fact that enemy didn't check your bush and then win. Because don't forget, the Kadita has just used one skill, it cancels off your ultimate, and it's super annoying.
One question that I have is, Assassins is clearly not working out. You tested it yesterday in day 1 against Bleed. You tested it in the first the game 1 of match 3 today against Revival. Assassin junglers are not working out. Is there any other tricks up your sleeve? Can you play a utility jungle? That's the question.
Yeah, we would just like to see maybe Yawn this time around drafting an assassin jungler. Like,
yes.
Not assassin jungler, but more like a tank jungler,
yes.
right? Like the Barrage was open as well to a certain extent. I know the Martis was banned away just now. I think the Barrage could be good as well, but I think their craft just doesn't support that tank jungler, right? They're not playing around a tank jungler. They're playing around the fact that anyone can pick off Melissa or pick off the Faramis before they engage. Make sure that the 5v5 fight becomes a 5v4 fight in their favor.
I do think, like, to Revival's credit, I think that Yawn didn't have any opportunity to do so.
Yes.
Like, they never misstepped. They didn't overextend, and Yawn just didn't have that chance to, like, in a different parallel universe. All right, if Revival had been a bit over aggressive, had gone a bit too far, maybe got a little bit bloodthirsty, Amon might have worked out. Amon might have worked out, but that also boils down to the rest of the draft. It's not a Yawn versus Revival game.
Correct.
It's Team Flash.
Correct. And the fact of the matter is, Assassins is very snowball centric. You need to at least secure the early game, but it was very, very difficult to do so because the follow-up mechanism, the communication, there was a breakdown in there. Kramgut was always going in, Yawn was nowhere to be seen. He's always trying to go for that back line. You talked about positioning. The position of Yawn was a little bit lackluster in this game, so I am really, really excited to see how he tries to adapt to this one or tries to do this again, because it's really difficult to come back from a loss like this.
Yep, now let's just take a step back and let's just see MPL SG Season 5 as a whole. You have 2 qualifier teams entering MPL SG's Season 5 roster.
Yes.
You got Alchemy, who actually adapted quite well in my opinion in day number 2, but Team Flash on the other hand, still lacking in that adaptation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't. That's the thing. I always want to give them the benefit of the doubt, as opposed to an adaptation. I think that perhaps the draft itself has its own issues, and maybe, like, being told. I'm not saying being told. Sorry, like having to play a hero that you are maybe not as familiar with, or you are trying new things, right? Because to be fair to them, they are trying something new. That was the first time the Naden was chosen. That was the first time the Amon was chosen, and maybe this is just them testing things out.
Okay, but I mean, you can technically test things out in regular season, but ladies and gentlemen, speaking of draft, we're here in game number 2's draft. Revival going on first pick, Team Flash in second pick. Now looking at the bans, Team Flash hunkering down on making sure that there's no tank junglers, even if Team Flash, even if Yon maybe thinks about it, he's gonna get banned. No, actually no, there's all 3 tank junglers banned out for the side of Revival.
Now, I kind of understand what Flash is doing. Now, Revival, on the other hand, they are picking up all these kinds of like tier 1 bans. They know that they want to do the same strategy that they had the previous game. But for Team Flash, what they kind of want to do is secure objectives. Now, remember, Fredrin, Martis, and Kai, very, very, very critical in securing objectives because of their kit. You have the heavy spin, you can push people out of the way, but right now Revival picks up that Faramis. What do you want to do? Do you want to deny it with a glue? Because this is a very tough decision right now. They have a very flexible pick. What Revival wants to do is force Flash into picking a glue, which is something that they don't want to pick. And it worked very, very well for Revival's favor in the previous game. So this is pretty much a sword and shield kind of scenario where both of these together is gonna become sort of like a monster chasing you down.
Yeah, and I do think that the draft, in a way, is kind of like its own little game, right? It's its own mini game, which is the draft. And there's so many consequences to right now picking up the Kadita, picking up the Arlet for Flash, right?
Yeah.
Is that really the plan? Is the Kadita a deny pick because Kirby was so good at it?
Yeah, that was what I was talking about. That was what I was thinking as well. I mean, Kadita was so phenomenal in the hands of Kirby, giving a lot of map pressure, applying that presence within that jungle itself. Early game aggression that Kirby has with that Kadita shows a lot, proves a lot. Right now, Revival, what they're going to do is pick up that glue and Melissa. What's not broken, let's not fix it. But on the other side, though, Arlott thrives a lot on crowd control-centric compositions. What you need to do is have a draft that provides a lot of crowd control. Now the Eve is still open, or the Farser is still open. What do you want? What can you do? You want to take a long range artillery range, provide a little bit of vision. But Yon, finally he gets his fanny.
Oh, do you no? Now hear me out. Hear me out.
Yeah, I'm hearing you out.
Do you think
we can hear you loud and clear?
Do you think that Revival let it through, or they just did not want? Like, I would think the fanny is
fair,
a scarier pick than a.
Kaja's still open though.
Kaja's open.
Yeah, so like suppressive kinds of heroes are basically Fanny's counters. When she dashes into the wall, immediate suppression into the hands of your own team, and then you take her out easily. But this is pretty much a test water situation. You want to open up that Fanny, give it over to Yon, and see what he's capable of. But it looks like all smiles on Sammy. Look at him, just so happy with this pick. They're just thinking of having it down. But oh man, Flash, they actually ban out a Baxia. Have any thoughts on this one?
I would have banned out it's Revival who bans out the Kaja themselves.
Oh,
interesting. I mean, to be perfectly honest, I'm not too scared of Fannies because I normally play Kufra. So I always think that like Kufra is a good counter to Fanny.
Fair. That could potentially be one of the main picks that Revival could gun for, because Kaja also provides a lot of setup, provides a lot of vision, provides a lot of map pressure, as Kadita did in the previous game. But right now, Revival has options because Faramis, remember, is still a flex pick. You can play him in the roam position, you can play him in the mid lane.
Yeah.
But with the amount of positive success that Swirl has with this Faramis, it kind of seems as though Faramis might be looking to go into the mid lane. Cho and Hilda will stand out. Flash is leaving no traces at all for Revival to take out that Fanny.
Yeah, they're removing all chances as well from the side of Flash, and removing any chance that Revival can have a very fast early game, right?
Yeah.
Hilda in the early game is terrifying.
Yeah.
I mean, she just runs, and you're like, where is she? I have no idea. She's full HP now. Okay, goodbye.
Bro, do you know that Cheryl actually plays a mean Hilda?
Oh, does she?
Yeah. Cheryl, our host, actually a pretty good Hilda.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chase, we were playing together with Cheryl together with that Hilda. She actually provided a lot of pressure. Like, she's actually in person, she's pretty.
You see her nice and kind.
But in the in-game.
In-game, he brings the Hilda with a Blade of Blade of Hephaestus and golden kill. And I'm the French jungler, and I'm the roam instead.
That's basically the alter ego, but let's focus in on the draft. Vanix is going to go on that Claw.
Why do you want
late
to
game
put that up?
Paquito is getting picked up. Paquito in the jungle right now.
Oh, wow.
Wow, I really like this revival lineup.
I do. Actually, it is interesting to see Paquito performing very well. I know Paquito has a little bit of a small buff in his second skill, his straight jab. Going in, he is able to melt down squishy heroes, but at the count of you don't miss your skill. But Edith, I can't believe that it actually slipped through all the way till this last pick.
Yeah, Edith has actually been a very popular pick here in MPL SG Season 5. And a Kufra on the side of the Fanny though, which is not what I expected.
Yeah, I know, like, this is pretty much what solidifies their draft. You want to pin them into the wall and then let Fanny do his thing. And Yawn is pretty much in the community known as a god Fanny player, god tier Fanny player, or like SS tier Fanny player. But we'll just have to wait and see in this game. There's just so many variables, so many changes, and a lot of unpredictability. Jace, take it away.
Thank you very much for breaking down the whole entire graph, Ryan and Suki. I feel like going into this game, one thing to also look out for is Revival. Well, they're not fighting the sustainability kind of damage, sustainability front anymore. They're going for pure on damage. Heck, even the roam can kill.
But yeah, you know, I actually like this change up for Cran God. I like the Kufra
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
Lolita, because
Smash
Lolita,
them.
she does have her ultimate, she does have that one strike when she goes in with that enhanced basic attack.
Welcome
but
to
Kufra is a
Mobile
consistent-
Legends.
Like he has a lot of, he can keep using up his skills, and it's a consistent CC as opposed to like a one-off Numenon Blast.
Yeah, but I mean, let's get into game, ladies and gentlemen. Team Flash, a lot more things to prove in game number 2 as compared to Revival. They're looking to close out this game by packing a whole lot of firepower. And not only just that, technically speaking, Paquito is not an early game bully anymore. It's more of a mid-game power spike, and then after that, during the late game, you kind of become this damage dealer and displacement kind of dealer at the same time. It's also very skill-based. So hopefully Nan is very comfortable with this. Now, to set back, but hold on a second. Oh, Kirby taking a little bit low right here. Doesn't really have the tenacity is actually keeping him alive. That's a first blood over the side to Revival, and Cram God has to bounce. But Yawn coming in. This time around, the Fanny swings around, trying to find for the cut throw, but not doesn't have the ultimate as of yet. He gets shut down, and that's not looking good for Team Flash already.
There's too much CC on the side of Revival. In fact, what we saw was we actually saw, I believe it was Joe and Cram God thinking that they could get a jump on the side of Revival, and they went after, I think it was Swirled or Kirby, and they're just, at this point, the damage is not high enough. They couldn't burst them down, and Revival, their rotations were just a little bit better with that glue. Ryan coming down straight away, not even, you know, just leave the lane alone. I'm going to help my teammates. I'm going to team fight, and I'm going to take down the side of Team Flash.
Yeah, I mean, Yawn as well. I think he is trying to spin for the win right here. Doesn't really have the ultimate. Had he had the ultimate, I think Revival would have lost one of these persons, right? But not only just that, the problem about Team Flash is, you mentioned about the rotation of Revival. Use like they're faster, right? They're always very quicker, but it's also because Team Flash. This is the problem. If you pick up Meter Mage, your mid lane rotation is gonna be weaker.
I see. And, you know, we saw that fight actually. In hindsight, Yawn came in quite late. He wasn't there for the fight from the beginning. I think he was trying to say like, chill, let's come back. But never mind. Joe just takes out Kirby in the middle lane with the help of Cram God, I believe.
But that's okay. Kirby buying some time as well. Sword coming in, dragging the members of Team Flash. That's going to be Nan securing the turtle for now. They take that objective for a trade or for a kill.
Yeah, Yawn is just a little bit slow, but I think it was because of that first death that he's now a little bit on the back foot now. He needs a little bit more time to build up his items. And Ryan actually taking Veg down quite low.
That's the power of the glue, yeah. You would have thought that, you know, people have already nerfed the glue, but hey, seems like it's quite strong. But not only just that, I believe that's a split as well. He's going to be possessing Veg at the top lane, but he has to bounce because Ryan's there, but Yawn, just at the crime scene, assassinates the running Ryan.
Now Revival have to be careful, right? Because the Fanny pick, as opposed to being an assassin that can just burst someone down immediately, I do think that Yon on this Fanny is coming in to punish any aggression that Revival has. Let's have a look at the emblems here.
Tenacity being built by being selected by Kirby, that's a no-brainer right there. But high and dry for both the junglers, especially on the Paquito. That Paquito is gonna hurt if it's a 1v1. But Fanny, on the other hand, I feel like he needs to make use of the high and dry, especially in the early game where you don't really have the enemy hasn't built up enough defenses as well. But off the map, it's a lot of pressure from the side of Team Flash on top of Ryan.
Yeah, they're trying to give this Talus, I think, a bit of a head start in this round because, you know, the glue was such a big bully, but never mind, going straight into a fight now. He gets caught out, but he gets saved.
He gets saved at the same time. Call Arta coming in just in time with the help of Swirl. No casualties as of yet. Flash needs to burn so many resources just for that.
I mean, if Swirl is there, no one is dying. So they're trying to go for Ryan on this glue, trying to keep him down, keep him low level, make sure that he's not able to snowball and become important until much later on. But the thing is that the objectives are still going to the side of Revival. We'll have to see now if they're going to be able to push them back because it's going to be a 5v5.
Okay, Blaze of Hep C being built by Yon. Looking at him right now, will he be able to try to find assassination? But Revival goes for the fight instead. Joe will be the one that goes down. Veg trying to make it up, but here comes the knockout on top of Yan, and that's Yon with the cut throw. But Kirby is already going into human form. Crime God will be falling down next. And now Kirby throwing Veg all the way back. Vanix trying to fight though, but he cannot find an entry point because his members are all dead. Revival right here doesn't really have a retribution. They're not going to risk it. They're going to forfeit that Lord for now.
But I mean, but that's the thing. The problem is, why aren't they taking the turtle now?
For the side Revival, because Yon can always just cable all the way in to take away that turtle. They need Nance to battle to fight it out with the retribution. Correct. Yep. But here we go. Let's take a look at this instant replay.
So Joe gets taken out first very early on, and even though Paquito goes in, gets a knockup, but the counter knockup from the side of Team Flash was enough to deter the rest of them.
Hold on a second. There's a live fight happening at the same time. It's Kirby that actually sends out so much damage as well. The knockup, so many members clump up together, but the touch and they go. The damage has been done by Team Revival, but Flash, on the other hand, they have the bounce. I'm not too sure of Vanix whether this is a good idea. Okay, blazing the web, but he gets caught in a pincer movement, and he gets slated by Revival.
So Revival, they're playing around, trying to get Vanix down, get this Claude so that he doesn't get any money, any opportunity to go in, but never mind, they're starting up another fight.
Okay, they're starting up another fight. Kirby will be the casualty right here. Yon trying to just cable all the way out. Yes, you are very good at finding the pickoff here, but unable to consistently dish out the damage because you don't have Vanix, you don't have Joe at the same time. But okay, here we go. Another fight happening. Venge just desperately trying to zone the members away. Swerve providing some help through the wall. That's a very effective use of that Paramis.
So, do you think that Revival now, they are actually being forced to respect this Fanny? Because like you said, they did not have the retribution. Even though Yon was nowhere inside, Yon did not want to get involved in turtle fight. Revival were just too worried about Yon coming in and stealing that turtle away that now they have to play a bit on the back foot. Yon just... a 1v1 between Paquito and Fanny wins that battle out.
Yep, there's a trade right here at the top side, but Yon takes a lot of damage. You can see Nan's damage starting to exponentially increase. Team Flash right here using Cram Guard to zone the members of Revival away, but Revival, I believe they're looking somewhere else instead. They're giving out the bottom lane to try to look for some pickoffs.
I do feel like Revival is respecting this Fanny a bit too much. Glue, though, going in on her, but not going to be able to catch her. Kirby going in, initiating here.
Veg getting knocked out at the same time, but the damage coming out from Sammy will be there. The protecting marbles is making sure Team Flash is very hard time to actually catch in. Where is Yon, though? Not in a team fight. There's not enough damage for Team Flash to sustain. Revival will be able to... Oh, Crime God, that last minute auto basic attack that allows him to heal back up will make sure he stays alive for now. Revival, they take 2 members down once again.
Yeah, like the power of the Fanny is being where your teammates cannot because you are quick, you are fast. You can travel around the map so quickly, but he's just not there during the team fights. Oh, but he is trying to go 1-1 down on Ryan. That's not going to be enough. He's a glue, and Glue is very hard to cut.
Red team
Very hard
turret
to
has
cut.
been
It's very hard
destroyed.
to cut jelly, right? Especially if your knife is not very sharp. Wait, that doesn't make sense.
Sure, no, I mean, I was gonna say like in a battle between glue and scissors, glue wins. Or
Because the glue was stuck onto your knife, but here we go. There's the damage coming out from Yon right here. I think Revival needs to start to pay some respect. Joe will be able to find Sammy in the back line, bursting him in down right off the screen. But Team Flash right here, if you notice how Yon is planning right here, playing solo, playing split, pushing right here, giving out his teammates. Hopefully they stall out the game as much as possible. Revival, on the other hand, they need to be careful about these split pushes as well. Ultimate will be able to activated by Joe. Catches no one for now. Sammy's the only the one casualty. Team Flash is trying to pull. Oh, Bench with a final sweep! Sweeps the member of Revival right underneath the damage of a Flash. And here comes the damage of Yawn. Wonderfully played. Finally, that's the life that I want to see from Team Flash.
that is the incredible mechanics
Blue
coming out
team
from
turret
Veg here.
has
Like in
been
the previous
destroyed.
game, we saw him going in as well. 1v4, 1v5, no worries. And now he is the one that
Oh,
is
I'm woken.
initiating
I woke
this
up.
fight. And now you can also support our Singaporean players. Hashtag our pride, our passion. Show support for them who are representing Singapore here.
Blue
Either
team
use the
turret
code
has
or the
been
QR
destroyed.
code and you know, give us a little bit of love. Like look at how Yon is playing. Look how Veg is playing.
Veg?
It's fantastic.
Veg sets up really well. Revival, I don't think they're ready for that as well. That's a 4-5 man sweep, and then after that, Omega Birds coming off, and Yon comes in for the cleanup. Wonderfully played. Now Flash just needs to do maybe another 5 throws in order to climb back up, but they do have to go lead in that favor because of Yon's non-stop split pushes, and there you go. The problem. This is the problem when you leak out someone that you're very comfortable with. Here you go. Ryan goes in the split, takes a lot of damage as well, has to force the run away. I think that's the ultimate being used by Cram God, but it gets nullified right on away.
Yeah, they're trying to get a pick off before this Lord fight, but you know, Revival, I don't know if they should go for this. Like their lanes are being pushed in. There's a little bit of pressure from the side of Flash to now, look, we have the Lord. We're gonna keep it around until our waves crash, and then we're just gonna take the Lord. But Flash are not focusing. They're going straight for Ryan, trying to get a pick off here. Yon is just flying across the map. No issues, not able to stop her at all.
Cram God in the back line right there. Kirby will be in another final sweep. Will not be able to do the same thing exactly as the fight just now. Cal Alta coming in at the same time. The members of Revival is still alive, just smashing on the targets. The Lord is all completely forgotten by both these two teams. Team Flash has the perfect opportunity to pick up that Lord, but they decide to forfeit it instead.
Yeah, I think Flash are a little bit worried of going for a 5v5 fight. Wanted to pick off someone earlier before they go for the Lord, but that was enough of a hesitation for Revival to pull the trigger and take out Veg. And now they're gonna try and clear out more of Team Flash here.
BMI used defensively to try to get on away. Team Flash, they know they're not going to pick up the fight. The Fanny was looking a little bit low for him to retreat. Swirl, on the other hand, just dishing out some damage, just try to peel as much, to take away as much HP bars as possible from Team Flash. Right now, it's going to be a slight standstill. Revival scrounging around the map. They're slowly, you know, closing that gap of that gold.
Flash now are the ones who are a little bit worried because Revival have had the time to set up. They've had the time to move into the Lord area, able to pick which bush they like to live in. And Team Flash now are the ones who have to guess where are they going to go. But Revival have one down. Their jungle is not there.
Jungle's not there. Okay, that's Vanix BMI, but oh, holy catfish! Swell disappeared from the land of dawn. Dawn Cutthroat able to assassinate, and now Noble call Alta, and that's where Team Flash will go in once again. There's the Blazing Duet, way activated, spreading damage all across the board for the side of Revival. Ryan, on the other hand, Split will try to get out, but hold on a second. It's looking very scary for the backline of Revival, but here we go. Swirl just in time, called Alta to get on away. The cooldown reduction, the respawn time reduction, that clutch has him coming into play.
But we can see now how fast Flash can take down the side of Revival. One misstep is all that Flash needs for Revival to lose. You know, one hero have to fall back. But this Lord hasn't gone down yet.
Yeah, Lord completely forgotten by both these two teams, right? I think it's all about Yawn looking for someplace else on the map. It's so much invisible pressure that Yawn is actually spreading all throughout, right? And once the time is right, Team Flash will count on top. Hold on a second. Look at where Joe is positioned all the way up top side. He can come back for the flank. Vanix, I think he's a very defensive Claude right here, but hold on, that's a knockup as well. But oh, members of Team Flash gets knocked up in the air. 3 members already going down, and Sammy Skew dishing out the damage on the back line. He is going to go down, unfortunately, but the Lord, look at the Lord, is actually looking for low, and Nan picks up the Lord as well. Where can Vanix actually go? The final sweep, desperately trying to keep himself alive. Members of Revival is looking for him, is hunting for him, and that's what you get for taking down my goat laner.
And this is why you pick the Faramis. This is why you have that ultimate to save you in team fights, because it is so unexpected. You look at the entirety of Team Flash, 3 of them couldn't even use their ults in the fight. They couldn't even get any skills in because the CC and the sustain and the damage coming from Revival was way too much.
Your Kirby knockup, man. That was the one that solidified that kill as well. Converting that Lord over to their side, and then, of course, picking up the kills. That is a shutdown, if I'm not mistaken, coming out from Yon as well. Revival from that big boost in economy is going to be feeling stonks after that.
Was that like the 3-man knockout from
Yep.
Kirby? Like, that was fantastic. And it's not even like an instant knockout, right? That's like
It's a slow little charge up, yeah?
Yeah, it's a charge up time. And like they just played that perfectly. They forced Team Flash, who want to be on top of you, and then they just denied with the edict.
Sammy, that's just to the wrong way. Protect me, Muddles will be able to protect. Yon will finally go down as well. Vanix had to jump all the way out from the fight with the BMI. Swirl looking for some pickups right here. Cram got charges up but doesn't choose to commit. Look at where Bench is at. That's why they do not try to fight. But here we go. They need to force the trigger right here. It's going to be Joe that busts down the busted by Ryan. Swirl will take down Cram God at the same time. It's a 5-man march by Revival onto the core. Team Flash, Bench is not at home, and Revival will sneak away that core.
Veg not being there was the reason why Revival felt confident to go in. And that was just the danger of split pushing. You think that it's the win condition. It's actually not the win condition, it's the lose condition.
I can see why what Veg wants to do, right? Yon, unfortunately, tried to pick up Sammy right there, and I thought Sammy would have been dead, but there is that Protect Me Muddles that came in so clutch.
Yeah, there is a lot to say about this game. It's totally different from the first game that we watched in this match. It was a very, very close fight, and like I said, regular season is all about testing water, and this is how we know how strong Yon is on those comfort assassins. You give him a fan, he's gonna be playing it like it's just like if its life depends on him, basically. But let's break it down in terms of all the phases of this match. In the early stages of the game, Revival, they were a little bit too overconfident. They have a little bit of deaths that were unwarranted, but Flash, they wanted to go for those early aggressions, but they get punished in the end. This is due to the fact that they were a little bit far off. It's always about the layering problem. It's always the layering problem. Let's take a look at the items really quickly. Let's take a look at and see what are the differences that all these players have.
I mean, look, Sammy on that Melissa with that, what you call it? The Trinity? The Holy Trinity?
The Holy Trinity, yeah. Yeah.
It's just too much. Like, he can't, like, the problem here, I don't even think in the majority of these games.
for this. You have to add the Wind of Nature as well.
Yeah, but I don't even think it's a really necessarily a problem itemization. I think it was a lot about the movement, a lot about the team fights, and, you know, that was just, man, I do feel like Revival just stepped up their game at the last second and just stole that, I think, from Flash.
One thing I want to point out here is Yon's gold, 11,000 gold. This guy is always farming. He's always trying to get down to focusing on the players that matter. And in this case, Sammy needed to be taken out. You see how much burst potential that this Fanny has, and Nan, he has that high and dry as well. It occurred to me that in the early stages of the game, this high and dry worked pretty well, but then Flash sort of stuck together, and that was what worked for them. But in the end, let's take a look at the post-game statistics to see how well they all did.
I mean, like we said, it was actually a pretty even fight. You know, both sides were doing the same amount of damage. Like the damage taken, damage dealt is around the same, but the healing coming out from Faramis, I think, is really what kept them alive for so long. And the fact that, you know, even though Flash, I would say, Yon beat out Nan a few times solo. Right, like Yon on that Fanny was just so dangerous, so painful. Managed to take out the Paquito, but in team fights, Nan contributed so much. right?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
Yon came in with the damage, but after that, he had to go back because he was so low on HP.
Yeah, I want to talk about the nice combo that Revival has brought to the table, the Faramis Glue combo. This combo was very, very hard to beat. And it sort of like gave them that early aggression, that confidence that they need to go for it in team fights. But who do you think, out of all the 5 players that did so well throughout this match, it was a close one, who do you think the MVP is?
I think it's just World, right? Like, the fact that he gives out information, he comes in with a Cult Altar at just a nice time. That clutch Cult Altar is as a last minute as well. There you go, 5-2-10, GPM of 618, kill participation of 78%. Yeah, I mean, his Cult Altar was the one that made sure that Revival is relevant. Yes, Yon can come in with the cables, but hey, here I come with the Cult Altar. You can't assassinate me anymore if I can defy death.
The best part was when he, as Faramis, was spending so much time on the wall. I was like, is he playing Link? Like he's like in the wall. You couldn't even catch him. He was so hard to find, and he was so hard to pin down.
And not only just that, right? I mean, in game number 1, they also went for the Glue and Faramis Warmer combo. Game number 1 as well, they also went for the same thing. And it's about Team Flash allowing that same combo again. Game 1 was like a warm-up for them, right? Game 2, luckily there's that warm-up. Or if not, Game 2, they would have just lost that particular game.
Yeah, but it all boils down to the draft, but the execution as well. Let's take a look at some of the highlights to see what we can break down. Now, the fact of the matter is, the team Revival always fights around the objectives, and they don't want to take any fights that they know that they can't win. They're always situated together. The only time that they lose fights and they get outnumbered is when each of their individuals, they sort of like stray away, and then Yon finds his opportunity to pick them off.
Perfect final sweep. That literally woke me up as well.
That was like you screamed right into my headphones, causing me to wake up as well. But that was such an incredible play. Now take a look at this one. Every single time that the rest of Team Revival fights together as a unit, they always 100% win those team fights. It's only because they stray away a little bit too far that Yon was able to pick them off. But Joe was also very, very patient in finding out that Melissa, you see in the previous match, this was the final fight that ended all of that. Now, this was just an unprecedented close fight that I was looking for. I thought it would favor Flash just for a little split moment, but I don't know. There's still a lot of variables. It's still day 2. There's still lots to explore. What do you guys think?
Yeah, and it's all about just that this is only the first week of the regular season, and we're almost going to the end. Next up is going to be Team SG going up against Bleed Esports as well. That's another 2 powerhouses that we are totally looking out for in Season 5. But before we go into the break or even to the host interview with the winner, let's talk about what allowed us to stay clean and nice with a clean face. No, I'm talking about clean faces, and that is, of course, Guardian Man. Are you ready to take your game to the next level? So let me introduce to you with Guardian Man, the official skincare partner of Mobile Legends Professional League Singapore Season 5. With the Guardian Man, stop touching my face! Guardian Man, you can level up your confidence or advanced skincare technology, which is also designed to keep your skin refreshed, revitalized, and even during those hard, intensive gaming session. And personally, I am a victim because I have very oily skin myself. Say goodbye to oily and acne skin and say hello to a fresh new you. So why settle for average when you can get the top of your game with Guardian Man? Be a champion, extra GG in just 10 seconds with Guardian Man Acno Fight.
Oh, I like how they put Paquito as the poster boy. It's always...
That's a poster boy of that game number 2 as well.
I was joking yesterday that Paquito, he takes up his boxing gloves. Not only does he have a nice clean face without any pimples or acne or oil on his face, but like he has baby smooth hands as well.
That's why he has gloves.
That's why he has gloves
to keep them moist.
Right.
Yeah.
So I feel like that glove is just pumping Guardian Man all over his hands, and so that when he takes the glove, pop on his face, right? So that he looks nice and clean. But speaking about nice and clean, let's talk to the winning team that looks really nice and clean. Cheryl, take it away.
Guys. Thanks, guys. So once again, I have the man of the hour right here. And not just the man of the hour, but the man of the match itself for both games. MVP Ladies and gentlemen, right beside me, we have Swirled. Say hi to everyone.
Hi guys.
Fantastic. So we do have some questions right here from Swirled. So the first one, previously in previous seasons of Season 4, LY4 was actually a player along with you guys. But right now he is the coach. And with that change, how are things different for the team?
With LY4 as the coach, I feel that our team have much more knowledge in the game because he have years of experience in this ML game and other games. So with his coaching skills and like his knowledge of playing as a player, he can help us like get better prepared for the opponents. So he's like very prepared for all the games.
Fantastic. And I can see how this transition came about. And then you guys already have that rapport, right, playing together as well. So that's really nice. And of course, unfortunately, there was yesterday's loss. So with that being said, what happened between that loss and today, which resulted in that win? What did you guys do to recalibrate?
Because I think it's the first MPL game for our team also, for some of the players. So I think they are like a bit nervous and like still not used to the newer phone because they're using a bigger phone as well. So once we get prepared, after that loss, we don't like dwell over it. We go back, reflect on it, review the game, then we try to do better today.
That's right, yesterday was just day one, just a warm-up for most of our teams right here, and we definitely see some shine brightly right here at day 2. Now, the next one is name a player that plays Mage in MPL SG that you are looking forward to go head-to-head with.
I feel that there's 2 players in MPL SG that is quite a good mage as well, other than me. So I think it's Sela and Roy. So yesterday we already fought Roy, so I'm looking forward to fighting Sela.
Fantastic, and we look forward to that as well. Now for the last question, going to stir the pot a little bit. Do you have a message for Zookeeper, quote-unquote traitor of Revival?
Hope we are doing well at Alchemy because we are doing fairly okay for the first week. So when we fight each other next week or 2 weeks later, we'll see who's the better team.
Wow. So thank you so much for that wonderful insight, Swirled, and we can't wait to see you guys on the battlefield next week. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the man of the hour, MVP for not just Game 1, but Game 2 itself with that clean sweep. So yes, the final game that is wrapping up Week 1, Day 2 would be Team SMGSG and Bleed Esports. That will be happening later at 7 p.m. This is a match that you don't want to miss. Stick around and we'll see you then.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance. Position to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ邪魔だ
虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプ
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
縛ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the lading phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
おっす決まってこうぜ
少し乱暴しようか
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ
邪魔だ虎杖裕二です好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンスよろしくお願いします
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th. 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill! Legendary! Double kill!
Stopping time. Feels what I feel. Feels what I feel.
迫ってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the Lone Lancer. Arlet is a highly mobile fighter that weaves through battle like a vengeful wraith. Hero skills. First skill, Dauntless Strike. Arlet slams down his spear, dealing physical damage. Closer targets will be stunned momentarily, while those further away will be stunned for the full duration. Second skill, Vengeance. Arlet charges at a target with his spear, dealing physical damage. If the target is marked by Demon Gaze, this skill is guaranteed to crit and reset its cooldown. It will also restore Arlet's HP. Ultimate Final Slash. Arlet performs a wide, sweeping attack, dealing physical damage to targets and displacing them to the end of the swing. Passive skill, Demon Gaze. Arlet's demonic eyes will periodically mark a nearby enemy hero. Demon Gaze will also mark enemy units near Arlet that are affected by control effects from any source. Pro tips. Dauntless Strike is best used from a short distance, positioned to catch enemies at the end of the AoE for the full stun effect. Vengeance is Arlet's primary source of damage and sustain. If an enemy is just out of reach, stun minions and use Vengeance to leapfrog and quickly cover the gap. When low on HP, Arlet can mark a group of minions with his stun and chain cast Vengeance to quickly recover. Final Slash is a powerful displacement ability that can push enemies out of position for picks or unleashed at the perfect moment to catch the entire team. Combo tips. During the laning phase, wait for your passive to mark the enemy hero. Then strike them with Vengeance, followed by Dauntless Strike to stun and reapply the mark. Use Vengeance again and weave in a basic attack before finishing with another Vengeance. When going into a team fight, look for opportunities to use Vengeance on marked enemies. Use Final Slash to mark and group up enemies and tear into them with skill resets. Use Dauntless Strike to stun low enemies and finish them off with Vengeance. Tactics. Arlet is a formidable hero in the early and mid-game. By repeatedly marking the enemy, he can use Vengeance multiple times in quick succession to wear down his opponent while healing himself. After gearing up in the late game, Arlet becomes an even deadlier force, with more defense on top of his mobility and the constant healing from Vengeance resets. Arlet can sustain himself through the fight to continue dishing out damage. For his role as a fighter, we recommend this equipment build to bolster his damage and self-sustain. Choose the fighter emblem to further enhance his survivability, and for battle spells, we recommend Petrify to synergize with his passive and Vengeance skill. Arlet, the Lone Lancer, coming February 14th, 30% off during launch week. Get his Wandering Spear skin for only 51 diamonds the first 2 weeks. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Arlet, Lone Lancer, official release 0214.
Pain is the proof that I'm still alive.
Mega kill. Legendary. Double kill.
Stopping time. Feel what I feel. Feel what I feel.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Arlet, the lone land.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to match 4 of week 1, day 2. And this is a match that you definitely don't want to miss. We're going to see significant movements right here today in the overall standings. And this is one to watch. Now, ladies and gentlemen, next, what would be coming up would be the final match of Bleed Esports going head-to-head against Team SMG. Now, for all of our live viewers right now, we do have something a little bit special for you. Any first 5 individuals who takes a selfie right here on the venue itself with the hashtag of hashtag our pride, our passion, and tagging us on our official MPL SG Instagram at mpl.sg.official will be getting yourself some really lovely merchandise. So if you guys actually show us proof that you have posted, just show it to any of our friendly crew and we will be souping you up really nicely. So as you guys can see right here at the live venue itself, there's so much going on. And if you don't want to miss out on any of the action, do remember to join us right here live or on any of your favorite platforms such as Facebook, YouTube, and even Twitch. Now, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going to introduce you the teams first. First up, ladies and gentlemen, still moving on the gunfire, Team SMGSG. And then next up, ladies and gentlemen, presenting to you Bleed Esports. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, this is the final match of week 1 itself, and we have our 2 teams right here beside us. Team SMG-SG actually crossed swords with Alchemy SG yesterday, coming up with a win, whereas I have Bleed Esports right here on my left, which faced Team Flash yesterday and emerged with a win itself. So with this win right here for this final match, we're going to see some significant movements right here in the overall standings. So I'm just going to hand my time over to you, casters.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Singapore Season 5. Joining me on the desk right here this time round is Vertigo, and Suki will be bringing you the coverage for SMGSG going up against Bleed Esports. Man, I think this is the match that I'm looking for, especially for week 1, day number 2.
Yeah, and do you think it's a grudge match? I mean, SMG up against Bleed is like, maybe because, you know, they're like, hey, you've been stomping us last time,
Okay.
like, at least let us stomp you back. You know, I want a fighting chance this time.
I don't think it's a grudge match
Well-
if you can tell your opponent that you want to have like chance,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, I don't think it's a kind of grudge match like that, like
Okay.
because you stopped me the last time, but I feel like there's deep history
Yeah.
seeded in both of these 2 teams. But let me just go through it to you guys very soon, because we'll be showing you the SMG lineup very soon. Because if I expand on these individual players, the interactions
It's too
is
deep.
actually quite interesting.
Yeah, the interactions are definitely interesting. The history is richer than chocolate.
Than blood.
Yes, I was about to say chocolate, but yeah,
We
close
get it.
enough.
We get it, but of course, let's take a look at the SMGSG lineup. Enya, Miku, Supergirl, Reminiscent, and Derry. Now, I'd like to point out Reminiscent actually played with the JPL stack, i.e. the Bleed Esports stack in the C Games as well. Supergirl was from EVOS SG in Season 1, which is technically Bleed in this Season 5. Miku Mi was Impunity in
With
Season
Enya.
1 with Enya as well. So there's a lot of history going back to that. And not only just that, also in the sub, right? There's also Jux, which was the jungler for EVOS SG in Season 3. So there's a lot of history between these 2 teams.
Yeah, and we're going to see who they're going to face up today, which is Bleed Esports. And it's interesting that you say that, right? Because if you're looking at this current SMG team lineup and you look at Bleeds, they're almost like sister teams. I mean, I'm trying to figure out, like, is this what has happened, right?
Yeah, but of course, you know, I have to agree with you. It almost feels like sisters teams. Like when I was talking to the coach, Youngin, I was calling Daryl by accident.
It's fine.
I've been doxing everybody
You just called him by his real name. You already doxed him.
Okay, another also interesting interaction from Bleed is that Deck is a sub from RSG SG in the previous season, and Miku Mi was also the sub of RSG in the previous seasons as well, and FMM was the marksman for Almighty in Season 3. So there's a lot of rich history between these two teams. And of course, SMG, in my current ranking as well, ranks quite high because of their performance yesterday against Alchemy. I think they can still perform.
Yeah, I mean, it could mean two things for Bleed, right? It could either mean that they are treating Alchemy as a warm-up, or they see Alchemy as an actual challenge.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I had to jump in here. There's also one person that I almost remember. I remember it as well. Potato is analyzing for Bleed as well. Potato was the captain for EVOS SG in Season 1 and Season 2. Went over to Zion in Season 3 and 4. And now he's back with the stack once again. And you know, Season 1, Potato and Supergirl, they were on the same team as well.
So do you think they can actually bring back history again?
Bring back history.
Yeah,
bring
back history.
As in they are the two teams that split out and they're coming back together and they're being good friends, right? But I guess, you know, when we look at our caster predictions.
Of course.
See, you know when you weren't here,
you felt empty, right?
Yeah, no, I pulled
Suki
you.
became the Vertigo.
I pulled the Vertigo and I went against the grain. But since you're back,
I'll pull against the grain this time.
I can go to my heart's content, which is
Oh, so it wasn't your heart content to go against the grain?
my heart is full of blood.
Oh, so that's why you bleed.
That's why I bleed.
We got this.
I like it. Let's go.
Let's keep it PG, keep it clean, like Guardian Man as well. But of course, you know, Vertigo, talk to me about SMG. Why do you go for them?
I just feel they have something to prove.
Okay.
Honestly, and definitely, you know, I have that hopium in my blood.
All the time.
All the time. That's why, I mean, SMG right now, with Supergirl included, going back to his own role in the EXP.
Yeah.
Full on comfort. Yes, that may be comforting, but you're going up against Bleed. You're going up against Bleed, right? So that's a challenge on its own, and I feel all sorts of mountains can be passed.
So the thing is, right, given that Bleed and SMG know each other so well, who do you think you give it up to in terms of like having an advantage going into the draft, going into the game, right? Because if you know each other so well, then I know what he's going to do before he's going to do it.
Oh, it's about the battle of the coaches again. Oh, and don't forget, there's so much history between these two teams, man. Like
so much.
I haven't even finished.
It runs deep,
It
guys.
runs really deep. Gil was the replacement of Supergirl in Season 2
and he
as
won
an
Best Rookie.
EXP laner.
Yeah.
And we both won Best Rookies before. And Aeon, the coach of SMGSG, played with the Potato Stack as well.
Yeah, back in the old donkey years. Aeon was like the OG. Right now, he's still the OG.
Man, I can run a history class on MPL SG.
You need a whiteboard and then like, you know, with the conspiracy theory circles and pointing and stuff like that.
Yeah, exactly. But let's take a look at the draft, ladies and gentlemen. I bet you guys can't wait for this particular matchup. I'm excited for this one as well. SMGSG on first pick, Bleed on second, and now let's take a look at the bans. It's going to be Arlott and 1-1 ban right off away. Joy and the Moskov getting taken away by Bleed this time around. Interesting phase 1 ban, especially when the Moskov was targeted.
Yeah, I wonder, like, with that Moskov ban, do you think that they're going for, you know, an assassin sort of a play style on the side of Bleed, right? Because Moskov, you know, in lane, he's able to sort of sustain himself. He has that stun, he has a way to get away, compared to, you know, some other gold laners that have been coming up. So maybe Bleed here is looking to potentially stop that. So they want to come in and they want to be aggressive, perhaps, onto the gold laner of Team SMG.
That could be the case, but also another thing that I would like to also think about is that it's just the fact that it's just Moskov is a very easy, one of the top marksmen in this particular meta, and now Bleed will also take the farms away, and now SMG Aeon has chose to ban away the the Fanny as well. Deck is notoriously known for his Fanny plays.
We seem to have a lot of fantastic Fanny players in MPL SG. And I think that, targeting bans, maybe it'll work out. Maybe it'll work out for Team SMG here. But at the same time, there's a lot of heroes that are available. There's so many like high impact heroes that have played, like Fredrin, the Martis, a lot of these other interesting heroes like Valentina could be pulled as well. And that's interesting because we haven't actually seen a game where, the mages, like normally mages do get banned quite a bit from what I've seen. And so now that they're focusing on the Joy, on the gold laners in 1-1 and Moscow, whether or not do these teams have a game plan or are they just reacting to each other?
I think the fact that SMG, I don't think it's about banning away the mages. I think it's about banning away and leaving what is open. Right now, what's open on the table earlier just now was the Kaja. There was also the Fredrin that was also wide open as well, and even down to a certain extent, the Melissa. Bleed snap picking the Melissa and Lapu Lapu right off the bat very early. This is Bleed showing the cards on the table right off the bat. This is my win condition. How is SMG going to do with it? And don't forget, this Kaja was used to great success by Derry yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, looking back at the team lineup, Derry actually played the Kaja twice. It's a 100% win rate, and that's the only two games that they played yesterday.
And it was successful, so they don't fix it.
I mean, Kaja is just such a good hero to lock down a single enemy, right? As long as she can get her, as long as he can get into the back lines, as long as he can get to the squishy heroes, he's a great pickup. And yeah, a Valentina coming in from SMG, which is, is to be expected, and a glue as well.
Okay, that's a glue for Supergirl, right? Going into the EXP lane now, Valentina. I don't want to say this, but I don't know. Just Spider Sense tingling right here, right? Mikumi could have played it, of course. That's a mage player for SMG, but MPLPH did use that Valentina as a jungler in a sense.
No way.
I think they want to snap it up just because they don't want the Valentina in Bleed's hands instead, because they can just take away, Kaja's ultimate with the IMU.
I mean, that's also one way to see it, but here we go.
Team is banned.
Notice how confident they are in the rounds, right? Like, just picking away Melissa and Lapo. Yeah, we'll come back to the Fredrin later before going into the second phase ban.
I mean, they might have been baiting SMG, right? If you have so many good heroes available, and you're confident that you know how to counter the Fredrin, you don't mind if they take it. And I think that this is Bleed saying, you know what, if you want to take the Valentina, I'm going to go on with the, what we say, the meta piece, right? We're going to have a tanky jungler, we're going to have, Lapu in there as a fighter who's going to be able to disrupt and take down the enemies pretty easily. But the bans now, both sides targeting tankier heroes, high HP pools. The Kufra on the side of G, and Martis and Akai on the side of Bleed.
Yep. Both, especially Bleed right here, since they've already secured their own tank jungler, they ban away their Kai, ban away the Martis. What's left on the table for the side of junglers? Yes, there's still the Barats that they can always go back to, but usually you want a couple Barats with a Faramis or even down to a certain point an Estus, right? But the SMGSG has already secured a Kaja going into the roam as well. And there you go. Wow. Kagura ban. Massive respect over to Sailor.
Yeah, I think yesterday, Bleed did a lot of work with that Kagura. You wouldn't consider her current meta, and she's not someone that you see very often. But Bleed uses great effect in a Ruby. Wow, they want to fight.
They're last picking the mage.
Yeah, they're last picking the mage. I agree with you. There's
it could be a Eve or
there's
Farsa.
An Eve open. There's a Farsa open, but there's also something that Bleed has to be careful, right? SMG does have the Valentina, the IMU. I will take away the big ultimate the Sailor could provide.
I mean, maybe you're not worried about that, right? If Valentina has a good start, that's great, right? If she is able to take on the early game, she's able to take over, her EXP, her passive is going to go up, that's fantastic. But if you are constantly fighting from the side of Bleed spots, you're not worried about the Valentina.
Yeah, right now, it's all about Enya's hero, right? Is it going to be a Beatrix? It could be also a Brody as well. I feel like the Beatrix is actually not bad. You do have some innate dash as well that allow you, but okay, that will be a carry. Should shred through Bleed, especially when there's a Fredrin front line, and there's also that damage reduction, technically speaking, for that level 2, but that shredding is true damage as well. Now, all eyes on Sailor. What mage will he go? What is the mage whose ultimate is not as valuable for that Valentina to pick up?
Julian?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
Julian kind of makes sense, no?
Yeah,
Sailor
are
Julian.
you gonna
Yeah.
are you gonna put your money down on it? Because
Maybe.
you're like 2 for 3, I believe. So maybe you can make
Yeah,
it
2 for
3
3,
for
make
4.
it 3 for 4?
Yeah, maybe.
Julian sounds good though.
Why are we having an auction house right here
And-
on the draft? But of course, I feel like there's also the Julian potential. Okay,
Yeah.
it's going to be a Barca, so you will expect a battle of the feather airstrikes between these two teams. And now, both of these two teams have selected their draft going into the game as game number 1 as well. Can't say anyone that actually technically won the draft, but there's a lot of lockdown from the side of SG. There's also a reason why they kind of banned away the Kufra, because they've got the Valentina, they've got the Kaja. You don't want to flicker in and get bounced off, and there's also the carry that dashes around. Both these two teams going for big team fights, and I don't think there's a lot of flexibility. It feels very set in stone on how they want to play game number 1.
Like you can already see just based off the draft, how are they going to be playing, how their play style is going to be itself. And honestly, I can see how it's going, which way it's going. It's definitely going to go into SMG's way.
Well, whatever it is, we are going to go straight into the match. The last game, last match, last series of the day.
That's right.
It's going to be SMG versus Bleed Esports.
That's right, SMG up against Bleed Esports. Straight off the bat, Seda takes a lot of damage already from Mikumi right here and Dairy. But it does seem like, just looking at the split screen, right, it does feel like Reminiscent has the final kill.
No, yeah, and we saw FMM going in there with gear with deck, to help him clear out that orange buff faster. And still Reminiscent is quicker. Yeah.
And still Reminiscence is definitely quicker, but take a look at JPL here, just roaming around. That's what JPL does, right? That is JPL's archetype. He loves to, just peek under the table, He just take a look what's under there, just giving out that information. And the moment he gets what he wants, he's gonna have that information that he all time wants. But look at that. Wow, the neutral creep stopped by JPL. Very well done.
But even, the thing is that with that Ruby, you can go in so early, you can harass, you can get in, you can get out, and you can CC, it feels like forever.
Yeah, it feels like forever.
It feels like forever.
The combo just lives on and on and on.
Yeah, and Supergirl is trying to get it from deck here, but I mean, I don't know if he got it, but Supergirl is trying his best to sort of disrupt deck, right? You don't want to let that Fredrin build up his items too quickly. You don't want him to become that beast in team fights where he can just stand in the front line and soak up all the damage. And this does seem like Bleed is going to try to focus here on the top lane, pushing Anya and Dairy a little bit into their own thing.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, right now, SMG, they're playing it so safe. They are waiting on Dairy. Guys, let me tell you, this is the truth right now. They are just sitting on Dairy, waiting for him to get his Divine Judgment. That's all they are waiting for.
Meanwhile, on the side of Bleed, I don't think they're waiting for anyone. They're just going to go straight for the total fight here. Dairy is a little bit off. Just 1 or 2 more hits away from his ultimate there.
Oh, there we go. Ultimate is out. Terrified down onto JPL though, but the flicker comes in and a big hook coming in. Mikumi runs a little bit low as well. Reminiscent runs low as well, but look at the gear. Gear, he's going to be trying to slash him away, but the split is going to be able to sit on to Supergirl, and no life lost here on Bleed or SMG. But the turtle, which way did it go? It went towards SMG.
SMG pulled the trigger first. They initiated that fight. They were able to go in because, like you said, waiting for Dairy. Once he had that ultimate ready, they just went straight in, and Bleed a little bit slow on the trigger, unable to secure that turtle, but also they wanted to re-engage. But SMG was like, I'm not going to play the game. I'm just going to back off. I got what I wanted. I'm going to Yeah.
I mean, it all started off from Mikumi using that IMU and using that I'm offended, just to hook a couple of Bleed members into his arms and give them the good old magical splash.
Just give them a little tight hug, in the river.
And hook, the I'm offended and the flicker all the way back, but the reversal IM hook here with the IMU again. But no, Sailor is going to be the cause of that due to the praises rare from deck, trying to defend off for his teammate right there, but Sailor was the victim.
Okay, you look at Valentina, you don't think that that Ruby ultimate is necessarily the first choice that she's gonna take. But
It is the only choice
but
she
yeah,
has to
but she
take.
is now because it's all she has, and it's actually working out super well from them. She doesn't even go for the faster ultimate. She's going for that Ruby, that drag in, trying to get Bleed out of their comfort zone, removing the game
Formation.
plan. Yeah, the game plan that Bleed has.
Yes, the whole formation disruptor right there. I mean, Bleed themselves, they love to disrupt the formation, right? Especially players like JPL. He loves to play hero like Cho. JPS Cho was like it's a myth, you know, it's a legendary myth.
It's a myth, a legend.
Yes.
A mythical beast.
It's a mythical beast. We don't get to see it often, but when we do, it's always a treat to see JPL playing the Cho, right? The way he picks off with the Cho, but, you know, we digress yet again. The second turtle finally coming out, and so much chunk. Divine Judgment coming in onto deck though, but the tonal welcome is gonna munch him up, spin him out, and deck able to dash away. JPL right there, front tanking everything, and a feather airstrike, trying to zone the rest of SMG. Is still not triggering anything yet, but look at that. Supergirl able to jump onto him, and no Reminiscent able to get onto the turtle again, and down goes JPL to the split.
We saw the strength of Bleed's lineup, right? It's the range. They have so much range on Team SMG, but what Team SMG have is the threat of both the Kaja and the Barats being to pull out one person to target that one enemy hero that now Deck can't frontline, right? Because he's pulled back all the way, he's low, he has to get out.
He gets eaten up
he's
by the Tonus welcome.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like he can't get away. He's like, oh, the Kaja's done, Barats is here, hello.
Yeah, exactly, and there's no way he's basically getting put off the map right now. And the taunt comes down on Supergirl, JPL with a spin, and here comes the Mightiest Warrior as well, and a split and a flicker to get right away. And take a look at SMG here, guys. 3.6 thousand goal lead right now.
That was a 5-man gank, and they couldn't catch him at all. And that is just scary right now for Bleed. If I am Bleed, I'd be worried.
Exactly, and take a look at the items, right? We've got the Everest and the Put Yourself Together, the Demon Hunter, along with the Electro Flash and Mystery Shop on the side of SMG. But all the way on the other side, we have the Electro Flash, Festival of Blood, Demon Hunter, and that's Tenacity? Yup, Tenacity. Demon Slayer. Oh, Boku. Oh, no, okay, nothing. Copyright show. Yeah, and we have the Magic Worship right there. On the last one for Sailor. And Bleed, honestly, there's nothing out of the ordinary here, right?
Yeah,
nothing out of the ordinary.
The thing is that I think because Ruby needs a little bit of help to become tanky, right? Like, she needs a little bit of items. You know, the emblem is there to help. And if you look at the damage now, Sailor has done a lot of
wait, the conceal
damage.
play, the flicker in. Oh, flicker wasted. Oh, from Dairy. That just using that iframe to get out of that range of the Divine Judgment, and he gets right out.
Yeah, I think the problem here is that we saw that Sailor had such a high damage dealt, but because the side of Team SMG, they're very good at sort of spreading the aggression, you know. Everybody is still alive at the end of the fight, and they are just taking away more and more space from Bleed.
Oh, Supergirl just doing Supergirl things yet again.
Team turret has been
destroyed. So he's so far in.
Look at the top lane, guys. The bottom tier one turret is gonna go down though, but Dairy able to secure onto the second turtle right there, and the tier 2 top turret being able to get taken down by SMG, putting them at a 5,000 goal lead. And look at Supergirl. He's enjoying his time. He's roaming all over the map. He's just putting space. He's shoving waves. And, you know, he's just a pesky annoyance.
He feels so safe right now, right? Even when there's 5 people looking at him, he's not worried because his team is going to get the turtle. But Bleed doesn't even get anything in the bot, doesn't manage to catch Supergirl, doesn't manage to get the turtle, and now they are falling back, they are hiding back in their own jungle, and it's only 7 minutes in, and they've already taken down so many turrets on the side of Team SMG.
Exactly, 3 turrets, and as we speak, 4 turrets finally going into the name of SMG, putting in them at a 6,000 goal lead right there. And look at Supergirl, he's just smashing deck, he's just denying deck of anything at all.
That is so scary when your jungler, the Fredrin, the so-called big man, the big scary man.
The big scary man is now a big bully.
Has to move away from, like, you know, the slime.
Yes, he has to move away from the slime. But take a look at JPL here. This positioning might actually benefit him. But Mikumi, with that I am you, taking away that I'm offended, could be very, very important. So I think This time, what SMG they're going for, they're not going for any sort of damage or what from, coming out from Mikumi. They are aiming for that utility, right? They want full utilities, right? You got Split, Divine Judgment, the Turner's Welcome, and then you have the IMU. So it's stacks on top of stacks. They're trying to stack everything up into their favor right now.
They know that if they can get everybody in a tight ball, Enya is just going to blow them up, right?
Enya is just going to shred them to pieces.
As long as they can keep the CC, as long as they are able to protect this carry, SMG, they are... I wouldn't even... That's the thing. Mikumi isn't even tanky. You would think that taking the Ruby ultimate would not be a good thing because you're pulling enemies towards your squishy Valentina. But that's not what's happening here. In fact, he's the one that is disrupting Bleed, pushing them around, being aggressive with that ultimate that steal from Ruby. And so I really don't know how Bleed are going to get out of this. They are already clumping up. You can see on the minimap how they move. They're all just stuck together. They don't dare progress beyond the walls of where JPL is standing.
Yeah, I mean, JPL has a crazy vision power. But let's take a look at the items right now. Coming out on the side of SMG and Bleed. Wow, take a look at that big disparity difference. Ladies and gentlemen, Holy Trinity almost completed there for Enya on the carry, but get that steel leggings just in case. And right across the board with a 7.7 thousand goal lead, nothing seems out of the ordinary here that I can see. From my ordinary eye.
From your ordinary eye.
Yeah, we have Molten Core, Skygun and Helmet with a breastplate, but the big jump coming in from Zach, pushing them all the way in. There he gets taken down. The Feather Airstrike comes down as well. Look at the Bravest Warriors catch two members. Reminiscent and Supergirl do run a little bit low though, but they're still advancing. They're making a move. Gear, he's running low, but look at that. The Split able to jump onto Gear, but no, down Gear goes.
Yeah, you could see that SMG are not worried. They're not worried. They let Derry go.
They're just walking up. They're just walking up.
Even when Derry goes down, they're like, it's chill. We're ahead. We can take this. And Carrie's just melting that
tower.
Yeah,
look at the light wheels. It's a whole fireworks show right there. And right there on the bottom of the screen, scan that QR code. Hashtag our pride, our passion. You want to support our players. You want to, give them pride, honor, and passion. Scan in and fill out the code, and you will have some goodies.
Man, I want some goodies.
Oh yeah, then you gotta scan it.
Oh,
you gotta scan it, Suki.
Don't have my phone right now. Anyway, Bleed Esports now, they're stuck in their own base. And that's terrifying when they lose the Kaja first. And SMG is just like, hey, we still got the Barats to frontline. We still got Supergirl who can jump onto Gear and force the team of Bleed Esports to choose. Do you want to kill me enough that you are going to harm your own teammate?
Exactly. Look at how big boy is this Reminiscent. He's just walking around like a giant dinosaur.
The dinosaur is so cute.
It's giant. It's scary to see a... it's scary to see a Barat just charging at you with this humongous body of it.
It's interesting that Barats is, I guess, you normally see it in conjunction with the Faramis. I feel like in games that I've seen, and it's very rare to see that the Barats just in a lineup such as this.
Yep.
But he's making it work, and he's so fast with the jungling. He snowballed from the early game. He managed to get all the items. Gear just couldn't keep up, even though Lapu Lapu is. Fredrin is not a slouch in the jungle.
Exactly, but you do have to think about this, that Barats, they scale, they constantly scale. If you constantly keep your stacks up, this is how big you get. This is the giant dino chicken nugget right here.
No, he's a chunky boy.
He is a chunky boy.
The chunky boy Reminiscent.
It's a humongous saw right there. Like, look at how well the stacks is maintained by Reminiscent. You just keep going on and on with this Barats. You will be big, you will be painful.
And it's so scary that now Supergirl, he is completely isolated from the entirety of Team SMG. Still no respect, no worries, nothing is going to take him down. Even Gear on the Lapu Lapu cannot keep up with Glue in the bottom lane, and the Lord is up, but I really don't see how Bleed Esports can take it away from SMG. SMG have already set up.
They can attempt to take it away. They can attempt to take it away. Look at Deck jumping in with a knockout, but big takedown onto Enya off position, but the Lord knocks up right here. But the Bravest Warrior is going to get able to two-man stun, and Supergirl is going to be able to use that split to jump onto Deck. Yet he get the kill. JPL runs slow, the Terrify comes in. IMU from Mikumi just goes a little bit wide, but no, Deck goes down. No retribution from both sides, and look at that. Look at Mikumi able to take down onto JPL as well, but Sailor all the way into the front line trying to avoid onto Supergirl. FMM trying to shred him down, but no, Lord goes down. Reminiscent able to secure it down onto them. for themselves, and Gear able to hold the rest of SMG back.
That fight started in such a good position for Bleed. They took out Enya. I believe it was Sayla and JPL who were in the side, who caught Enya out off guard and managed to take him down. But we saw the power of Supergirl on that glue. He just jumps on to Gear. Or is it Deck?
A Deck.
He jumped onto Deck, and then they couldn't do anything. He could get away. We saw him just running off. He just didn't care. The team fight was done, and SMG could still catch on to Bleed, could still force them onto the back foot, and 10k gold lead now.
Exactly, Reminiscent using the Detona welcome, eating up onto Deck, but take a look at this. The knocker comes up, but the mid-tier turret still standing strong. They are trying to take advantage of this minion push, and they are trying to take down onto the tier 2 mid turret right here, but those comes out. Supergirl with a split split trying to jump all the way in and knock out. The song comes in. Supergirl, he gets the split split, he jumps onto Deck, but he's jumping all the way into the base! What are you doing?
They need the respawn turret to kill Supergirl. That's how big of a problem Glue is right now.
Yeah.
Even the base turret wasn't enough. They were like, I need the respawn turrets to kill him. And, that's how Bleed has managed to hold them off. But they've lost everything. All their inhibs are down. This is really, man, this is do or die now for Bleed.
It is do or die, but let's take a look at the player goal right now. Reminiscent, Enya, Supergirl, and FMM. Wow, it's going to be a top 3 SMG right now, all the way at the top of the net worth. But don't worry, we're only at 14 minutes and 50 seconds in. SMG, they have a huge commanding lead, but Bleed, they're no slouch about it either. They are waiting patiently. Take a look at this. It's a complete mirror matchup.
They're trying to chunk down Reminiscent, right? And at the same time, SMG is waiting for Bleed to overcommit. But Bleed, in a way, it was smart that they didn't overcommit. But at the same time, it's kind of terrifying if you're on the side of Bleed that you're not even able to like poke down that Baratz when Baratz is not even fighting back. He's just standing there, clearing the creeps, not even looking at you. And Bleed weren't able to do anything to him.
Like, the more he lands that S1, the more you're starting to feel it. The more you'll start to feel it. You see that little chicken nugget just over there stomping his feet away. And then, let me tell you, once it starts getting bigger and bigger, by the time it squishes you and you have no idea what's happening.
No, it's like, Bleed have that cup of water on the table, and as Reminiscent is walking closer, the water is just like, boom. Boom.
Yeah, it's like that old Stephen Chow movie that the water starts rumbling and then you look up, a giant chicken nugget looking at you.
Oh, and yeah, wow, Supergirl, he's going in, not too worried that there might be more players around. What are they waiting for? They're waiting to jump onto him. He needs to get a bit closer. They want to wait for the minion wave before they go in, and they're all going in, all of them.
The split from Supergirl, and he's still looking at the face of them. He's like, hello.
And that is very
That's space created.
No, but that's so not working on the side of Bleed, right?
Exactly.
They didn't even try to contest the Lord. They could have potentially gotten that kill, but they decided not to go for it. A little bit too passive, a little bit too cautious, given that they're so far behind.
They are pretty far behind, but I mean, it's definitely not worth a Bleed. But they did not expect that the I'm Offended might not land onto Glue's split. They thought they could, layer it very well, but Supergirl thumb clicked onto that split. And it was that iframe, just within that little split second of that split. 1 second too late, he's just gonna get hooked in by JPL.
Yeah, Supergirl on that Glue has not been contested. Completely fine this entire game. But the Lord is rushing in.
Yep, we have the Crash Wave coming in. We have the Lord, and look at Supergirl trying to zone them back. While look at FMM trying to chunk down onto Supergirl. Supergirl able to get it out right here with a Feather Ash. Right, they're going to be coming in, but no, JPL runs low. He has to go back. Split comes in. This turn on welcome. Able to take down onto Deck, but it's going to be a 2-man hook from Mikumi and a lightning truncheon going all the way back. But look at this, the base defense coming in. FMM, he's trying to shred them down. Oh, Reminiscent with the item sword. The down goes Gear, down goes Supergirl, and down goes Reminiscent. FMM is coming online.
They managed to stop that fight. I actually thought that the Lord was going to take down the base. That's how close it got. And that was, I wouldn't even say that was like a bad fight from the side of Team SMG, right? It's just that breaking this high ground, when you have that range, it's finally coming in now. And that going in, he's actually threatening. And he managed to, I believe, stun or CC 2 of the members of Team SMG to stop them from taking down FMM. And once you leave that Melissa alone, that's when she goes ham, right?
Yep, that's when she goes ham. She's starting to come online right now, but take a look at Bleed. They are punishing SMG for that turn. Like, they're like, oh, the moment you give us a little bit of resource, like Jays like to say, oh, JPL gets stunned up. Oh, two-man hole coming all the way in. Dairy goes down, pops that immortality, and look at JPL. He's going to be able to hold on to Supergirl. No, but down goes Deck. SMG taking advantage of the lead. AJPL going to be able to use that onto that immortality, but gets the spin, but still does not get right out. But look at Miko. Miko B, a little bit too deep, elbows deep right here, but look at Gear. 1v4 all the way up, but oh, Supergirl, FMM though, with the Malus Protect Me, good timing, gets the double kill, but still goes down. Sailor runs low, down goes Sailor.
Oh my goodness. Team SMG, I think, schooling Bleed Esports there a little bit.
Yeah.
Bleed thought they could take it on, and that goal difference is just way too big. And you know, yeah,
He's trying his best. He's
you're
trying
gonna
his
try.
best.
You tried your best, dude. You did your job. You did what you could. But that there was SMG catching out one player and then punishing them for it. Bleed. They may have an opportunity to get Miku Mikumi because Miku Mikumi is playing very aggressively, but it just wasn't enough to stop the forward train that Team SMG was driving.
Yeah, I mean, wow. SMG takes game 1. Who would have thought?
I believe you did.
Yes.
But to be honest, ladies and gentlemen, this is big. All right, Bleed Esports, they were the representatives of M3. Top 2 teams in Singapore, and now here comes player 3, SMG coming in, and Supergirl, my goodness, truth to be told, in the game yesterday, his impact wasn't really felt. He missed the drop charge, he was trying to stall for time and everything, but in day number 2, something inside clicked,
yeah,
and he became this massive glue that I don't think Bleed Esports was ready for.
No.
Did something click or did something gel together? Because
he glued. Something
You
glued
cast with the
together.
go and that's it.
Sorry, I'm a little infectious today.
Yeah. Oh god.
Oh dear
Oh,
lord.
no.
But okay, enough with that said. I feel like this particular game, it's about the battle of the EXP lanes. These two, Gear and Supergirl, were technically EVOS SG.
They
but
were
albeit-
teammates.
No, they were never teammates. It was Season 2 Gear, and then Supergirl in Season 1. And the battle of the EXP laners has shown that Supergirl won. But let's take a look at the items. Currently, from what I am seeing, it's just the fact that JPL has not enough tankiness. This is the problem of a Ruby rogue and that's why he has no choice but to pack the tenacity. The inner tankiness of a Ruby relies on the fact that the Ruby can live steal very well with a Haas Cross. That's one of her core items. JPL, unable to tank, plays the Ruby more like a utility. So Dak is forced to be on that tank role. But another thing to also talk about is that Gear losing that lane against Supergirl super early on. That's another big problem, and JPL unable to do anything towards that glue. But let's take a look at the post-event stats.
I do feel like if, let's say, Bleed had one more tankier hero, right? Where if JPL didn't have to be that frontliner all the time, that would be an opportunity more for that Ruby to shine. Because, you know, the skill in the hands of Miku Mikumi was fantastic. It's not the skill that's an issue.
Another big thing to also take note about is, yes, Bleed was actually 10k gold deficit, yet they still do a lot of damage. Just take a look at the damage chart in the favor of Bleed, and that goes to show the power of MM on that Melissa as well. But unfortunately, if you notice how SMG has been playing in the early game, they had the early game snowball. That was actually underfarmed because of the rotation. Reminiscence is already level 4, and I just felt like Bleed, to a certain extent, disrespected the Dairy Kaja. If you notice, towards the mid part of the game, they tried to bait Kaja in, but then they overspent too much resources on top of that Kaja. That's where Reminiscent entered as a secondary tank.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we're gonna look at the MVP for this
Supergirl.
game.
Anya?
Supergirl?
Supergirl.
Wow.
Supergirl successfully zoned out 5 members of Bleed. Created so much invisible pressure. It was a 4+1. And this is very interesting, and this is the only way that the composition that a tank junglers enable. You can have the the jungle to tank for the rest of your team, and then with this glue just getting so much farm in the early game, already won the lane and stomping gear out of the lane as well. He can basically split push and then create an invisible pressure elsewhere on the map, whereas the 4 SMG players just has to take down the turret. Enya, technically speaking, his role, shred deck, take down turrets. That's all he has to do.
Yeah, there's just 2 simple things, but I did notice something. You said split push, like split. Is that a pun?
Okay, I feel your pain now.
By Jace?
Now you know why I voted for Murder. But let's take a look at the match highlights, right? Because this particular game, it all started went wrong in the early game. Supergirl gained a tremendous amount of lead, getting the first blood. Sayla wasn't able to match against Mikumi in the early game as well, and that's the power of the Valentina. If the Valentina gets a snowball, she's gonna get more experience than you and roam even faster than you. Yes, technically speaking, Sayla does have the wing by wings. Now this at particular point is where FMM almost did it. The defense was solid. The damage output from FMM was something to be worried about from the side of SMGSG as well. And of course, this particular fight as well, SMGSG was a little bit overzealous, over greedy to try to take down the core.
That fight, FMM's skills were down, and the entirety of SMG stood in it. Like they stood in it for so long, and that was the only way that Bleed was able to win that fight.
That's right, and the reason why SMG was trying to stay inside that, the puppets tried to zone them out because they want to try to end the game. They want to hit that core. And now in this particular fight, unfortunately, Supergirl, once he gets that reset onto that ultimate, that split, jump from one point to another, Supergirl's those splits were impeccable timing as well.
He managed to activate that split and jump onto FMM inside the Muddles Protect Me.
Yeah, it's just very hard for Bleed to counter that. Now this is huge, ladies and gentlemen. This is huge. Bleed coming into season 5. Remember the main mission of this particular season is to take back that champion, and you would have thunk that
Dang.
RSG is late.
We're going that far of thinking.
Is the actual one that they should be worried about, but no. Here comes SMG player number 3.
Wow.
And you know what? If you do get thunk, and sometimes
if you thunk too much,
and sometimes your back hurts. A little bit, you get too much thunking around.
Yep.
We all know.
We got you covered right now, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, let me introduce you to Awesome U-Throne chair. And this is the U-Throne B gaming massaging chair that we've been sitting on all throughout. And not only just us, right? The players downstairs as well. Downstairs, you guys notice in the arena, we've got also 2 designs for you. And they're Transformers inspired. You've got the Optimus Prime skin, and you've also got the Bumblebee skin. I introduced it like the MLB skin.
Yeah, it is the Transformer and Bumblebee. We have Johnson and we have X-Ball.
And of course, the U-Throne V gaming massage chair is built to energize you and reinvigorate your mind and body. Level up to the performance with its patented V hand massage technology, its ergonomic features, and designed with the player's comfort in mind, with you in mind. Game in comfort and style with the U-Throne V Transformers edition. And remember, Awesome is here to support your well-being, and even if no one supports you in character in-game, so no worries, man. Awesome got your back.
Yeah, so too much thunking, get an Awesome chair,
Yep.
I guess.
Exactly. And whenever you overthink too much, maybe you're like, oh, I'm stressing out. I need somewhere to, get my mind off here. I need to relax. Why not get an Awesome U-Throne, right? It's a gaming chair. Not only that, it is a very nice chair for you to enjoy a massage on.
Yeah, I think right now, Bleed definitely needs it, right? Everybody of them. And even onto Youngin as well, right? Like, now they just have to reinvigorate their game plan. The game plan in game number 1, it feels like they're disrespected that Kaja. That Kaja currently being played 3 times by SMGSG by Dairy at 100% win rate, still uncontested. I'm kind of surprised they let it through, and it feels like this experiment went sideways for Bleed Esports.
Yeah, I think that glue though, I think Supergirl on that glue was just too much to handle. Right? You think that the Fredrin can sustain, you think that the Lapu can sustain. But once the glue is on you, and your teammates are like trying to get him off, it's just like, get off my friend, and it just they have to leave. They can't stay in the fight any longer. And once you remove one of the team, then the whole setup, the whole formation falls apart.
Yeah, and it's just about that, going into game number 2, I think they need to pay more attention to this. It's Kaja, maybe to a certain extent that glue. And there's also a reason why, SMGSG banned away the Faramis right off the bat because they're setting up for that.
Yeah, I mean, banning away the Faramis.
Oh no, it was actually Bleed that banned away the Faramis. So, So technically speaking, that was a free glue for SMGSG.
There is a free glue for SMGSG, but Bleed Esports, they're all about formation. They're the most disciplined team we have ever seen, but it's all about formation for them, right? If you break that formation, you break the code. Wrong team.
Wrong team.
You break the
wrong region as well, bro.
You broke the algorithm.
Yeah, like
you probably break a blood vessel or something.
Yeah.
But the main point
why
is
you're
this.
bleeding?
Yeah.
But the main point is this, right? For the side of Bleed, I think what they are trying, that's basically the comfort zone, right?
Yes.
Like
full on comfort.
being at the last core standing, and you give it to other teams, except for RGG, maybe they're able to do that as well. You give it to other teams, I don't think they're able to hold on to that because it's all about their discipline. And you saw there was also fighting chances for the side of the esports. And also another interesting fact that what they did is, yes, they know there's a 4-man Underlord. There's also a glue all the way down bottom. What Bleed decided to do, they forgot. They not even tried to contest the Lord as well. They tried to pick up Supergirl, but Supergirl at that point in time, super tanky, super annoying, and he's a glue.
Yes, he is a glue, and activating that split right on time to get away. And just like that, all those resources just went down the drain. Right? It just all flushed.
Do you think it's like a slight misplay of the draft, right? Because we were looking at the draft of Bleed. They have the Faza, they have the Melissa, very long range, right? And Miku Mikumi with the Ruby skill was able to immediately dissect their entire game plan, which was, I'm gonna outrange you. I'm gonna keep you away from me. Miku Mikumi is like, no, let's be friends.
Yeah, that's the whole point of Valentina, because that Valentina, you can just use your second skill to dash forward and then use that I'm offended, right? So you're closing the gap already, so that long range, I think kind of, it already negates the long range coming out from Melissa and the far side.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the Valentina, don't forget, the Valentina can dash twice, right?
Exactly. Plus a flicker.
And then I'm offended, or, well, if you want to play with a flicker, fine.
Yeah.
I'm offended, that's a Farsa, Feather Airstrike.
Yeah.
Notified.
Cancelled, yeah. Instantly nullified, and you can just cancel out that Feather Airstrike, and no matter how far he is, you can even flicker in and just use two of your skills. Don't tell me that's not enough distance to cover a full Feathered Airstrike. That is more than enough to do to cover and use that I'm offended, and even better, you can even use a I'm offended plus a flicker back.
I think also another thing about SMGSG's draft is that they do have a slightly weaker mid game, right?
Yeah.
Bleed is still but the problem is Bleed is really far behind to the point that it's really hard for them to kind of scale all the way back up. It's because when SMGSG is in the mid game, Bleed Esports was struggling for items. Heck, during that period of time, JPL only had one Dom Ice.
Yeah, just one Dom Ice.
Oh goodness. I can't imagine being the Ruby player in that situation and just not having the tankiness, right? It's like, I'm gonna go in, but I'm gonna go down.
Yeah, and that's also why JPL, if you notice in the early game, he was actually just walking around the map. Like, he owns the map, he owns that jungle,
He walks
right?
around like I own this. Okay. This is my land of dawn.
And even Vertigo to a certain extent, that's JPL. Like,
yeah, that's
this is
JPL
for
things.
him, right?
Okay.
But if you notice towards the mid part of the game, he realizes that, hey, I am not exactly tanky, and that goes back to my biggest question. I always question the Ruby robe for every single reason. Heck, even the Franco is a lot better for this one.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I just feel like Ruby is great in sort of like team fight scenarios, is great at, getting in there. But then she needs an escape. She needs escape option, right? Or she needs a finisher. So you need someone to walk with her, in front of her. You need someone to help her sort of layer down the CC, make sure that she has the space to lifesteal, right? Because her lifesteal is crazy.
Her lifesteal is crazy, I agree, but there's no Haz clause.
Yeah, there's no Haz
There's
clause.
no Haz
Their
clause.
main purpose is just to peel, I'm offended, stun,
that's it.
and just stand there and peel.
Yeah, and there's no Haz clause. In fact, Ruby went for the tenacity as well.
Yes.
I understand why he goes for it, because maybe he doesn't really feel like the Haz clause is going to be valuable for
Yeah.
this particular kit as well that B Esports was trying to do. I can see why they're doing this, but SMGSU, they've got the better tempo. Don't forget, Deck in the early parts of the game was a little bit behind. JPL had to babysit him just a little bit. Reminiscent, on the other hand, was
Instant
just
clear.
just rotating out of control.
Just stomping his foot down on the
I have to say, I don't really see a lot of Barats plays. Like a lot of Barats picked
Is
up.
this our first Barat?
Yeah, this is our first Barats.
Our first
in
Barats,
Season
right?
5.
Yeah, so SMG to use a Barats against Bleed, take one game away from them.
Yeah, and not only just that, I was also kind of questioning the Barats. Remember, during the draft, usually you want to pair the Barats with a
Estes?
healer like an Estes or even down to a Fire Abyss as well, because you're very vulnerable when you are in Daytona's Welcome. But the way that Reminiscent is playing it is that his secondary engage is actually quite good, because the first engage was usually Dairy, right?
Yeah.
Usually Kadakaja flickers forward, and then usually by then, when Bleed Esports has expanded and expunged every single resource onto this Kaja, you cannot run away from the Daytona's Welcome.
Here's the thing, what is the distance of a Kaja dragging you back and then the Barat swallowing you? Like, can he basically bring you home to their base and like have you
No,
for
not
dinner?
that far. Not that far. It's about, I would say, 6 to 7 meters in game.
In game.
Yeah, in game.
Then I ask you this question.
Oh yes, yes.
How long is 1 meter in game?
This long, this long.
Okay, so we're going to have to take a screenshot of your hand so that we all know how long a meter is in the game.
I don't think it works that way, ladies and gents. I really don't think that works. But of course, draft will be coming in another around approximate 3 minutes, so just bear with us. But of course, I think game number 1 was a statement by SMGSG. Remember, I feel like when I was talking to some of the teams behind the scenes, right?
Yeah.
They're like, okay, SMGSG, what can they do? But I feel like, heck, they actually can stack. They have also, remember, they haven't rebuilt Rum 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 yet. Rum 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 was really strong in the previous season. And not only just that, Supergirl came back into his comfort role, the role that he's been wanting to, because he was a gold laner for Zion, and he cannot go back to his EXP lane.
Yeah, he loves his EXP so much.
Correct, and now he's finally given a chance, and rest assured, he will perform. Yes, day 1 is a bit of a warm-up for him. Day 2, he came back, he took down his successor.
Wow,
I think that's a big statement right there. When you're like, you know what, you gave the job to the other guy, but I'm here to stake my claim on my EXP lane, and you're not going to get me out of it. In fact, he stayed in his lane, or in a lane, for so long. While the rest of his team was elsewhere, he was just like, you know, come at me. 5 of you, come on, let's go. And the glue was just unfazed.
He was like showing like, let me show you, like, let me show you why you regret, you know, not putting me in your team again.
That's on a different level of, and not only just that, it was during Potato time, and when they dropped Supergirl in season 2 as well. Potato was still in the team, so yeah, I think that was a bit of a
grudge match.
A bit of a grudge match. You kind of mentioned that, but I expanded on it to a certain point, because there's so much history between these two teams. And Potato, I think the analyst and also Young In as well, just looking through that particular game number 1, dissecting it as well. Big brains go over to these two behind the scenes that make this team shine. They are gotta be asking, okay, is Supergirl a big threat to Bleed Esports?
Maybe now we're going to see targeted bans on Supergirl, right? But can you outban the EXP lane?
No.
There's too many. There's too many options, right?
There's nothing you can focusly lock on, but more of protect, you know, who do you want your side laners to go up against, or who do you want your mid laner to go up against, or overall, I do not like Moskov. I don't want Moskov. Let's ban out Moskov.
So in a winning lane, right, do you think the glue was a fantastic choice against the Lapu Lapu in a winning lane? Because we saw Supergirl there winning out against the Lapu Lapu of Gear. Is that because they drafted the glue against the Lapu and said, you know what, in this matchup, glue is better? Or
No, it's just 50-50 burger flip, no? It
No,
all
I
comes
would
down to
say
execution.
early game, the glue should have a better time until the glue runs out of mana, and then that's where the Lapu Lapu, because Lapu Lapu doesn't really have mana as well, and not only just that, the Lapu Lapu can heal with the Festival of Blood on the split as well. But with that said, let's end the discussion. Let's move on to the next chapter. It's game number 2, ladies and gentlemen.
And
Game
Bleed,
number 2.
once again, starting off with the Moskov ban. So, you know, now not liking the gold laners, either of these teams, taking out the Moskov, taking out the 1-1, taking out the Joy and the Faramis.
Yep, going with the Moskov, Faramis, and the Glue. We have the 1-1 and the Joy yet again. So this Moskov is such a big threat to everybody. They just want to take it out.
Nobody wants to play against the Moskov, but smart from Bleed now, taking out the Glue. They have had enough of Supergirl on that Glue.
So now SMG, they're going for their last ban right here.
Yeah, but now it's like, currently that is the biggest problem. I think like, JPL could always pick up the Kaja, right? But it feels like, no, it's going to be an R-Lot being banned away by SMGSG. Bleed right now. Question, do you snap pick that that Kaja away from Dairy?
I don't know though, because
power
yeah,
to
well,
light
they do. They
have to.
No, but at the same time,
That's respect.
right? Like, here's the thing: even without that Kaja, Dairy still has so many options. I don't know if taking the Kaja necessarily is like the best idea unless they want to use the Kaja in a way in their lineup. And that's the thing about drafting, right? I don't think that teams necessarily have to have like a total game plan before they go in. But if you take the Kaja, how are you going to pair it up with the rest of your lineup? Whereas for Team SMG, they know now that they have the value in right? Me? They know that we now have to play 2 further games in order to take this match away from them.
Okay, now, hot topic right here, ladies and gents. Hot topic right here, right?
That's you.
Thank you. But Fanny is open. For both. Fanny is open for Bleed.
Oh, that's true.
Should they review that trump card right on so early? Remember, Bleed has banned away the Moskov in game number 1 and game number 2 as well. That's the first ban. And Moskov does very well against that Fanny. SMG, that's a question that I would have to ask Youngin as well. SMG, on the other hand, has picked up the Valentina. That's could be a comfort pick. And once again, I just don't like the fact that SMG is... It's also I don't like the fact that Bleed is able to get on... SMG is always able to get out by just picking something they've always picked and still succeed well.
Right, right. I think that goes to show that the members of Team SMG have a lot of versatility, right? They can play a bunch of heroes, they can play a lot of different styles. But instead of going for that Fanny, as you did mention, they go for the Martis and the Lapu Lapu.
I mean, they want to negate the taunt and the knockup coming from the Lapu, right? And probably the Terrified coming out from the Valentina.
I mean, okay, maybe it's not. Daryl is like, okay, you know what? Maybe it's not time yet. Let's just review the Martis and the Lapu Lapu as well. You're still sticking to Lapu Lapu, but SMG, okay, switching up a little bit. That could be a Dairy Edith. That could be a Supergirl Edith. That could be, you know, and then there's so much flexibility from the side of SMG as you draft right now.
I think Team SMG are actually drafting in a very smart way.
Yeah.
Where they are keeping their lineup, you know, up for grabs.
In
right?
check.
I don't know what they're gonna. We don't know what they're gonna do with it, and because of that uncertainty, Bleed is gonna have a hard time to choose matching lanes where they can beat the enemy, you know, the enemy counterparts handily. So you can't really draft against Team SMG in an easy way, because the way that they've started this draft is very intelligent. As you said, you can't see where Supergirl is going. You don't know what Enya is playing. Not Enya, sorry. What Reminiscent is playing. But a Melissa ban coming from Team SMG, I mean, the range, right? That's the thing.
Yeah, and Melissa was a big problem in game number 1. Smart choice for Aeon to just take it away once again, but SMG, I think they would have. I was thinking that their draft is very weak to that carry, right? You got the Edith, you got a Frederick. I mean, SMG is going to get out of the phase 2 ban with their first picks so I don't think they will go for a carry ban as of yet. Just leave it open. Let's ban away other marksmen. Maybe to a certain extent, I feel like the Claude could be a big problem because Brody doesn't really do very well against super tanky frontliners. On the other hand, Bleed chose to take away the Atlas for themselves. Yeah, like what I said, it's still super wide open for the side of SMG. It could be a Dairy Edith, it could be a Supergirl Edith, Bleed. Sometimes I just feel like, you know, Youngin does overthink it just a little bit, but hold on a second, SMG still bans away the Kagura for the second game in a row.
I actually made a joke yesterday about how when Sailor was playing, he put the fear of umbrellas into the enemy team, and I think that he's actually put the fear of umbrellas into team.
Is there a
SMG.
term for a fear of umbrellas?
There has to be.
Or just quickly Google it right now.
Thalassophobia.
Huh?
No, that's the fear of deep waters.
Yeah, no, that's also Khadita's skill.
Passive.
Passive. But yeah, so another Kagura bet.
Oh, bunty phobia.
Is that what it's called?
I'm not lying, guys.
A bunty phobia is the fear
Alright.
of umbrellas. We are teaching people
Phobias. Okay,
phobias
SMG obviously have the fear of phobias of umbrellas coming out against from Bleed, but Bleed chose to ban away the Frog. Of course, super flexible. We see the damage that Derry could do with that Frog, especially when he could go either tanky or even attack damage as well. And knowing Derry is a super aggressive roamer as well. He's played the Hilda before. Yeah, speak about Hilda.
Yeah.
That could be the case. Or
But
even
he's very aggressive, you know, trying to invade the jungle, but you're up against a Fredrin.
Yeah, and they're gonna take the carry here. I like here's the thought process from my side, right? Is that for Bleed Esports, they look at what Team SMG has drafted. Supergirl and Enya are already Supergirl and Enya, Fredrin and Edith are already two very tanky heroes. Do you really think that Team SMG is going to go for another tank in the Atlas, in the Grok? Or are they going to go for more damage, more movement around the map?
yeah, that could be it, right? Like, I was thinking, if you talk about movement, the Marks are still available because there is also that Lapu Lapu that you really want to limit the healing from, and it's also something that you can keep the tempo up, especially when they're super tanky as well. Beach will stick to the basics. That is a savior in the mid lane. Beatrix will go into the side. Okay, I was thinking about a Claude, but technically speaking, if you use a Claude against SMG, the Blazing Duo will just only tickle and you don't really have that follow-up damage. So wise choice by Youngin right there with their Beatrix.
So the Beatrix and the Xavier, and man, I don't know how, I really don't know how I feel about Bleed Esports right now, because if we talk about, once again, you know, the idea of like tanky heroes to soak up damage, they don't have that really. They have sustain, right? They need to be fine. They need to be unsuppressed. They need to constantly be fighting to get HP back, and it's a Masha.
Yeah, that's a Masha, ladies and gentlemen. One of Derry's comfort picks as well. I spoke about a Hilda. One of the other alternatives of a Hilda is that Masha as well. But I
Masha
can't
offlane.
I really can't tell. It was such a switch very
around.
quickly. We gotta have to take a look when we hop into game. But looking at Team SG's lineup, a super tanky front line. You can question whether the Beatrix will be able to shred. Yes, if you build a Malefic Roar, BOD, and the Demon Hunter Sword, especially the Demon Hunter Sword early. But there's also that potential problem coming out, the burst damage from the Valentina. And I feel like SMG, if they keep up that playstyle, Bleed takes a long time to load, SMG will punish them in the early game.
Yes, and we are going for game number 2, ladies and gentlemen. We have Bleed Esports going up against SMG SG here, round 2 in the land of not the evening, the dawn.
The land of the dawn. I was going to say that. Oh, never mind. They're already starting before we can even talk much about it.
Yeah, so it's yeah, it is gonna be a Masha offlane and Derry on the Edith pick. Wow, this is not Derry's like, oh, I want to play my queen.
I mean, Edith is pretty cool, but yeah, I do find it interesting that Masha instead of the Hilda. Why do you think that worked?
I mean, that Masha were to hunt down that Beatrix in a team fight, because look at them, Supergirl with the sprint. He's just gonna hunt you down to the depths of the hell with the unbending wheel as well. He's just gonna hunt you down non-stop, and take a look at that. Knock up down on JPL, though Mikumi puts a decent amount of damage right there, but look at how Bleed, they're signalizing, they're trying to get in there, but the Cosmic Gaze is gonna be able to stop them and grant them that Lethal Wanderer. SMG gets the tiny little victory from the Lethal Wanderer.
I think not only is it a tiny little victory, I think it makes me feel like SMG have not taken their foot off the pedal.
Yeah,
right?
it's just full gas.
Yeah, you are sort of showing your aggression early. You're not letting Bleed get comfortable in their seats here. And Supergirl plays
freezing the lane. He's freezing the lane.
Yeah, and you know, it's just going to be so hard to deal with this Masha because she's just going to be able to run away.
Yeah, she just pops spray and whee! She runs right out. Have 3 HP, can't touch these.
She has the zoomies.
She actually has the zoomies.
But they are sort of preparing for perhaps a gank onto the Lapu Lapu. No, the Fredrin is like, nah, I don't feel comfortable. I want to go back. I want to get my farm. I want to give my Valentina a bit more of a boost here in the mid. He just wants to disrupt deck as much as possible. But yeah, I really find it interesting because Marsha doesn't really come up as much as Hilda.
No, doesn't come up as much, but you have that hunt down to the depths of the earth possibility and as much or not more tankability as compared to Hilda.
Yeah, and you know, when you are in the river, you want to be in the marsh instead of being on the hill with the Hilda. Okay.
No, here we go again. Oh, the Bravest Warrior comes down though, but the Dawning Light catches nobody. No, but look at Deck. Deck going all the way in, but there we go. A big kill down from Deck, but no, the First Blood comes in, gets the turtle, but no, loses his life in the process. Ultimates across the boards all used.
I mean, he had to exchange something, right? He went in, he got the retry battle going. I don't even think Reminiscent had his retribution up for that fight. So Deck trying to squeeze in. Oh no, he did.
He has.
He did.
It was a retry 50-50.
My apologies. Yeah. So Deck manages to win out Reminiscent there, which is, I guess, a little bit surprising considering how Reminiscent was
playing. Cheesy double retry. He used the Martin's ultimate to snap and then ultimate use the retribution. Sorry. So he used that ultimate to little chunk it out to his own team, but yeah, owning Supergirl in the... Okay, I wouldn't say owning. It's a little too early to say owning, but it takes a life away on and put that one into there for Supergirl.
Oh, and Dairy is going to manage to flip JPL here, going to be able to take him down really quickly. That was a very good catch.
Big shred down from Enya especially, and he kind of melted, and it's just 3 minutes and a half into the game, and he has already melted like ice cream.
Like ice cream. It's a bit warm here in the studio, but yeah, I do feel like, man, Team SMG, they are getting the exchanges that they want, right? I mean, look, Supergirl is the Masha. Realistically, even if the Masha goes down once or twice, doesn't really affect Masha's growth.
No, doesn't affect his growth, but take a look at that. Dawning Light comes in, down onto Reminiscent, and a big pullback with the Divine Judgment, and takes it home. Deck gets another kill on his name, but take a look at who's this here. Oh, this is why the Matis is played. You can negate. Look at how fast Deck can react to that with their second skill. He just instantly negates that knockup.
Now, the only concern here that I have for Bleed, right, is that it took 4 of them to take down 1 member of SMG.
Yeah.
And they did use up all of their skills and ultimates, so they couldn't even go in onto Enya, onto Dairy at the bottom lane after that. But now they are going to start to contest for the turtle, all setting up here, trying to get in on this.
Oh, they're letting it go.
Yeah, Team SG not even going in.
Yep, SMG is letting it go, and the second turtle into the pockets of Bleed right now. And I have to say, I just noticed something, right? Sela, he has... that Xavier is going to grant them so much movement speed with the gates. He's going to grant them that gap closing, but there we go. A big pullback all the way in from Zach. Zach goes a little bit low, but no, down he goes. The Praises Brave able to secure down onto Zach.
I feel like they need to get this Valentina out of Mikumi's hands. It doesn't matter who she's playing against, like who he's playing against. He's just going to get the correct ultimate at the correct time and just focus down the enemy team so quickly.
Oh, Sela takes the Dawning Light away, uses the Dawning Light to secure onto that Lethal Wanderer. This is how much resources that Bleed, cherishes. You know, they cherish the resources so much. They're like, you know what? I'm gonna put all my resources in to take Lethal Wanderer.
I mean, isn't that just more like a flex at this point? But
I wouldn't say a flex, but you know, it's more of a I need to get this, right? I want to be at an advantage. I want to take everything I can from you with all the strength I have on my kit.
Yeah, just trying to get all those little micro advantages, right? Which, because they build up over time, you may think, I mean, I think that a Lethal Wanderer is nothing, but to them, it is a shiny beacon of hope.
Did you know what? Do you know why a Lethal Wanderer is so important? Let's take a look on the map. What do you see on the minimap? It's a exact neutral creeps. The only creep that is different is a Lethal Wanderer. That's the odd one out. There is 2 gold crabs on each side, 2 purple buff, 2 red buff, 2 lizard, 2 lizard and 2 golems, right? Their Lethal Wanderer is that neutral creep.
So the Lethal Wanderer is the only neutral creep that you have to win over to your side.
Exactly.
in
That's
order
why
to
they're so
win the
desperate
game.
for it. Yes.
I see. I understand now. But well,
That's it,
look, that aside, Bleed is somehow. I mean, look, here's the thing. Team SMG doesn't seem interested in fighting.
Yeah. They
Which
just
is
want to
great.
secure the objective. They're very
slain
macro
the
focused right
turtle.
now, and SMG, they're playing the very safe game. I do not know what's on their mind right now. What could they be going for? Are they going for the bigger picture right here? Going for the macro, push up the lanes, and then, you know, get your side turrets, especially. Take a look at Supergirl here. He's going to go ape crazy on this turret. There we go. Sky Guardian helmet finally secure. Are we going to see 3 Sky Guardian helmet on Supergirl?
Blue team turret has been
I mean,
destroyed.
wait, Masha only has 1 head. How can she wear 3 helmets
Exactly.
at the same time?
She's a Hydra. The legendary Kin Hydra. Oh, she's stacking those helmets on top of each other. So you have 3 layers of helmet with 1 head. And take a look at the light wheel show that's going on. It's like a Cirque du Soleil, right? He's just spinning the light wheels up in the air. And you know, okay, okay, no offense to Cirque du Soleil. That's all I know about Cirque du Soleil.
But here's the interesting thing, right?
Look at Enya.
Look, no, wait. Bleed is not that far ahead. And
Oh,
Team
the
SMG
flicker. Flicker from
Oh.
JPL, but he gets denied. He Bruce Passion right now with a Dawning Light comes in. JPL still survives it. How? Mikumi goes down. Reminiscence goes down as well as Mikumi and Dairy. 3 for the life of a Japan man. Nah, he's Singaporean, but I like to call him Japan man.
JPL
Yes.
had 0 respect. There were 3 members of Team SMG there, and JPL just wanders in and just says, "You're coming home with me."
Yeah, but he gets denied though. Take a look at that. He flickers in, but he gets denied with the flip back. Look. But then the new burst passion, the knockout comes in, but the Dawning Light comes in as well, and Mikumi deck just completely messes up the formation of SMG. The formation breaker. That's what I'm gonna call them now.
It doesn't even matter that they jumped on him
Oh, the
because
flicker?
there was so much AoE. Oh,
Dairy with a flicker in, but here we have the Dawning Light comes in, but no, Dairy jumps the gun too hard on this.
but yeah, like, so denying JPL that pull with the Divine Punishment was not worth it, right? Because
Yeah.
once you deny him, the entirety of Bleed was just on top. You've got the Beatrix, you've got the Xavier all laying down the damage. Martis comes in with his 2 swords and charge.
Oh, Big Boy lands it down, and Supergirl goes down as well. Mikumi, Reminiscent, Supergirl, all 3 members are down. Bleed just completely flipped this on their head, and take a look at deck. Solo loading right there.
I mean, he doesn't have to worry because his entire team is at the front of Team SMG's base, saying, "Come on, let's go, let's fight." And that's the problem. Carry was not there. Oh, Carry's gonna go down as well.
Oh, the
no!
Dawning Light comes in, but goes just a little bit wide. But take a look at the FMM. He has a sniper shot. He goes in, he misses down onto Enya, though. He goes with the basic attack. Down he goes. Sayla to secure that. And the killing spree comes out for Sayla.
The global presence of that Dawning Light is just...
The Satoru Gojo.
It's terrifying, right?
It is terrifying, especially with the Jujutsu Kaisen skin as well.
Oh, no, then it's just sexy.
Oh, that's just amazing.
Because Gojo is. Anyway, well, JPL here is... He is just playing this card just super aggressively, getting all those pickoffs, and now they have to defend
Oh,
here.
big 3-man gap right here, all the way in with the Dawning Light, but it's going to be 50% HP for Mikumi. And dangerous waters right now. Mid-tier 3 turret being taken out for SMG right now. And what can they do about this? Take a look at the goalie, 5-8-8-8. What?
They actually, they're very disciplined though. Bleed very disciplined.
Look at that. Oh, flickers in. JPL able to catch him out though. But there we go. Where's the Dawning Light? Gets the 3-man knockoff, but it doesn't matter. Supergirl jumps in, able to take down onto FMM though. It's going to be a 1-for-2 trade.
I mean, look, the Martis, that giant
Red team
Yes, the giant Kyap.
the giant Kyap was so much damage, was so much CC coming out from the side of Bleed that SMG does not have an answer to this. And on top of that, you have the Beatrix with her fan of bullets. You have the Xavier with his AoE ultimate, and there's just so much damage being layered on top of each other that SMG does not really have a chance to escape.
Yeah, they have 0 chance of escaping right there. But oh, Dawning Light. There we go, and we're gonna take a look at the in-game items here. Anything out of the ordinary? Let's take a look. Na, 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 na. Play elevator music.
Is Isn't it Animal Crossing?
Okay, nothing out of the ordinary here. We have a what is JPL going for? I'm not sure.
What is?
He's just going for temporary temporary armor. Yeah, he's going for temporary physical defense and magical defense with the rope and the dreadnought armor. Oh, very good one right there. But look at JPL in a very dangerous territory here, able to dodge out of the knockup though. But Reminiscent runs a little bit low. Nibiru's from FMM will be able to shred a Reminiscent down. Reminiscing about his life.
That was ridiculous from Bleed, right? Because SMG were on their way back. They were like, okay, we've pushed out the lane, we've done what we can, we're gonna go home. And Bleed is just like, hey, don't go home yet, come and play with us. And just takes out a few of the SMG players, and now they're gonna start trying to set up for the Lord.
Yep, 5 seconds.
But even with that first Lord, they got what they wanted. They got the first inhib turret down, and you know, SMG's base looking very bad.
Yeah, it looks very Bota right now. They have 5v4 Bleed. SMG, they can't even contest anything for this. They do not have Reminiscent, and just as we speak, Reminiscent just popped out of the base.
Yeah, we're gonna have a look at the damage now in that last fight. And yeah, the Xavier and the Beatrix just being left alone to do whatever they want. And yeah, top 4 on the side of Bleed Esports.
Wait, JPL deals 16k as almost as much as Mikumi?
I mean, they've just been locking down Team SMG. I think that's the story here. They just are not able to get anything done in these team fights because of the amount of CC and interrupts that Bleed has. All, you know, we're talking about layering, like Kue Lapis.
Yes, Kue Lapis
I
layering.
prefer lasagna myself. But,
Oh, you like lasagna?
Yeah, lots of layers.
You're more the
yeah.
Western, right?
Yeah, a little bit, yes.
Yeah, lasagna sounds good though. I'm kind of hungry now.
Yeah, maybe later.
We have the Lord knocking in the mid lane right now, but it does seem like the wave is kind of a little bit of off sync right here. But no pun intended. There we go. Gear jumping in. Reminiscent gets a little bit of HP, but there we go. The turret goes down. They are going to be rushing in. They're going to stun down onto Dairy though. But here comes the Dawning Light, able to chunk up 1 bar of HP. Here comes the bombs away. But do anything about it. Miko be able to take him down all the way back with the IMU as well. Sela runs low, but he's able to flicker out. But no, Sela goes down as well. Look at Anya trying to survive. Says Supergirl. They're chunking this away. JPL runs low. The Lord runs low. The HP, the base runs low, and Bleed takes it home at a sliver of a HP. How did they do it? And they look so calm about it. They're like, oh no, it was expected.
You know what? I think this is Bleed showing off their experience here, because if it was...
Oh, Elvino.
I don't know if it was me. If it was
oh, yeah.
Another team, right?
Yeah.
Who would have the confidence to know that we are just going to hit the base? Team SMG can kill all of us, can take all of us down, but we are going to get the base, we're going to get the win, because that is the ultimate win condition.
Yeah. I mean, look at them. They're like, okay, let's pen out third game. They're like 10 steps ahead already. They're like, okay, wait. What about third game? What about third game? You know? They're already thinking about what about third game? What about third game?
Man,
very well played.
Game number 3, that's a whole different beast, ladies and gentlemen. Bleed showing who is boss finally, but of course, that battle of the EXP lane has gotten way too personal. Gear one-upping Supergirl, his predecessor, finally proving that, hey, and not only just that, right? It's very personal.
It's very personal. He's like holding his head down, just like,
no.
Listen here, you little...
And the worst part is, it's the successor that's holding down the predecessor and using a Lapu Lapu against that Marsha. And I thought there was a flash of brilliance over there, right? The fact that Marsha was drafted just to counter the Beatrix, but Beatrix was just overwhelming amount of damage, just so much pure as well. But let's take a look at the post items. There's also one item that I would like to highlight, is if you take a look at FMM, where is the Demon Hunter sword? And yet, it is Reminiscence Regent that just got shredded to no tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, Reminiscent just got shredded like the paper shredder 1000. But Huskclaw, he wants to stay in a fight. Hunter Strike, you know, along with that BOD, Malefic Roar for penetration, Wind of Nature, just in case anything goes wrong with the Swift boost for a little bit of additional attack speed right there. FMM, he's here to slay, he's here to kill, he's here to stay in a fight and not die.
And not only just that, also another thing that I'd like to take a look at is JPL using the focusing mark emblem. This is something I don't really see often, right? Coming out from any other players. The reason why JPL using the focusing mark is because you are any damage that you deal towards your enemy applies 6% additional damage.
Yeah.
it's not about the divine judgment anymore. It's about
the
that
three
Kaja
balls.
ring of punishment.
Oh, yeah?
It spreads all throughout to everybody, and all of a sudden, what FMN can do is just shred through. It's not even paper anymore. It's like tissue paper shredder.
Just went through.
So that was how we saw, you know, JPL. That damage was pretty much the same as the Valentina on the other
Correct.
team.
That's right.
Wow.
There you go.
It's 2 times more.
It's more than,
Definitely.
I think it's more than 2
It's
times.
more than 2 times. Oh no, I failed math. Okay, I would say close to. Oh yeah, there's slightly above 2 times more. But look at that amount of damage dealt: 207,000 compared to 93,000 right there. But the damage taken though.
Here's the thing. Reminiscent took 90,000 damage, and his whole entire team only dealt out 93,000 damage that entire game.
He's like, come on guys, I've taken this much damage. Can you like at least help me push a little bit more?
Okay, and at the very least, right, what I feel also looking at the whole stats in general is the fact that this time around, Bleak came in with a different mindset. Instead of going for a 5v5 clash, it is a heavily picked composition. We also noticed a very interesting lane swap super early on. Supergirl was actually losing lane. They swapped Enya all the way up to top, hopefully to deal with gear. And after that, immediately I looked again. It is FMM that break through at the bottom lane. And then after that, when they lane swap again, Beatrix crack open the top lane. And with that said, let's take a look at the MVP. Beatrix, yes, I agree. The positioning that he has done is wonderful. FMM, of course, in my books, one of the top marksmen in MPL SG.
And we were talking about his itemization, right? He didn't need to go for that tank killer build because he already was killing the tanks. So this allows him to survive for much longer. You know, the tanks think, the enemy team thinks that they can take him down, and then he surprises them with
damage.
that lifesteal and the damage. Yeah, but the lifesteal, the sustain coming from Beatrix, you know, very, very good itemization coming out from FMM in this
And not
game.
only just that, right? The Hunter's Claw as well, it adds on because
the Hunter's Claw? There's a Hunter's Strike.
Sorry.
Oh, the Hunter's Strike. Okay, because there's
my
Hunt's
bad.
Claw as well. So I was like,
the Hunter's Strike
Claw.
item, right, is also quite interesting because it's also very beneficial. Provides armor penetration. Not only just that, you also gain movement speed boost to kite these tanks.
And
But of
reposition.
course, let's take a look at the game highlights as well. We're going to do a second game number 3.
Yes.
In Season 5 in one day. And with that said, we'll break it down how SMGSG kind of lost the early game just a little bit. I think they were drafting towards the late game part, and here we go. Here are the highlights. In this particular clip, we are seeing the Sayla just cutting, zoning all the way back. And of course, once Dex secures that first turtle, he lost his life. Actually, it is up to side of SMGSG that has the early game advantage. And now this is the particular fight that's really interesting, right? FMM pulled the trigger a little bit too early with the Nibiru's Passion, expecting JPL to drag the members of SMG right into his, but didn't work out as well. And now, remember we talked about the funneling or the layering of the different CCs. JPL going in, and then after that, you got Sayla constantly setting up this zone that doesn't allow SMGSG to basically get close. Miku Mi is a close range mage. Enya is also a very close range MM as well. And of course, at that last moment, that core, that was very, very nail-biting.
It's very rare when you see the game end and the winning team is all dead.
I think it's common because Lee went into Season 5 with a statement. They came in with a mission to be the best teams in Singapore. Now, they gave rise to a Player 3, and this is not supposed to be another day in the office. This is something of a shocker for everybody.
It's a big, big shocker. But you know what else is a shocker? You know what shocks me? Come on, do you guys know? Come on, you guys gotta help me on this.
I don't dare ask, to be frank.
Do you know what shocks me? Is that why do these players get a break? No, I'm just kidding. The thing that shocks me is that we are gonna go into a 5 minutes break. So sit tight, ladies and gentlemen. We'll see you soon.
We're back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Not a shocker that we're back, of course. This is game number 3.
It's a little shocking.
Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, this day has been quite eventful, right?
Yeah.
We got Alchemy SG stepping up to the challenge, taking one game away from Stellark. You also got, RSG, well, another day in the office for them. And then after that, Revival stomping Flash in a 2-0 fashion. And now, SMG SG looking very interesting to be that player number 3. And usually, I would give that player number 3 role to Team Evil in Season 5. But SMG SG, man, they stepped up.
They stepped up. I mean, last season they were like,
top 4.
oh, we secured a seed for next season. Just I'm good, right? But
Okay.
they did give it their all, right? They did give it their all. I'm not gonna discount SMG whatsoever. They have a very nice synergy. I thought the synergy could be better, and they proved that the synergy did get better this season by taking one game away from Bleed Esports.
Yeah, and technically speaking, SMG and of course Bleed, like I said, the history ran deep between these two teams, right? And not only just that, right? SMG came back into this season with a very interesting roster.
Yes.
Technically speaking, I said this yesterday, they were a star-studded roster, somewhat similar to what Team Flash brought to the table in Season 4, but Season 5, they are the Star Oranges this time.
Oranges?
Yeah.
The Star
Team Flash
Oranges.
and
Oranges?
SMG.
Sure. Yeah, but
Yeah,
so
continue.
okay, so let's just throw back a little bit, all right? The first game, Team SMG that win was, I would say, quite dominant.
Okay.
Right? The second game, when Bleed Esports came back, it almost felt like an equal game for most of it.
Yeah, and of course, it still started the fact that, game number 1, I think it's just the fact that Bleed Esports disrespected the Kaja. Dairy was allowed to play the Kaja for 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, are you sure about that? Game number 2, okay, finally, JPL was the one that counterpicked the Kaja away, but if you notice, there's also a very different style, especially in the emblem that JPL decided to pick. Focusing Mark does spread a lot of damage, especially when there's a lot of AoEs. For the side of Bleed, the Xavier also does AoE as well, but not only just that, right? And Supergirl was allowed to be on that glue. The Battle EXP laners, man, this match is spicy.
It's spicy. It's like, I don't know how to put it. It's like there's always a link to each rivalry, to each player, to each hero, to each lineup, and I don't know. There's no more links that I can go on. But yeah, it's just linked up.
Correct. But in game number 2, you can also see I can see the idea that Marsha is meant to be the counter to the Beatrix. But if you notice as well, from the side of Team SMG, there's a carry, there's a Valentina, there's a Marsha, there's Edith. Technically speaking, yes, the Fredrin also does well in the late game. This is a very late game heavy draft. But Bleed Esports has a stronger mid game. Once Martyrs unlock the Decimation, once Xavier has a Dawning Light, just keep spamming skills from the back. Beatrix, super strong, orders every single phase of the game because she's just broken anyways. Kaja unlocks the level 4. A very strong mid game power spike allowed them to snowball out of control. And that's because I would say that very questionable lane swap.
Oh, the lane swap, yeah. I think we gotta, go for the player interview on our own. Whenever we have the time, we just give a little question to them, like why, what was the point of the lane swap? Like why is it so early? Why is it so fast? Why is it at this timing? We as curious people, we have to know that as well.
And and if you notice during that state of the game, SMG, the gold platings are still up. The gold platings over these teams are still up, and the only reason that I could justify for that lane swap was the fact that Supergirl was losing lane against Gear.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the thing, right? The Marsha does not go well against, I believe it was the Lapu Lapu,
correct.
right? So after the Marsha goes down, you don't want to feed the Lapu Lapu.
Correct.
I think the mindset of them is not so much like I'm going to change lane to make sure that my carry gets farmed. I think it's more like we don't want the enemy team to get a hit.
Yeah, but also another thing that, I think Supergirl should also know. I mean, it's a Marsha, right? You scale in the late game when you secure, like, I don't know, 5 Guardian Helms or something. But, okay.
She only had one. She only had one.
Oh, thank God she only had one. The Supergirl only has 1 Guardian Helm. But you get the point, right? You're supposed to just stand underneath the turret, just defend, make sure that the enemy doesn't get the gold plating. I can see why Supergirl was under threat is because Lapu Lapu, technically speaking, just throwing knives at like a ranged hero as well. So definitely there's a lot of pressure. But maybe what SMG could also do is to play towards the carry instead. But let's take a look at game number 3. This is the draft between SMGSG and Bleed.
Yeah, and the first band's coming out. I mean, look, it's a 1-1, it's a joy.
Normal, common.
I mean, we're just gonna keep seeing these two heroes ban. I believe it was 100% pick ban for Joy and 1-1 the last time that we checked the stats. So we're going to see how the draft continues to unfold. Arlet's ban, I mean, sure, right? Team SMG don't want the Arlet, but that Martis was scary. I honestly feel like that Martis, the last game, was absolutely terrifying.
Actually, Martis is very strong throughout the meta, especially in this meta when we're talking about neutral objective secure. The fact that you have this invaluable moment of invulnerability, okay, false invulnerability because you are immune to OCCs, right? And you also does have some sort of damage reduction. Allows you to just get close towards your enemy and technically speaking push them around. And then you also got that omega strong execute with your destination as well. So Martis tank is something very scary. Now Bleed still doggedly banning away the Moskov.
They're so
3
afraid
games
of
in
it.
a row.
Yeah.
That's a respect over to Enya, and SMG this time around will ban away the Fanny. But I always question this. I feel like Bleed is not going to pull out the Fanny in
anytime soon?
Anytime soon. This is way too early in the regular
Too early.
season. But SMG's like, okay, I don't want to see any form of any. And there you go. Bleed banning away the Valentina. SMGSG. Derry, are you going to be first picking the Kaja? Because rest assured, JPL will take it from you.
I mean, the Martis or the Fredrin for the first pick sounds really good right now, right?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. I do think that Kaja, yes, Kaja is important. Kaja is a game changer. But like, is he
Faramis
really,
is open, guys.
Is he really that scary? Oh, that is also Faramis.
Guys, Faramis is open.
Look, there's glue as well.
Yeah. Correct. So remember, what Bleed has done right now is just telling Aeon, say, look, I am opening this Kaja for you. You also got a Faramis open, and also a Faramis and a Fredrin. You can only pick one out of these 3. Bleed has the advantage in the draw because they are second pick, and there you go. SMG says, okay, let's change it up a little bit. I'm going to pick a Faramis. I'm going to give you that Kaja and Fredrin.
Martis sounds good too. I mean,
Yeah,
Bleed, they made the Martis work, so do not fix what's broken, right? So I think they rather you just snag away the Faramis and maybe pick up let them snag away the Martis and just pick up the Melissa as well.
Yeah. And also another thing to take note about is that Bleed actually bans away Valentina. Usually you pick a Valentina to kind of counteract against the Faramis called Alta. You want to take the cult Alta away, but now Bleed is the one that banned it away. So it's also a give and take for Bleed. Bleed is trading that Valentina away so that they secure both of these 2 prior picks, the Kaja and the Fredrin.
I mean, that Valentina ban is maybe like, you know, we were saying it's a bait, right? Like, we're giving you, Team SMG, we are giving you this, the whole spread. You can have any hero you want.
Choose.
Choose, yeah.
I have all situational planned out already. That's Youngin. That's Youngin's thing. He already has every situation planned out, and he will be expecting this Faramis 100%.
Yep, definitely. And, you know, Youngin, one of the biggest brain in MPL is second to him, probably Jolly or Pacifist as well. Sorry, Zookeeper in my books. But okay, SMG right here, going back on that glue for Supergirl and Arkai, I think that should be a reminiscent Arkai as well.
I mean, might be Derry. He might be, you know, trying to deny that divine judgment.
You know what? I see the glue and I feel like PTSD from the first game because that glue was such a menace. You know, the carry pick from the side of Bleed is gonna help negate part of that glue thing, but they had Fredrin, I believe, in that game as well, and Glue just jumped on top of him and was like, "Hi, let's hang out," and was unable to deal with Supergirl's glue. Right, so is the carry here going to help that? Is the carry going to be able to, you know, destroy glue in a way that Supergirl cannot get a foot up in its team fights?
I think, yeah, because, you know, carry tank shredder, right? Look at SMG as you draft. They've already got 2 tanks, the Arkai as well as the glue, and Arkai will definitely get shredded down. Wait, hold on a second.
Yeah, the Melissa ban. Okay.
Wait, guys.
Oh.
Conspiracy theory. Sayla is gonna go
These
to
are my
It's an easy
domain.
shred over, and there's a split that could heal with your light skill as well. That could be a Lunox pick coming out from Bleed as well. But okay, I'm jumping ahead of myself. Melissa ban away
You got
from
way
the side
too
of Bleed.
excited about the idea about
yeah.
Lunox.
SMGSG bans away the Kadita as well. Yeah, I got a little bit too excited, a little bit
No,
because
it's fine.
yeah, but Bleed on the other hand.
Is
They
the
need to
proof that
definitely
I'm
pick,
still
even
alive.
irregardless, SMGSG pick 2 tanky front lines. The carry is a big counter to that Frederick.
I mean, they only have one ban left on the side of Team SMG, and if you think about it, there's the Kagura, or there's the Lunox.
They might be picking up the Eve though, honestly.
Oh, yeah.
You know, it just keep them in the box. That's very Bleed formation type of play, don't you think so?
It's also being used to great success by one of the teams that
Your
was
team is
earlier.
picking.
Oh, like I think it was Stalag, right?
Yeah,
And
it was
Revival
like
as well.
Chesty's Eve.
Correct. And they like to build this big
Box.
fortress that
Yeah.
no one can penetrate in. I'm going to fight you in this castle because this is my domain. And not only just that, SMGSG decides to not go for the Kagura ban. It's going to be taking away the Xavier instead.
I mean, the Xavier last game was instrumental, right? It was a lot of AoE damage coming out from Bleed Esports, but I don't think that that's their plan this game, right? I think Bleed has been keeping SMG a little bit on the back foot by keeping their game plan hidden, right? What is Bleed gonna do now? You know, in the second game, it was all about layering the AoE damage, you know, the as much global as
Payback.
possible.
Okay.
Your team
But
is
Afasa, so going back to a much more traditional sort of meta pick as opposed to going for the Lunox.
Yeah, but why the Farsa though? Like, because you got a fair airstrike, but if you take a look at how SMGSG's draft, there is always a glue kit that could pounce on you. Yes, even though that's immobilized, it's not it's like stun. That's also a stack that's applied to you. I can jump onto you. There's also the deny for the feather airstrike if I use a pull by Mikumi Shadow Stampede. There's also a heavy speed that you look out for. Sayla, the positioning on this guy that you see on camera right here has to be impeccable.
Do you think it was a deny pick?
No,
No,
I doubt so.
Paramis.
Yeah, it's just purely to chunk out the Faramis and, you know, hopefully maybe trying to chunk out the glue and the archive, but you know, we know they're going to be building up that Athena shield, right? So that's very early game damage coming out from Sayla himself. So the last and final pick will be that EXP and we ooh, cool. Yeah, so it's got to be an Archive jungle, Jace. You got it right.
Yep, Archive jungle.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
Archive jungle, and we're going to be having to see Dairy playing a Kufra, which is, I would say, pretty rare because we don't see Dairy picking up the Kufra on the tournament. I mean, we've seen him play in the stream, but not on the tournament format.
yeah, usually you don't see Derry going for the Kufra. I think this could be one of his first times, 3 seasons combined. But like, apart from that, it's a very tanky drop coming up from SMG. Just take a look. One carry could just.
Oh my god.
Guys!
Extract, where are you, Abstract?
No, that's Gear's signature pick. That is the Benedetta on Gear.
Exactly. With the Petrify as well.
Dude, this is a homecoming for Gear, right?
Oh
Gear very well known on the Benedetta in Season 2 and showing his successor, hey, you know what? I'm not only just the fact that I want to win you in style, I will test using that Benedetta. And not only just that, the Benedetta works quite well on that glue as well. If you build a Bloodlust Axe, your ultimate can actually absorb so much damage towards you, and you can split push even faster with the Benedetta. And not only just that, the fact that SMGSG has got so much tanky front line, the Benedetta can find the back line easily, and now Beatrix and Faramis is under threat.
Big threat coming out from both sides though, but Team SMG, the Fortress themselves, and Bleed, can they make them bleed with their back line firing? Bleed Esports up against Team SMG, game number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get it on.
Yeah, and immediately getting a bit aggressive, but oh man, that Benedetta pick, I did not see that coming. I mean, I thought, you know, the Fanny is like, no, just go for the
Execute?
Benedetta pick.
Yeah, he goes for the Execute instead of the Petrify.
Oh.
So that's confidence, I would say. Gear wants to kill Supergirl. He doesn't want to go for the backline and, you know, just tickle them. He wants to kill. He's here to kill.
He doesn't worry about the CC. He's just like, you know what, I'm just going to take you out, just outright out damage you. And Bleed actually on the side of
Ooh,
Bleed.
they got it.
Oh.
Wow, they secured the Lethal Wanderer without the use of the Retribution. So Deck, he has that Retribution and he can still keep it, take any objective if it were to be contested. And it does seem like they are signaling and body language nearly might be going into the purple buff.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? Like, I'm looking at the side of Bleed. They don't seem to have a lot of hard lockdown, but they're actually going to be going
Wings
in
by
here
wings.
for Supergirl, maybe. Oh, no, they're going for Reminiscent.
Oh, they're going to go for Reminiscent. The big taunt from Deck coming down onto Reminiscent and the big knock-up though by Reminiscent. Can he get away? No, he cannot. And JPL not even at level 4, level 2 only, and we have first blood on our hands.
It's because Deck had help in the jungle in the beginning, and Supergirl has to flicker away. So Deck hit 4 like just a little bit earlier than Reminiscent. And
Just
that
a
was
little bit
enough.
earlier.
And
Yeah.
that was enough to secure that kill onto Reminiscent. So, assist your junglers, guys.
Yeah, just assist your junglers. But think of this. Although Fedrin might have a slower clear, he has a much faster clear as compared to an Arkai.
That's true. That's true.
And Arkai is clears pretty slow, I would say.
Yeah, they are going to get this turtle
Red team has slain the
uncontested.
turtle.
I think, Bleed being aggressive, Team SMG falling back a little bit. Reminiscent couldn't set up for that at all. And he was held back by the side of Bleed, so they were unable to contest. It's a free turtle.
Yep, and here on that Benedetta, of course he has to go for that proxy. Of course he has to cut the waves. And look at that, level 5 instantly. Gear already ahead so much as compared to Supergirl, and that provides Gear space. EXP laners, they love space. They love to create space. They love to give space for themselves as well. They love to close the space between them and the enemies.
I think Gear knows. Oh wait, never mind. Reminiscent's gonna find him out here, and Gear he should be fine. He's just gonna dash away, just threaten Reminiscent a little bit. But the entirety of Bleed is here now. 3 more members here to catch the poor Reminiscent, the poor Archive. He can't even stay safe in his own jungle.
Not even in his own jungle, and Bleed instantly takes it out. And Reminiscent is not enjoying his time as an Arkai here. Not enjoying his time at all. And big knock up and the Tyrant's Rage onto JPL though, but JPL dashes across right here. Dairy forced to use the flicker going over, but here comes the call out, and able to chunk down onto FMM. Not enough though, and this engagement will pursue.
I mean, let's just pause a little bit while they are finally stop fighting to have a look at the emblems. Anything jump out at you?
The Electro Flash. Right? The Electro Flash, and instead of the previous emblem, this time JPL is going for the pull yourself together. So he wants to be in the fight. Whenever he dies, he's like, no, I want to come back. I want to fight it. I want to fight this. So you're going to have a lower recall timer, and he's going to be using the movement speed instead. So that's going to grant him more gap closing capabilities coming out as that Kaja, and even topping that with the flicker.
I really like how JPL has changed up his game plan, even though he's still playing the Kaja. He knows that his lineup is more now not necessarily about the damage and not lacking damage. They are lacking perhaps a little bit of CC. And so he's keeping himself available all the time. JPL manages to catch up Miku immediately.
Yeah, he gets pulled back though, but here comes the split. The Praiser's Wraith not able to catch down onto Supergirl though, because he did pop that split, able to get it out of the dodge. But look at this. Gear, he's still holding on to the other side. Gear is just there, constantly putting pressure on the other side of the map. And check it out. He's just putting a bit of pressure down onto Dairy, and pressure down onto FMM. Onto Enya, sorry.
Gear has dashed across half the map, being chased by the Akai, being chased by the Kufra. He's just running around.
The knock-up onto Supergirl though, but the Praiser's Wraith goes a little bit wide. Look at Deck. Deck is smiling. He's like, oops, I did a OP. Yeah, even that. See, okay, I can see the mouth, Deck mouthing the words. My bad. Yeah, because it is kind of his bad though. He kind of goes for the Praiser's Wraith a little bit on the far side, totally opposite of where SMG are. But Reminiscent with the invade. Ooh.
I mean, he's trying to get back control of his life, right?
Yes.
Oh, but it doesn't matter.
Oh
They
no!
catch him out again.
Oh,
Surely
here comes
not.
with a heavy spin.
Okay.
Oh, right in the nick of time. Miko with the call order right in time as well. But Gear all the way from the back line, able to secure him down. And no, down goes Supergirl as well. Down goes the mid-tier and tier 1 turret.
Reminiscent, this poor guy has been a punching bag for the last, how long this game has been? 5.5 minutes, right?
It felt like forever.
He's just being punched left, right, center. He thought he escaped. They even put in that Theramis ult just to try and keep him alive, but no. Gear out of nowhere, out of left field, just goes in
it
for
looks
the
so
slam
cool.
dunk.
It looks so cool. It was like, whoa, he got locked on by JPL. Feather Airstrike came in, Taunt a knock up with Appraiser's Rave coming in. I was like, oh, okay, he's dead. And then he gets away with heavy spin and gets away with the cloud out of help as well. And then Gear's like, nope.
Yeah, nope, that is right. And this is your chance now to show support for players such as Reminiscent, the poor guy. Hashtag our pride, our passion. Show support for them. Just take the QR code and use the code to receive some goodies, I hear.
Yes, you do receive some goodies as well. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. In the meantime, the third turtle will go into Bleed's pocket right now, and a lot of gallivanting at the top lane right now, and Deck putting a good amount of pressure. Reminiscent forced to use... Oh, good jump, good knock up. The taunt comes in though. Dairy goes down, and here comes the Imperial Justice coming all the way back, and Appraiser's Rave down onto Enya as well. It's not going to be enough. Supergirl coming in for the flag, but no, all hands die. Bleed, making them bleed really hard right now.
Deck made up for his mistake earlier.
Yeah, he made up for his mistake.
I'm going to go in, guys. Don't worry about me. You just do your stuff. I will make sure that you guys have a great time because I messed up.
Exactly.
And Bleed now have already secured themselves a 6k goal lead within the first 7-8 minutes.
Yeah, 6k within 7 minutes. That's insane. And oh man, the turret just 1 hit away.
You just need to sneeze on it. Yeah, just give it an infectious... but yeah, we see Gear. He's been going around the map, just sort of harassing everybody. And we saw in that fight, Supergirl and Gear was so far away. And Supergirl was trying to chase up the Gear, and Gear was just like, no, I'm fine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're a Benedetta. You can get anywhere or do anything you want as a Benedetta. You can even go with the Execute because why the Petrify? Theory, charging up the Tyrant's Rage, jumps up onto JPL, locks him on though, but Nibra's pressure with a flicker though! JPL with the iframe, he gets away! Oh my god, JPL, how did he do that with a 1 HP? He gets away! What was that?
Team SMG thought they had him down. They stopped attacking. They were like, you know what? We'll be fine. We just need to get away because Bleed is right behind. We already know that is happening. So they were like, okay, JPL.
Somebody needs to clip that. Yeah. Somebody needs to clip that. Oh my god, JPL getting away with the flicker, the iframe, and then what?
You couldn't even see his HP bar anymore.
Yeah, it was one sliver of HP. It's like a hair. And look at that. Even with the fleeting time, JPL was like, yeah, I just want to keep on catching you. And I do not want to be punished by any sort of cooldown, so fleeting time in your face.
JPL is having a great game. And SMG now, they have to do something, and they know they're grouping up as 5. I think they're hoping to catch out Gear, or maybe Sailor here, but Gear...
Yeah, is he going to be able to get away though? He does have the Electro final blow all the way back, but no, the Split Split able to catch that out to Gear though. Feather Airstrike comes down, Gear goes down, Supergirl runs a little bit low, forced to use the Split Split to get away. Heavy Spin comes in, down goes Enya. JPL runs low as well, but here comes the taunt. The Deary takes a little bit too much damage. FMM still spinning his light wheel away, and they are going to be focusing on the mid-tier 2 turret.
That was Team SMG's time to shine, right? They landed the stuns. They got what they wanted by getting Glue onto that Benedetta. And we're talking about how Glue is so annoying. Once he jumps onto a hero, it feels almost impossible to get him off. And so, getting that Benedetta was great. But it didn't feel like a win for Team SMG. Even though they had the fight go in their favor, they got more kills. It was a 2-for-1 trade. Bleed still feels like they have the momentum. They have the waves crashing into Team SMG very quickly, and the Lord is up as well.
Exactly, and Bleed right now at a very nice commanding lead. 9 minutes in almost 10 minutes with the 8,000 goalie, but here comes the knockout, the taunt onto Dairy though, but Dairy forced to use the Tyrant to go all the way back. Reminiscent here with a spin onto JPL, but it's not going to be enough. Reminiscent able to get right out on the dodge right there, and the Lord shall be knocking onto the tier 3 top turret right now, and look at Bleed. Bleed, they are very disciplined. They take it, they go. Take it and go.
It's very sad, I think, as an Arkai jungle, that you have to try and use your ult to catch a Kaja. Like
Exactly.
You can't even use it to go into the backline to get the carry, to get the Faza, maybe the Benedetta, right? You have to go for the Kaja because that's the only option available to you, and Bleed is just positioning themselves just perfectly out of reach.
Oh, the flicker in from JPL pulls him all the way back. Miko being forced to go away, but no, down goes Super Girl right there by the call order right in the nick of time. But take a look at the HP, ladies and gentlemen, reminiscent at a very dangerous 1 HP right there. But look at FMM just lighting up the bottom turret right there. Dairy able to catch down also FMM though. He was just off position. JPL runs a bit low. Dairy gets away, and Anya with that 1 HP gets away. But look at Gear 1v3 right now. Can he get away? The heavy spin comes in, and Gear with the iframe. He tried to go for the iframe again with the electrified blow, but he goes a little bit wide and at the cost of his life.
You know, FMM was just a little bit greedy there for the inhibitor.
Yeah, it was a little bit too greedy.
He could have left it alone, come back later to collect it, but no, he wanted that money now.
He wanted it really hard. He must have really wanted it so badly.
You know, Team SMG, I don't think that this necessarily is a good thing in one aspect. Is that if they can only win when Bleed makes such a big mistake,
yeah,
or they overextend themselves, that's a little bit dangerous for them.
Oh, the jump with the flicker in, but no follow-up whatsoever with the Tyrant's Rage.
Yeah, and you know, you saw the damage that SMG can output, but Bleed has not been letting SMG get into a comfortable position enough that they can, you know, land all their skills, land all their stunts in time. And realistically, Dairy, he's going to get caught out here a little bit deck. They're not going to go for it. They are so worried about what Bleed is going to do.
The conceal charges up onto deck though, but no lands on the first kill.
Meanwhile, on the top lane, the Kaja, the carry, and the Faza are having a party.
Yeah, they're having the 3-person party right there at the top lane. They're like,
they're just leaving deck alone. But Dairy's going in.
Oh, he's gonna be able to get the jump down onto Sailor though. But here comes the reversal, and pops goes the Dairy.
Man, this is just confidence.
Wow.
This is confidence coming from Bleed. They are able to let the Benedetta is in the base. Hang on.
Oh.
You know, they wanted to let the Fredrin go and get the Lord and
Gear with the tas.
Gear?
Gear with the tas. He's so confident with this Gear. He's just teabagging on SMG. He's like, can't catch me.
And that is a scary situation for them.
Look at Gear.
He didn't just go AFK.
No. He didn't. He's just, you know, asserting dominance.
Okay, no, that's terrifying.
Yeah, he's just standing there asserting dominance. Look at him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, they do get that Lord uncontested, but Bleed was just very happy to leave deck. They were not worried of Team SMG jumping him at all.
Yeah, Gear with the Malefic Roar. Wow. Like I said, Gear is here to kill. He's not here to play any games. He's not here to tank up or peel for you. He is here to kill.
I mean,
it's like a death boss strategy,
it takes confidence to take the execute, I think.
Exactly.
Over the Petrify.
In the MPL.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, Miku Mi had no HP left. They had to drop the
called order. They had to drop the called order right there. But
survive.
yeah, we have the Lord marching into the top lane right now, and it does seem like Bleed is trying to stop onto that mid-tier tier 3 turret. Dairy chances up, but no follow-up from there. Very good clear on the minions and good control of the Lord. SMG, very disciplined themselves.
I'm actually surprised Bleed didn't go in on that, but they are going to go in now. Gear
That's right, Gear going to the back line right there. Supergirl trying to catch down onto FMM. FMM forced to go all the way back, but no, the split able to catch them out. But take a look at the team right now. FMM runs low. Feather Airstrike comes in. Supergirl keeps healing. Reminiscent able to catch them out though. There he goes. Down goes FMM, being punished for that. Dairy with the jump in yet again, and the Tyrant's Rage onto deck trying to run away right now. Supergirl get the stun down onto Sailor. Sailor uses the wings by wings with the flicker to get right out the dodge, and that is going to be 3 members of Bleed Esports down.
That was Gear not respecting the CC that Team SMG
had.
That is just pure disrespect, and they are going to be punished for it right now. They're going to take the outer, the inner, maybe even try and push on this inhib if they can.
Yep, they might be trying to push out this inhibitor, but no. Even using the Feather Airstrike right there, and this is going to cause Bleed. Just a little bit, but take a look at the goal.
At the same time, even though it does cost Bleed, it is not the end, because Bleed was able to have such a big lead that, you know, Team SMG need to win like maybe 1 or 2 more fights before Bleed is going to be really worried.
1 or 2 more fights, and then the Bleed starts to, start biting on Eneo, right? Right now, Bleed is like, is it happening? Is it happening? But, the goal lead just completely burger flip right there. Now is at a 1,100 goal. flat 1,000. Okay. So it was very close to 4,000, and during that fight, just a whole turnaround to 4,000. 1,000, sorry.
It's this glue. I think this glue pick has been
Benefiting them, benefiting SMG.
and I don't think Bleed know how to deal with it. Like, you can say, yes, the Benedetta is a good counter in a way, but it's very hard to even shut it down, right?
Conceal play coming in, and the suppression comes down onto Reminiscent, forces out the call auto though. Dairy jumps in, catches nobody. Nimbus Passion coming out, Dairy running low. Look at Gear right here, but he likes to find a blow, trying to rush into the backline, but I know he's going to be able to get right out. And Bleed, they are going to be disengaging from this. And look at SMG, they want more. They're trying to get in. Dairy charging up, catches out onto JPL, goes with the Tyrant's Rage, gets up onto Gear, and JPL, big mistake right there. Dairy with the catch of his life. JPL runs a little bit low. Supergirl here, able to catch out onto Deck, trying to able to pull him back into the arms of SMG though, but Dairy goes down. In the meantime, Gear with a good execute onto Dairy though. Anya with a Wind of Nature, able to jump down onto Gear. Anya with a big kill onto Gear right there with the Wind of Nature at the very last moment. And as you can see right now, Deck and FMM and gang with Sayla as well try to take the Lord down, but SMG, they could have won those fights. They could have won the fight, but they had to go back because of the minion push. Oh, there we go. And down goes Supergirl. Very good attempt though. And TNT to you.
I mean, that's the problem of letting Bleed have such a head start. Like, yeah, okay, you can say that now Team SMG are fighting back. They are doing well in these team fights. You can argue that they are winning in a way.
In a way.
But the problem is that Bleed have already taken down your inhibs. There's gonna be those minions coming down, knocking on your front door, and you constantly have to go back and defend.
Yep, that's where the wave management comes in, right? The HR. They have to be the HR of those minions. They have to crash in all three at the same time. All three lanes. Wind of Nature by Anya yet again. He repurchased Wind of Nature?
He's got too much money, I guess.
Yeah. He's like, you know what? I buy another one. I buy again. Refresh that cooldown.
He's ballin', or as Churro said earlier, he's got a fat stack.
He has a fat stack, yes. That's what that's a Churros thing. Oh, that's Jace? Oh yeah, Jace loves to say Jace loves to say the fat stack.
I thought it was Churros.
Jace was the first one to say the fat stack.
Alright. We'll give you the credits later, but they are gonna be pushing into the base. Carry just taking down the turret. No issues there. The Lord though.
The Lord's getting chunked out so hard. Anya very smart with the play, but they are able to catch out to Supergirl. They'll call out, not in the nick of time. Oh, the suppression comes down. Big spin coming off from Reminiscent, trying to save out Auto Mido. Reminiscent run a little bit low, as does JPL. Libera's Passion able to take out the most of the minion wave. Gear trying to chunk all the way back in though, but Anya pops the Wind of Nature. Gear, big mistake here. Sela trying to catch him out, but no, Reminiscent runs low as well, and a disengage from both sides comes out.
But they have to heal. They can heal back for Team SMG.
Yeah,
Bleed now running a little bit low on HP, a little bit concerning to go in like this. Gear, you don't have much HP. You may have the immortality. It gets popped now.
Oh, the zoning from Sayla though. But can they take this though? Dairy still trying to take this. Mikumi runs a little bit low. Nimbus Passion able to clear out most of the minions. Dairy jumps into Black Air.
You know, that was a fantastic defense coming out from Team SMG.
Yeah, that's one of the most intense base defense I've ever seen.
Yeah, and I think, you know, we come back to the Ferraments, right? Mikumi, I mean, the passive for Ferraments, when he can come back so quickly, I think it's actually, ironically, more of a shocker or like more of like a surprise factor than his call alter to a certain degree, because he came back so quickly after going down. And it's just like, oh, well, I'm still in this fight. I'm still here. You want to stay in my base? Sure, we can keep fighting. I'm ready to
keep
go.
on going. Very well played right there from Bleed and SMG. Both sides very well played, but SMG with the turret-based defense of their lifetime.
Yeah, but you know, they don't have a single turret left, but they're going to try to contest this Lord.
They should contest for this Lord, right? Take a look at this. And very unlucky. But there we go. Bleed right there. Gaining map control, and SMG pretty unlucky to lose that map control, right? SMG, they were having the map control, but very unfortunate for them. Bleed just waltzed right into that bush, and SMG just got dissed. I mean, they just got kicked out of it.
But here's the problem now. Bleed have waited so long for this fight to begin, that the waves are not really in their favor. So now Team SMG can take this Lord without too much worry about the side lanes pushing in. And they are going to have to fight 5-on-5 without any members missing from Team SMG.
Exactly. They have to fight 5-on-5 right now. Dairy with a big jump right there and the Libra Smasher, but here comes the call order. Deck runs very, very low. He goes down, but Immortality gets popped out, but no. Down goes Deck, down goes the Lord. SMG, they're running right in. The Lord is going to go into SMG's hands right now. FMN runs low, FMN goes down as well. JPL onto the split split. He's going to get eaten up. FMN goes down. Gear runs low. Can he get away? Yes, he can, but a double kill comes out from Gear. Very well played right there. Takes out onto Enya and Reminiscent, and we have a very nice pause.
A very nice pause.
A very nice pause indeed. But SMG and Bleed, when it gets so intense, it looks so close. It looks so close. It's on edge right now. I honestly thought during that fight, I thought SMG would take it. But Bleed was like, Gale was like, nope. I'm just going to demolish all of you guys.
I mean, here's the thing. Yes, in a sense, they managed to, I would say, survive the onslaught. Was it a 2-for-2 trade at the end?
It was a 2-for-2 trade.
It was a 2, but
yes.
They got the Lord. So Team SMG got the Lord. They focused down that Lord, and that's where, Bleed, I think, made a little minor misstep. They sat in that mid lane bush, waiting for the side of Team SMG to come in, and when Team SMG went to their jungle instead, they couldn't catch anybody out.
Yeah. They couldn't catch anybody out. They were walking into an empty trap. I would say they were walking into an empty trap. And, Anya, be careful with it. Anya did this. He opened a water bottle and then he at the top, and then like, oh, be careful with that. And yeah, it seemed very personal. Yes, the hair.
Go into another Lord fight. Don't forget, Enya right now will hurt like a truck. We saw them using it against a Fredrin in game number 2. And of course, another thing to also mention about that, Supergirl is also, like, the fight right now is not about killing each other as well.
Yes.
Here and Supergirl. The idea is how much disruption can I cause in your back line. FMM is not having a good time. Enya is also not having a good time as well, but of course, Enya with the Wind of Nature is something that he can use against that Benedetta.
Yeah, I mean, especially when Gear starts running you down, that Wind of Nature is going to come at the most precise timing from Enya. We saw how Enya pops that Wind of Nature all the time.
Of course.
And at the most impeccable time, whenever Gears tries to backline, instantly catches him
I
off.
do think the interesting dichotomy between the Glue and the Benedetta, right? Like, we've seen Gear like styling on the game. He was confident, he was cocky, he felt like he was untouchable.
Yeah.
But here's the thing now, if the Wind of Nature stops him from getting that kill straight away, he doesn't really sustain or can't really do anything in the fight. He can't, run straight in. Not like the Glue. Right, not like the Glue who's able to just go, hey, I'm gonna hang on to your gold laner. Like, I'm gonna hang on to your gold laner, and your gold laner's gonna die in a bit. But don't worry about it. I'll be okay. You'll be okay.
Yeah, and also another thing to also, I mean, we'll see it later in the item builds, right? Is that Glue actually built an Ice Queen 1.
Yeah, for extra slow.
For extra slow, and that's on top of the stacks of slow that Glue innate kits already have, and that means that it's going to be hard for the carry to kite that Glue backwards. And not only just that, it's also a small little counter against the Benedetta, because sometimes you do need to run just a little bit to charge up your dash as well. So that is a good itemization that Supergirl did. Now, we're all eyes on Gear right here, right? Like, maybe, just have to stay humble a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say it, but him being a little, showing off a little style, being a bit cocky, I think may actually have cost them a game a little bit. Like, I don't want to say that it's not all on Gear. I think there were just a lot of minor missteps that maybe the shot calling from the side of Bleed just didn't come to fruition. But yeah, that styling, that sort of BM nature, maybe doesn't work out so well in MPL.
Okay, maybe jokes aside, right? Taking away the the jokes and everything, right? There's also another problem that I can see Bleed desperately struggling. Miku Mi on that Faramis, that was one of the biggest problems, and that is also why Bleed cannot put that final nail into that coffin. You saw that last one of the GG pushes that they tried to commit.
That call out just saved
Even,
SMG.
yeah, correct. Even if Miku Mi got busted down, he came back online quickly because of his
passive.
timer, because of his passive, right on time for the call alter to trigger. Bleed thought they've already taken off Reminiscent, but hey, second life, I come in for the re-engage with that Kufra.
They're like, surprise, you thought I was dead, and it just comes back to life. And JPL is summoning I'm not sure.
No, but that's also why I was a little bit confused, right? Because in one of those pushes, Bleed managed to sort of take that ultimate away from Miku because he popped it early to survive. He popped it early and then they were ready to team fight, but instead of pushing in, Bleed were a little bit cautious. They weren't sure because all 5 members of Team SG were up, so they were waiting for Gear to go into the back line, but then that's when Gear got caught.
Yeah, it's all about catching right now, catching all of these mistakes, especially when we're going into a game number 3, especially when we went in for an extended time in this particular game, right? And small little mistakes will stack up exponentially because, especially when we go into this part of the game, the death time is super long.
Yeah, unless you're Miku Mi on the Faramis, a bit shorter.
Instantly come back to life.
Actually,
you're like, whee!
Actually, yes and no, because Miku Mi needs to get as much stacks as possible for that passive to work. If he doesn't really get any passive, if he keeps dying, then he's unable to get the stacks, then he's unable to come back to life as quickly as possible.
Is this where Bleed's, I would say, discipline perhaps is actually not doing them any favors? Because they're actually giving him the room to go and get these stacks. We've seen them, you know, after they've lost the fight, they will fall all the way back. Or they will give, you know, a little bit of room. And Miku Mi and the side of Team SMG are not letting go. They are like, you know, like a dog with a bone. They're just not going to let go. But
that's right. We are back yet again right now. Oh, are we back?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. And let's take a look at it. It is a 2 for 2. We were right.
Yeah.
And yeah, yet again, another win of nature. How many you need? You just keep resetting that win of nature over and over and over again. Yeah, so we're going to do that item swap. And Anya is just going to enjoy his time, you know, popping that win of nature. And it does seem like SMG, they are going to be taking care of this Lord yet again. But take a look at the top lane. Miku Mi is quick to catch on this.
They're going to have to fight without the majority of Team SMG there. And they're just going to take down this Lord. I don't think it's going to be a big issue, right? At this stage of the game, Bleed is not going to have a problem if it's just the Lord and no one else. It's just a giant creep. But JPL here and Davey sort of sizing each other up. That's a little bit scary for both of them.
Yeah, I mean, I would I wouldn't dare to even look at JPL in the eyes, but I would let alone size him up as a roamer. You know, I would be like so scared of him. I'm like, as a roamer, I'm like, I don't want to catch him, but I'm kind of scared. You know, I do not want to touch him at all. But all jokes aside, SMG, SG, they got the Lord, but at what cost? They only get a turret in return right there. But oh, the sniper's not lining it up, but no, that's not touch deck at all. And 80 seconds left on the Lord turret right there, and the top turret as well. 2 turrets for the life of a Lord, and 2 for 2.
Yeah, I do think that SMG, they have actually turned this around very well because we saw Bleed was, I believe it was 3 or 4k ahead, and then, you know, that one fight, and then SMG got ahead, and then just this other fight, and now it's completely flipped over the complete exchange of, I would say, a 6k gold exchange, right? From the side of Bleed towards SMG, and if you're SMG, you're happy with this because
I'm very happy. I'll be elated
because you're no longer that much under threat. Yes, you have no turrets. Yes, but you can clear the wave so quickly. You can push them so quickly at this stage of the game. It's not going to be an issue for them. And now it is all about the Lord. And they have set up so early, like 40 seconds before the Lord spawns. They're already sitting in the brush. They're going, hey, you know, you want to come in? Sure. And wow, even making sure that there's no one in that upper bush by the Kufra on the side of Dairy.
Yep, they have to check every bush right now. SMG, SG, they're looking for map control. Bleed themselves. They love that map control as well, but they know that they cannot step up to that sort of, you know, map control. But take a look at JPL. Literally fearless. Why do you think I wouldn't size up to him? Look at him. He's just walking into bushes, gung-ho, headstrong, and just walking right in and opening up the map. And that grants a vision. But take a look.
both Gear as well as Supergirl are just dueling out, but not with each other, with the minions.
Yes, they are just pushing in the minions out.
Force the waves in favor of their own team, but Team SMG have given up a little bit of space here. Bleed can move into the area with the Lord now, and Dairy now he has to get, he has to get the stun of his life. He has to get the right targets, and Vec is actually taking his time with this. They are not too worried because Bleed is still pushing out lane. They're still making sure that the waves are going in their favor, and with Gear there fighting up with Supergirl in the top lane, it's going to be a 4v4 here at the lane.
Yep, and with the Lethal Wanderer inside, and Dairy does not want to get exposed. And here comes the conceal play coming in, the charge up onto who? Who is he going to land it on? And he's not going to land onto anybody. What a big change, but take a look all the way to the top lane right there. They are all hunting them down. They are trying to hunt down Supergirl. Supergirl trying to get away though, but look at Gear. Gear, guys, look at Gear. Gear is trying to go for the back door. He's trying to go for the end door. Supergirl all the way in deep enemy territory right there. And SMG, Bleed, what they have to do right now, all they have to do is hold on to Gear. Gear, he's going for the end. Can he push it down? 1 man, 3 minions. Is he going to do it? Gear, can he get the game away? Yes, he can. And Gear with the back door.
Oh my goodness. Team SMG lost the plot a little bit there, right? They were stubborn about wanting the Lord. They were like, oh, there's a juicy deck. I can totally go after him. I can totally get the kill on these two lonesome members of Bleed Esports. But they're so tanky. They couldn't take them down. They were just kiting them in the jungle. And in the end, Gear with the backdoor just coming in, hitting the base a few times and saying, you know what? I'm done with this game. GG.
All right. Now, the battle of the EXP laners. This is literally what it is between Bleed Esports going up against SMG. Now, first of all, do you win lane? It is a 1 point to Gear. Do you catch my marksman well? It is 1 point given to Supergirl.
Yeah.
Do you clear waves faster and rotate faster? It is 1 point given over to Gear instead.
Oh.
That is the difference between Supergirl and, of course, Gear. And that's not because of innate skill. It's because of innate kit. Because, and not only just that, it's also because the fact that there was an inhibitor turret down for the side of SMG. SMG is practically fighting on borrowed time. The longer the downs around the Lord, the longer it is to be, so it's not going well for SMG because they need to press the issue, and that's why I love the decision making for Baidari. Okay, you know what? We're running out of time. The waves are crashing in. Benedetta is on the top lane. We gotta pull the trigger. We gotta have to try to do something.
Yeah, but then the rest of Bleed, Gear was like, hey, help me hold them, because they have already 2 members locking onto Supergirl and the rest of the members. But enough about that. Let's take a look at the items right now. Enya with the repeated Wind of Nature non-stop.
Okay, you know the reason why Enya picked up the Wind of Nature repeatedly, that's because he's swapping out. Once Wind of Nature goes into cooldown, swap into Immortality, back and forth.
Yeah.
And I think you counted it, it was 3 times.
3 times.
And that's the little micromanagement that both of these two teams need to do. And check out FMM. That is a Blood Wings going into his side as well, because he realized that he's actually getting busted down very easily by Supergirl in a sense as well. And not only just that, it is also Gear picking up the Windtalker at the very last moment so that he gains additional attack speed and fighting power against to push down that core and even to clear the wave quickly. And that also goes down even to a Demon Hunter sword as well for the side of Gear.
Wow.
And not only just that,
with
JPL giving a statement to his team to pull yourself together with the emblem, literally.
You know, the funniest thing actually is that he decided, their game plan was like, you know what? They know that the Lord is a threat. They know that Gear is a threat. So we're just going to make them choose. Make them choose who you want to take out. And yeah, the damage dealt is, my goodness, 400,000 damage. That's a lot, almost twice the amount of Team SMG.
Yeah, and the most interesting part is that Sailor is the one that dealt most of the damage. Once a Feather Astra is up, it's very easy for him to land the AoEs. And don't forget, the amount of damage dealt by Bleed must be ×2 because Miku Mi came in with the counter all the time. Just 3 tanks on the other side, and Bleed has to shred through one by one. It is a victory, but it is not an easy victory.
They constantly had to kill two teams, basically. There's like-
Equivalent to 2 teams
Yeah.
times 2, and that's why the damage is times 2.
With the immortality when it came back as
Wow.
well,
Oh
and,
my
and with the
goodness.
wind of nature,
That's times 3.
going to the late part of the game
Times
at
4.
the same time. It's just so much things that Bleed needs to do. Now, we gotta talk about the fact that Benedetta, that gear, literally checkmated. I think this is a kind of a no-brainer. It's something that SMG is also looking out for, and that's why you see Derry is like, okay, you know what, you gotta conceal, you gotta go. And with that said, let's take a look at the MVP flash onto your screen, because I believe it is definitely that Benedetta that secured that backdoor at the very last moment, that secured that win. I know there are doubters out there going for the execute instead of the petrify, but I mean, Benedetta is the way the gear plays the Benedetta is slightly different. He's not using the petrify to make sure that people stay inside the ultimate. He's actually using to create space with his team, to apply kill pressure towards the Beatrix at the back line of SMGSG.
I mean, he's constantly closing gaps, he's constantly going for that split push, he's constantly just asserting his dominance over the map, just standing there and just...
No, that's actually JPL.
Oh yeah, JPL loves to do that as
JPL.
well.
And let me touch on the point of JPL when we go through the highlights. You notice how JPL has been positioning around throughout the whole game, right, Zuki? It's the fact that, you know, he is basically a carrot.
Yeah.
He's a carrot.
Yeah.
As in the player carrot or an actual carrot?
The actual carrot.
He's an actual carrot, yeah, he is. And on the end of that carrot is a string that he uses
Yes.
to pull people back.
Exactly. And you remember that one part of JPL just pulling Derry all the way back. And now this around the early game, right? And SMG obviously not doing well. That's a good very pick of Derry, but Miku Miki positioning is so annoying, and it actually allows SMG to fight for super long. And because of Supergirl, you know, starting to pick up the item, starting to get a little bit ahead. The catch on top of the deck is okay, and that's where Sayla, the Feather Airstrike, just tried to zone. So I do question some of Sayla's positioning because of the Feather Airstrike. It was a little bit too shallow, especially this one, right? It doesn't really cover a lot of SMG, but then again, I think he's giving a lot of respect over to the side of SMG because he's too vulnerable, right? Because there's always Supergirl that can keep close. There's also Miku with the Shadow Stampede, and also Derry that could just bounce on top of Sayla non-stop.
I think the story of this game is the fact that you can shut down Sayla, right? You can shut down FMM, but there's so many threats on the side of Bleed that it's going to be very hard to actually pull out a win, a series win against them. The thing is, at the end, actually Anya had the most money, I believe, in the entire game.
Yeah, 18,000.
Yeah, that's why he could keep buying the items over and over again.
Item swap. I won't be surprised if the immortality pops and it turns into a winter transient.
Nah,
I wouldn't be surprised.
Nah, I think it's mostly just switching between Immortality and also
Wind of
Wind of Nature. I feel like that's the item that he's more comfortable
with?
because that's 3 items for you to select. We ain't Kyrie, right?
We're not at that level yet.
But I mean that Bleed right here, just showing us how it's done. Usually when you're super ahead and you're like, you know, you got bitten back, there's a potential threat of an epic comeback, you panic. Bleed, on the other hand, maintain that discipline. The battle of the EXP laners, unfortunately this time around, is won by Gear. With that said, we're going to jump into the winner's interview by our host, Cheryl Yao.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to match 4 right here of week 1, day 2. And guys, honestly, what I feel, this is like a match fit for playoffs, and we're already seeing this here, right here on day 2 itself. It's absolutely wicked. So right here, I do have Sayla. Sayla, don't nervous. I know it's a very long match. Let me help you with your mic. It's on. Okay. Okay, so say hi to everybody, Sayla.
Hello.
So yes, this is really a match fit for the finals. Now, I believe a burning question, which perhaps, I'm not sure if it ended kind of like a cliffhanger, especially for game 3, was it a intentional move to engage Glue on the top lane and make them tunnel vision on the Lord itself?
Honestly, it's not. You just react well. Let's see how it goes.
See how it goes. Okay. So I guess it is, individual judgment and acumen right there from Gear itself to just go with it and really commit to that backdoor that secured them that win. Really right. It's really good. Okay. And the next thing, which is really nice that I'm going to ask as well, is Sela's name has been mentioned twice in interviews today, asking if you're going to meet a mage during MPL SG Season 5, who is it going to be? And your name was mentioned twice by Roy as well as Swirled. Okay? Yeah. So Roy's in the crowd now. So any comments to that?
Also looking to fight Roy and Sword.
I don't know how someone says it's so cute. I'm looking to fight you again very soon. Yeah, fight, it's so cute. So maybe can you share with me then, who is the mage that you're looking forward for you personally to face off in MPLSG Season 5?
Roy.
In real life, when you hear people say like, I want to fight you, be like, oh, and then here's like, oh, it's just so cute. It's just like a compliment, when someone says, I want to fight you one-on-one. Yeah, so this is really, really cool. All right, so another question that I'm going to ask you is, we have been seeing Fasa, we're seeing some Kagura here and there. So are we going to be able to see any more signature hero picks from you, like Phobius, in Season 4?
Yes, look forward.
Okay. Some hints here and there. We're gonna see Phobius coming up really soon. And finally, how did the team react dropping Game 1? And what did you guys do to bounce back from that?
We just resetted and continue like more day.
It's a normal day, easy day for you guys. So yes, that was all you have right here from Sela. Thank you so very much for joining us right here for this interview. Wow, we so proud of you. So yes, overall, honestly, a match that is fit for playoffs. Absolutely crazy. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, with that, we have come to the end of week 1 of the regular season, with the teams having played 2 matches each. The standings have currently shifted a little. And with that being said, here are the standings.